Good morning, everybody. Welcome to SewCreative Live Cyber Monday. We're so excited for you to be here. We're so excited to be here. It officially starts at 9 o'clock, but we wanted to pop on here and give you a little bit of information on how today's event is going to go. So first off, I hope you had an absolutely wonderful Thanksgiving. I'm hoping to hear about Brian's here in just a bit. He actually went to visit some family, so that'll be pretty nice. But before I pull Brian on here, I just wanted to let you know a couple of things about the event. So first off, we are going to have some fabulous sale prices. If you weren't here on the first SewCreative Live, I'm so glad that you've joined us this time around. But the way that this works is we have our sale price listed on the website. However, there are even better sale prices for our Cyber Monday event. We can't display it online, but you can give our customer service a call, and they are more than happy to help you with some even better fabulous pricing. So the other thing that I wanted to mention, if you visited our website, which is sewingpartsonline.com, there is a little coupon code at the top that says SewBlack22. That is good for I believe it's over 34,000 different SKUs. So you're able to get even more savings throughout this Cyber Monday. The other thing that I wanted to let you know is we're going to have, I believe, about 12 awesome guests today. The last time we did this, we did a few days. This time, because Cyber Monday is only one day, we are doing a one-day event, and we're going to have a whole lot of fun with it. So I want to introduce you to Brian on our first SewCreative Live. He popped in 1 or 2 times, but we're hoping to have him on a little bit more today. And we even hooked him up with a mic and a camera, so this time you could see him and hear him. Can you come on up, Brian?
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
There he is. So how was your trip home, Brian?
It was good. I'm tired. I'm glad that I got to see my dad. It was the first time I saw my dad in about a year. First time in about 5 years that I spent Thanksgiving with him. So I feel super blessed that I got to see him, but I'm also very happy to be home.
I understand that. We had originally decided that we were going to do just my husband and I, and then last minute we did a little Friendsgiving, and that was really nice. So we did the whole meal. Do you usually do turkey or ham?
We usually do turkey. And also, we usually do stuffing, but I know that a lot of people do dressing, which is something that that's new to me.
So, okay, we actually had this discussion at Thanksgiving. What do you say is stuffing and what do you say is dressing?
Well, to me, stuffing is made with breadcrumbs, and then dressing is made with cornbread.
So that's what we came up with too. And then there was also the stuffing actually going inside the bird. So we're like, okay, that makes sense.
I like both, but I'm a stuffing guy.
And generally I don't like turkey, even though that's always what we have. But my husband this year, I'm going to give his little secret. I don't know if he wants me to, but I'm going to tell you anyway. But he turned the bird upside down for an hour. And then then partway through, he ended up flipping it right side out. So it'd be all pretty right side out. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it turned out juicy and it was delicious. So
everybody's got their own unique way of cooking a bird.
It was awesome. But we are so glad that you are all here today. I would want to just take a peek and see where everybody's coming from. Let's see. We've got Northern Michigan.
We got somebody from Pikeville, Tennessee. So
ooh, close to home. Somebody there. Good morning from chilly East Texas. Texas is chilly right now. Good morning.
Yeah, we got a cold front coming through, so it's gonna get pretty cold this week.
That is true. There's Pikeville. Oh, I would love some snow. Snow would be great. Good morning, everybody. Here we got somebody from Pennsylvania. Good morning, Sue. All right.
Hey, we got a lot of people coming on, so
that's awesome.
I think Sam's ready for us.
Well, that is wonderful. Okay, well, we are going to go ahead and get started, and we'll see you back in just a bit.
Cool.
Good morning, Sam.
Good morning, Trish. How are you?
Oh, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, we've got an audio issue. Give us just a second. We're going to get Sam's audio fixed.
All right, we'll be right back. No one should have to throw away the sewing machine that their grandma taught them how to sew on. Those memories are priceless. Our family-owned business started in 1997 and has since grown to amass one of the largest inventories for sewing machine parts. Say goodbye to the big box sewing stores where you wander the aisles with unanswered questions. Our customer support is an extension of your sewing room, ready to help you with all of your sewing needs. Our consistently released tutorials help you master your craft. We're always sourcing new products that will help you sew straighter, more accurately, and with greater confidence. Whether you quilt, embroider, or sew your own clothing, we're here to empower your sewing journey. Thank you so much, you guys. We appreciate your patience. I guess all of our technical stuff after the long weekend was taking a little bit of a break. All right, well, let's go ahead and get Sam up now since he was being patient as well. Good morning, Sam.
Good morning, Tricia. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Thank you so much for your patience. So I am super excited to see some information on the MB4S. You've got a good demonstration coming up for us today, Sam?
I sure do, and I got some optional accessories to show you too.
That is awesome. Well, we are very excited to see it, and we are ready to go if you are.
I sure am. Hello, everybody.
Right,
welcome to Cyber Monday. My name is Sam, and I'm an educator here with Janome. Today, we're going to talk about the MB4S. It's this multi-needle machine. So if you haven't started embroidering yet, you might want to think about doing embroidery. It is so much fun. Now, this machine, a lot of people look at it and think it's a big, scary machine. It's not that scary. It's wonderful. I know a lot of women who own this machine. Some of them use it as a hobby. Some of it use it as a cottage industry. And I also know several people who have put their kids through college with this one machine. So let me go start telling you a little bit about this wonderful machine from Janome. We call this an MB4S, like I said, this is a 4-needle machine, which means I have 4 spools of thread on my thread stand right here, loaded, ready to go through my 4 needles. After I do those 4, I have the next set of colors in the back on the second part of the spool stand for the machine. This is the home version of a semi-commercial machine. And we call this a home version because if you look over here to the side, this machine has a built-in bobbin winder that you don't get in the commercial multi-needle machine. On the back here, I put a red thread so you can see it. On the machine, it's very easy to thread, very easy to use. As you can see, for the bobbin thread, they have a preset. So I go up here, there's a hole for where the thread to go down to here. On the machine itself, right here, I know it's hard to see on camera, but they actually put lines on the side for where you would wind a bobbin closer to your normal sewing machine. If those of you have a home sewing machine know what I'm talking about. Well, what you do is you just wind your thread on here, and then I just push this button up, hit this bobbin winder, and I can wind a bobbin. It's just that simple. When I'm done with winding the bobbin, this thing will kick out, it would stop, take out the bobbin, and cut my thread all at once, all built into the machine. Isn't that nice? Now, if you look at this bobbin, this is bigger than your traditional bobbin. This is a extra large bobbin. It's bigger than your normal home embroidery machine bobbin, but not as big as a long arm bobbin. So this is the in between. It's about 1.4 times the thread as your normal sewing machine or embroidery machine that you have. Okay, coming back over here, I'll show you this. On the machine on the top, we have tension disc up here. As you can see, there are separate holes for each of the threads, and there are separate knobs right here to the top. If you look on the machine, it is numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. So this way I know this is thread number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and that's important. And I'll show you that why in a minute. Coming down to the front of the machine, as you can see, there are slots, so it makes it quite easy to thread the machine. By thread number 1 automatically goes to the first tension disc, comes straight down through the first hole here, come back up into the take-up lever, back down to this notch, and right in front of my needle, there's a guide. Down here it's labeled 1, 2, 3, 4. So this way I always know what needle I'm threading. And as you can see, we have very high clearance for an embroidery machine, a lot higher clearance than your home embroidery machine. Now, this machine comes with 3 different hoops. Now, I'll show you to you. This is the smallest hoop that it comes with. Is this little guy right here, and this hoop is perfect for doing little baby things like onesies and things like that. Then this is our medium-sized hoop, which is this one right here. And this is your medium-sized hoop. And the third hoop that comes with the machine is this nice big large hoop. So you do get 3 hoops with this machine. Now, on these machines, on the hoop itself, they made it very user-friendly. They are in the back of a hoop. It'll say rear. So when we know, and then down here it says front. That way when we put the hoop in the machine, we can put it in backwards because we can look on here and see how it's hooped. So after we hoop our fabric, when we're ready to stitch out, we simply take this, put it into the arm, and push it forward, and it locks into position, and I'm ready to do my embroidery. Once I'm done, I simply push up and pull it forward, makes it quick and easy for inserting and taking out. Now, when I said it's kind of mistake proof, is because if I try to turn this upside down, okay, and I try to do it this way, it will go in. However, it won't lock into position, as you can see. Okay, so they made it kind of mistake proof for those people who are, especially if you're brand new to this. And just to show you, so this now it's in here steady, and I'm ready to embroider. Now the hoop itself, you have numbers on the side of the hoop, like this one says M1 right here on the side. So that way you always know what hoop you're using. This one, the small one, says M3. Right here on the side says M3. And the M2 hoop, right here, you'll see where it says M2. Okay? And it also comes with this these grid templates also. So these are the 3 standard hoops that comes with the machine. Now, the other nice thing about this machine is you have what we call our RCS unit. This is a touch screen, And the touchscreen is designed where you can have it hooked up on the machine. If you want to, I can actually take this off by turning the lever in the knob in the back, loosen it. I can take it off. There's two little flip out, just like your keyboard, that it can sit on the table if you like. So that way you don't have to always standing up on to use this machine. So there's several ways to use it. And if you notice on the keypad itself, I have a bobbin winder button right here, and there's also one on the machine itself. I also have a manual thread cutter right here if I need to. I have an auto centering key right here. These four arrows are my directional jog arrows, just like you would have it on your home machine. If I need to go move the hoop in reverse, I touch this. If I want to move the hoop forward a little bit, I touch the buttons right here. So it's very simple to use. The machine comes with 50 built-in design, but more than likely you won't be using it. These built-in design, except maybe to test out the stitch or something, you probably would want to use your own design. This machine also has a USB port on the side, so that way you can transfer the design to the machine via USB stick. It does come with a cable where you can direct cable a laptop to the machine if you want to. Now this stand, this RCS screen unit holder, I can put it back when I don't want to use it, so it's clearly out of the way. So if I want to put the unit on here, I simply pull this out, take this, put it back on. Okay, like this, tighten this back up, and I can adjust the tilt adjustment to the screen where it's easier and comfortable for me to see. Now, this machine is very easy to use. I have built letters built in and monogramming built in. So if I want to look at my letters or do monogramming on here, I simply touch this icon and it brings up all the different fonts that's available to me. Also my 2 and 3 letter monogramming and some normal sew and some border sew designs. So they're all built in right here. To go through the different fonts, what I would need to do is move them, because the screen itself is not, you don't touch it here, except we use these arrows on the side to navigate through the different letters. So let's say I want to go to Hollowbrook. I simply touch the down arrow and there's Hollowbrook. If I want to go say Le Galant, I would simply touch this arrow to move it over till I see the font that I want, and I hit OK. And if you look on top, it says Galant 1/4, meaning there is 4 pages of letters for me to go through. So to go through my letters, I can look down here and I can page over. And I have some accent markings. And I keep paging over. You can see the rest of the letters and on all that on here. Okay. Also, on the side menu right here, it shows me the orientation, how I want to bring it into the hoop. I can bring it in horizontal or vertical simply by touching this. As you can see, the AB is now gone to vertical. So my letters will come in vertically. Now this way it comes in horizontally. This medium is my default size. I can have large, medium, or small letterings. So for example, let me touch the letter J. That is a medium-sized letter. I can touch this again. That is my uppercase, small j, and my J large. So those are my 3 different fonts that's available to me. I also have a button right here on the top, down here. Right now, all the letters are in uppercase. If I want to go to lowercase, I just simply touch this. Oops. There it goes. And all my letters go into lowercase. And again, just for visual reference, that is a large lowercase a, medium, and small. Okay. Once I'm happy with my letters, I can hit OK. It takes it a minute. And you notice it automatically moved to the ready to sew screen. It tells me to put my M1 hoop in, which is the largest hoop available. And also it's going to take 6 minutes to stitch this out. But let's say I need to do some more editing. There is a fully built-in editing feature on this machine. I simply go to the menu, and then it tells me press a corresponding button. So I just touch the grid. And as you can see, it defaults to the left needle, the left position. I can now go and move this over just by here. Now I can actually use the touchscreen in itself to move it. I have the option of resizing the letter up or down. I can make the letters bigger or smaller by 20%. This will move it up and down. This, see how the bottom is showing me the letter resizing? 110, 150, 120. So this letter is now 120% bigger than what it normally is. If I want to save it, I just hit OK. And as you can see, I just saved my letterings. So this is very user-friendly machine to use. Now, let's say, for example, I need to do some more editing on here. So I'm going to simply touch the menu again, touch the edit screen, and I can have a rotation right here. So I can rotate my design by 1 degree, or I can rotate them by 90 degrees at a time. It's all built into the machine. I can go back, I can delete it, I can save it into a file folder or built into the built-in machine. If I go over to the next page, I can copy these letters. So I have fully capable copying abilities. I can also mirror image. I can mirror image them horizontally or vertically. Just by looking at the icons, it tells me what it's going to do. I can also come in here and I have arcing feature, so I can arc the design to make it a smiley face. And as you can see, when I start arcing it like a smiley face, the letters are kind of squished in. I have the option of spreading them out. And then if I want to, I also have them to bring them back in if I overspread them. So it's just that easy to use, okay? Going back to the main screen, I have a rainbow bar right here. What this allows me to do is I can change the colors that I want for my letters. So right now the default color is black. If I want to change it to, let's say, a purple, I simply touch that and my letters change to purple. Not only that, I can give it anywhere from a darker shade to a lighter shade or a lavender shade just by moving the icons up and down. It is just that easy to use. Once I'm happy with it, I can hit OK. And I hit OK again. And it takes me to the ready to sew screen. Now, if you look, I have 2 colors on my screen. Now, the first color is black. The second color is lavender because I changed it. Over here on the left, you'll see it said needle number 1, needle number 1. The little needle next to the number, this is telling me what needle or the color the machine's going to stitch from. Well, if you look up on here, I don't have a black up here, but I do have a purple but I'm not going to use a black. As I say, I want to use red. So my red will be number 1, which is my number 1 needle, but my purple is in needle number 4. So what I need to do is go into the machine and reassign my needle instead of changing my thread. So that's what's so nice about it. So to reassign a needle, I simply come up here to the screen where it shows that the spool of thread to the needle. Select that. Here is all my needle assignment. Needle 1, 2, 3, and 4. So down here on the fiery bottom, if you notice, next to number 1, the needles highlighted in red. That means after a stitch red, it's going to stop letting me change the thread because that's what it defaulted to. Well, I don't want it to stop. I have the color on my machine. So what I'm going to do is take the color stop off, simply touching that. It changed to blue. So that way now the machine knows it's not going to stop after a stitch from needle number 1. So I need to assign the second color, which is purple, which is thread number 4 on my machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these arrows, go down. So now you can see on the screen, it's showing me needle number 2. It's showing me the part of the design color is going to be stitched out. I just need to change this to needle number 4. And if you look up on here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I simply touch this, and now it says number 4. So I'm going to hit OK. Oh, go back. And I am ready to sew. Now, it's just that simple. Now, some people may say, how do you know when to touch which icon? Well, if you touch the wrong thing, the only thing will happen, the machine's going to beep on you. It's not going to do anything. Just remember, if you have a picture right next to the circle, you touch the circles, and these are for moving the section throughout the screen. So it's just that simple. Now, go back to the menu. Go back to the edit screen, and you notice right now it has the biggest hoop. Let's say I want to change my hoop size. Okay, I'm going to move this down, see if I can find some. It may not let me change it because the machine knows if I have a design that's too big for the hoop, it won't let me select that hoop. So right here on the top, I have a hoop icon. I simply touch the circle, and it's showing me all my hoop options right here. The M means the hoops that comes with the MB4S. Okay, I simply touch that, and the only 2 hoops right now that I can use with this design is the M1 hoop, which is the largest hoop, or I can select the M2 hoop. And it's telling me I'm going from this one to a smaller hoop. Is it okay? Hit OK. And it just switched, and you can see right here, I have changed it to a M2 hoop. So it's just that simple to change from hoop to hoop. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some other things. But first, what I need to do is delete these designs on the screen. So I'm going to simply touch the trash can, and I have deleted all my designs. So come back up to the hoop icon. We talked about the M hoop. Now the T hoop, you might be wondering, what does the T mean? The T means there are certain Tajima hoops that is available. You can get it from a third party because we don't stock these, but the Tajima hoop will fit the frame size of this machine. So just to let you see, Tajima has a few specialty hoops. Some of them are a circle. Some of them like a T2. It's a bigger circle. Okay, I have to go back here again, and there's a T4, another circle, more hoops, and this one, T6. This is a real strange looking oblong hoop. This is for like if you need to embroider something long, like a tie or something like that. So this is a specialty hoop from Tajima. Like I said, you can't get this from a third party. They do fit this machine. S on here stands for specialty hoops. The S1 hoop right here, this is a sock hoop. This is something special from Janome that we sell and distribute. This is an add-on specialty hoop. It's a sock hoop, and I'll show you what those hoops look like. The sock hoops look like this. This is a hooping board for the sock hoop. You get 2 hooping boards with it. This one is for the adult socks, and this is your ring. And you put your fabric in here. You would slide the sock through the hooping board and then clamp down on it. Pick it up. And then what you would do is you would hoop both of them because you get a set of them. And you would need to change this out, change this quick frame out. We simply unscrew it. And it comes with this hoop right here. And then what you would need to do is put it in here. And then there are 2 screws, which I forgot to bring the screws, of course. And what you would do is this would be screwed on. This would actually just push in here and just snap into position like so. So that way you can pull the sock underneath here and you're able to embroider on socks and stuff. Now, the other hoop that it comes with, just to let you know, this is how you put it in. If you couldn't, I know it's hard to see in the machine, but this would just snap in like this. To remove it after embroidery, you would pull it out. The second set that it comes with is a smaller one. And these are for hooping children's socks. You would do it the same way. You put the ring on the bottom, slide the socks over here, take this and just press it into position, lift it off the board, put it into the holder, and you could actually stitch out some children's socks. Okay. Not only can you do socks, you can do headbands, armbands, anything that stretches. This hoop is great because if you try to use a regular hoop and stretch it out, what happens is you usually will end up overstretching it, so that way when it bounces back, your design will curl up too much. So by using this, it only gives you the maximum that you would need to embroider the design, so you don't end up overstretching it. So you get a set of these. For the sock hoop kit, you get a set of adult hoops, children hoop, 2 hooping plates, and also the bracket for doing your sock hoop embroidery. Now, that's one of the specialty hoops. So let's go back to specialty hoops again. This time, S2. Okay, this is S1 is for your adult socks, S2 is for the children's socks. H1, this is another optional hoop. Up here you can't tell, but if you look right here, this is for a hat hoop for you to embroider on ball caps. And this is what it looks like. This is the hoop for hooping ball caps. And what is this? Is a flat hoop. It has 2 knobs in the front, along with this piece that comes loose. You would take your ball cap, put it in here, line it up. There's actually lines on the front right here that you can align up to the center of the ball cap. You go back, tighten this back up. And then on the back side, you can see we've been using this hat to do ball caps. You would put a piece of sticky back stabilizer back here on the hoop, take it, and just flatten this hat onto your hoop. And then put this in the machine, and then slide a piece of cutaway stabilizer underneath it, float a piece underneath it, and you're able to embroider on ball caps. Now, there's a friend of mine, she actually did a whole bunch of ball caps for a little league team to make extra money on the side when she was at home at night, because her little league team approached her because they couldn't find anybody who wanted to do a small job. Everybody told them that they need a 250 hat minimum or 100 hat minimum. So she was able to embroider her little league team's baseball cap, but just by having this one hoop. So she was able to make some money on the side. So as you can see, this is a perfect machine for doing your cottage industry, to have stuff that you want to do on the weekends, take it for craft shows and stuff like that. This machine is perfect for that. Or if you're one of those that have several grandchildren and you need to get a lot of embroidery done and you need a second machine, this is great for that also. Not only that, this machine, you don't need a big, heavy table to set it on. Although I do have it on a wooden table on here at shows and stuff, we've taken this machine and set it on a wood folding table, a wood top folding table. And the machine is lightweight enough that one person can lift it back here and be able to carry it. So it was not a heavy machine where you would need a special stand to put it on or roll it. So you can just put it in the back of an SUV or a minivan. It's easy enough for you to take it with you. You can take it to pet shows, embroider on pet collars, to different parties, bar mitzvahs, lots of places you can use this machine. One more thing I want to show you, I know my time's about up, is this right here, real quick. The one hoop we haven't talked about is the J hoops. Now the J hoops are specialty hoops from Janome. As you can see, there's 1 through 4 and through 8. So there are 8 different hoops that you can get for this machine. And I want to show it to you real quick. On the hoop itself, you will need to get this bracket separately. And these are what the J hoops looks like. You have anywhere from little hoops like this to oval hoops to bigger hoops. Now, what's so nice about these hoops is if you're doing something like handbags, okay, you put this in, the screw is in the front. So most machines, your screws are in the back. This is in the front, so it'll be easy to access. Not only that, once you attach this onto the machine, this hoop simply, you just push it in and it locks into position like this. When you're done, lift it, push it back and lift it up. And so these are the set of J hoops. As you can see, they're all different sizes available to you with different position on the ring. So if you're doing shirts, anything like that, these hoops are perfect for that. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this little quick demonstration about the machine. I'll give you back to Tricia. She can tell you what super deals you'll have for this machine, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And we're going to talk about a different machine. Tricia,
I decided to do something a little bit different.
Tricia?
Appreciate you doing that. We do have a couple of questions from the viewers, if you don't mind
Sure.
answering those for me.
Sure.
I believe somebody had asked the weight of the machine. Do you know that offhand?
I don't know, but I know it's under 50 pounds.
Okay, perfect. I believe we also have it listed on the website, so we'll have to take a peek at that and see if we can find the information. If you don't mind, Brian, he's going to take a little look-see at that one.
On the website, they want to go to janome.com, scroll down, look for the MB4S, scroll down the page. It'll give you all the specs on there also.
Wonderful. And on our website too, our product specialists do a lot of details, and you could probably scroll down and find the weight there too. Brian's actually looking right now.
I don't see the weight. Oh, here we go. 45.2.
45.2 pounds for the person asking how much it weighs.
So it's really not that heavy for a big machine.
No, not at all. And the whole time you were doing your demonstration, I'm just thinking this would be ideal not only for hobby, but for a small business. Like you could do so much if you had a small business.
Yeah, so you think about it. I know somebody in Minnesota right now. Last time I talked to her, she said she had to turn business down because it's so busy. And right now, being hunting season up there, she's embroidering on the guys' rifle cases that they go hunting in.
That's amazing. That's actually really funny because I'm originally from Minnesota, and the small business that I had in mind was my brother and my brother-in-law, and they have a little hunting business too. And I was like shirts and hats, and I'm like, this would work really, really well.
Oh yeah.
So very, very cool. So I know you wanted to get switched out to the other machine. Do you need a little bit of time to do that?
Yes, it's gonna be about 5 minutes.
All right, sounds good. We'll go over some of the awesome pricing then. All right. Well, before we look at the overlays for the pricing on the MB4S, I just want to mention that we are going to be doing a giveaway at the end of today. So you want to make sure that you get entered. To do that, if you go to sewingpartsonline.com/SewCreative-Live. Scroll down just a little bit and then include your name and email, and that will get you entered into the giveaway. We're going to be doing a hard cutoff at 3 o'clock, and then we will be doing the giveaway at the end of the day. So you don't want to miss out on that. So let's take a peek at some of these prices for the MB4S. And before Here we go. So the MB4S obviously is the 4-needle embroidery machine. The normal price is $7,999. The sale price today is $5,499. But again, as I had mentioned at the beginning of today, this is not the Cyber Monday event pricing. So please give our customer service a call and they'll be sure to help you out with even better pricing. The other thing that I wanted to mention about this particular machine is that in addition to the discounted price, you can also get a bonus bundle. So when you go to our website and there's a drop-down box and it'll show add the bonus bundle. So, I mean, you're doing sale price and you're getting extra goodies. So that's a lot of fun. The other thing, if you want to go ahead and pull that machine up, Brian, so we can take a little bit of a closer peek at some of those features. Sam had mentioned the Tajima hoops. They are available on our website as well. So Brian's going to get that pulled up for me. Just take a second. There's actually quite a few. I believe it's like 9 or 10 different Tajima hoops that you can get for this machine. So before we scroll down.
I'm going to show the hoops that we have.
Yeah. I believe they're listed on the page for the MB4S machine. Yeah, if we scroll down a little ways, many cool features it has. I love that large bobbin. You're not filling that bobbin nearly as often. That's always handy. Beautiful embroidery designs. There's a bunch included. If we go a little bit further down, I believe it has a list. There we go. Under optional accessories. Does that say the Tajima hoops? It's a little hard for me to see on the screen, but yeah, we have quite a few available that way. And then you've got the 3 that are available from Janome too. So that is pretty awesome. Let's go ahead and see if we have any questions from viewers. See what we have here. What is the weight of the machine? We covered that. That's that 45.2. What are the sizes of the 3 hoops? Do we happen to have that information handy?
Let's see. Included accessory.
I'm going to see if we can figure that out.
You get the M1, M2, and M3.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what sizes those are. Let's see.
Okay, we've got it's showing the M1, M2, and M3. He's seeing if he can find the exact size. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to give our customer service a call and they can double check the instruction manual and figure it out that way too. Is it just labeled as the 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, I believe that it's 2 by 2.
He thinks
4 by 5.
2 by 2, 4 by 5.
And 8 by 9.
And 8 by 9. So great sizes. That's awesome. Okay, sounds good. Let me double check a couple other things here. While we're waiting for Sam, I do want to also mention that today is all about deals. So in addition to the demonstrations, we're also going to be having lots of Cyber Monday deals. But just that reminder, you can use the I believe it's Black So 22, or is it So Black? I wrote it down. So Black 22. That coupon code is going to be eligible for items on our website, like 34,000 SKUs. So you want to take advantage of that additional sale. I believe it's 20% off. So, all right. Did you say that we are ready, Brian?
Yep, we are.
Perfect. All right. Well, we'll bring Sam back up and he can do his demonstration on the 720 Pro.
Hello, I'm back. Okay,
all right, you're all set up and ready to go?
I sure am.
All right. Well, we went over the pricing for the MB4S. I'll let you take it away on the 720 Pro, and I'll be waiting for you when you're ready.
Okay. This is our Elna 720 Pro. This is a sewing machine only. It's not a combo. It is a heavy-duty sewing machine. If you look at this machine, it is a flatbed. It's an all-steel bed. It's a heavy-duty sewing machine. Now, what's so nice about this machine, if you look at it, on the back, we have a 2-thread spool pin. So this way you can use your actually larger cones of thread if you want to. I just have a normal size cone right here. but you have to have a second spool pin. Now, what the second spool pin, why they put 2 spool pin on here, is for that way this machine has 2 motors built in. So while you're sewing with the second spool of thread, you can see there's a diagram right here. You can wind the thread, put it through here, and push it over, and you can actually be winding a bobbin and sewing at the same time. When you're done sewing, this will actually automatically kick over. This machine comes with what you're seeing right here. It comes with this nice big extension table as standard. Not only that, it comes with 3 different throat plate. If you can see, I have this table off. Right here in the front, there's a lever. And what I do is on this machine, it has extra high lift that will stay up. Now this is my first lift up, all the way down for sewing, one height, and the second height, which is the highest. I put it up to the highest possible area. So to change on my throat plate, I simply just push this button, the plate pops up, and if you notice, I have no screws on the plate itself. Now this is the standard plate that it comes with. It's the zigzag plate. You also get 2 other plates, and if you notice, it comes with this nice big storage box that you can store all 14 feet that comes with the machine. 14 plus your buttonhole foot, so that makes it 15. In this tray has compartment for your 2 extra throat plates, and you have a single hole plate that where you have a center, left, and a right needle position. So there is 3 different positions available using the single hole plate. And you also have what's called the high performance plate. The high performance plate has this hole in the left needle position. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you this. To put the plate in, let me take my bobbin out. I simply take this, line up the middle, bars to the side, push down, and I get a message saying to put the HP foot on. And if you notice, when I lower the foot one time, the needle jumped over to the left needle position. So you can't accidentally sew and break a needle. And I'll show you. See how the hole is right here? The needle automatically moved over to that needle position. Okay. So what the HP plate is used for, because it comes with this special foot, it's called the HP foot. And when you attach this on to the ankle of the machine, I'm going to change it out real quick so you can see it. All the other feet pretty much, it just snaps on and off, except for the HP2 plate. This one, you would need to change out the ankle every time. Okay. And this is mainly used for quilting. This is a quilting foot. This gives you a scant 1/4 inch in the left or the right needle position. Okay. If you look at it on the throat plate itself, this foot is only using the left feed dogs on the left side, the 2 left feed dogs on here. And what's so wonderful and so special about this foot is because if you're doing anything like drunkard's path or anything with a curve, when you're putting that fabric through, you only have a 1/4 inch of fabric being pulled underneath the foot. Whereas if you were using our standard 1/4 inch foot that has a guide that comes with this machine, you have a 1/2 inch of fabric being pulled through underneath the foot. So what happens is when you're trying to do curves, you end up getting all those pin tucks and everything. By using the HP2 foot, it eliminates those little pin tucking. Not only that, I have done it where I pieced a drunkard's path, where all I did was I used no pins. I just dropped the needle down the very top corner, very slowly start sewing, and the feed dogs actually just ease the fabric, the longer part of the curve, to fit the upper curve, and then it made it perfectly nice and fitted. I didn't have to, do any maneuvering or any kind of things like that to the fabric itself. So that's what the HP2 foot is. Yeah, you probably have seen Lots of people talk about how wonderful the HP2 foot is used for piecing. When you are piecing with this foot, another nice thing about it is this foot, because this foot will flex a little bit, okay? When you're piecing, when you're joining your blocks together, you don't have to worry about it pushing that seam over. It actually just jumps over the seam effortlessly. So this is the HP2 foot. So I'm going to change it back to the regular plate. And again, this is the HP plate. And as you can see, it also comes with your buttonhole maker and also the stabilizer plate for the buttonhole maker. Okay. And you have a nice tray where you can put your little bobbins in and everything. The plates go back into the box really nice and easy. So that way, if you want to take this somewhere, you can easily take it to class if you want to. Now, this plate also comes with a non-hopping quilting foot for you to do free motion quilting. This is one of the foot that comes with it. This is a closed toe. You have an open toe, and you also have an echo quilting foot. And how these feet work is on the back of this holder itself, there's a screw right here. You would loosen the screw, put the other, and change out one of the other 2 feet. And so when you put this on the machine, once you lower the foot itself, this little screw up here in here, you would simply turn it up or down to adjust the height of the foot that you want for doing your free motion quilting. It also comes with the dual feet foot right here. The dual feet is just like the name says. On the machine, you have feed dogs pulling on the bottom. This one, if you notice, we have 2 guys right here, and these ride up directly on top of the feed dogs that's on the machine. So it actually, your fabric is sandwiched between the feed dogs and these feed dogs in the top. So that's why we call it a dual feed, because it is feeding your fabric from the top and the bottom. A lot of people call this a walking foot. This is actually better than a walking foot. That's because this machine, this hook right here, actually hooks up to the back of the machine. And what it does is once it hooks up to the back of the machine, it's working off the actual shaft of the machine. So it is in sync with time with your feed dog movement. Those other walking foot that you get that uses the needle bar, it does have a slight delay to it, where this one you don't. So that's the nice thing about that also. Now, another thing I want to point out on this machine is this. Right here, you have a manual foot pressure adjustment on this machine to adjust the manual foot pressure. You also have your speed control right here for the machine. This machine is a 9mm machine. Being on the straight stitch, 4.5 is my straight stitch needle position. If I need to change my needle position, I have 2 knobs. The first one that looks like a zigzag, if you're on any stitch other than a straight stitch, this is your stitch width. But on a straight stitch, you would turn the knob to move your needle. As you can see, when I'm turning this knob, can you see how the needle is moving left to right? So I can easily adjust my needle by turning the knob. You can also see it on the screen. The number's changing depending on which side I'm moving the needle. So the other knob will always be your stitch length. So this is how you adjust your stitch length on here. On the screen, I have my direct stitch, which is also my utility stitch. Now, right now, stitch 1 is my stitch right here. If I want a 1/4 inch piecing stitch, okay, what I would do is, let me put my ankle back on here. And I'm going to show you what a 1/4 inch stitch looks like. Okay, so I'll put my foot on. As you can see, when my needle comes down, it's going to come down at the center. if I don't adjust my needle over, this is going to give me a exact 1/2 inch to the fence of the foot. So we don't want that. We want a 1/4 inch. So what here on the screen itself? See right here, stitch number 4 is 1/4 P. That means a 1/4 inch piecing stitch. So on the machine, I just touch stitch number 4, and you see the needle automatically goes over to the right. So now I'm ready to do my piecing. Now for this machine, when I go to a 1/4 inch piecing, the needle's on 8.3. My stitch length is 1.8. That is 12 stitches per minute. 12 stitches per minute. That is 12 stitches per inch. For some people, this is too small because it's very hard to rip out a seam. But having that small of a stitch, you can use any color thread, and you pull on the fabric, your thread's not going to show. So I like stitching at a 1.8. For those of you who wants a normal sewing stitch for a machine, it's like 2.2. So you can just come over here and just change it that simply. Now, if you notice on this machine, we have some decorative stitches here, and we also have some letters available on the machine also, as you can see on the back. On the machine itself, we have this uses a mode system. As you notice right here, this is mode 1. Mode 1 is my direct stitches. That means these numbers right here, to access any of this stitch, I would simply just touch the button. But if I want to use any stitch starting with mode 2, what I would need to do is come to the machine. This button right here says mode. If I look on the screen right now, it says mode 1. I simply touch that, goes to mode 2. Mode 2 is my default stitch, is this stitch number here. Number 1 is a straight stitch. It's telling me to use my A foot, which is my standard foot. And you notice there's a letter in the back saying foot A, and it's in my stitch length. This is saying my tension should be set between 2 and 6. And so this is a manual tension for this machine. You have a manual beef high dial for your tension up here. So I need to set it between 2 and 6. Usually the default is between 3 and 5, and the 4 is the default position for this machine. I find I very seldom have to change the needle position. Now, to access any of these stitches, let's say I want to use these decorative stitches down here. I'm in mode 2. So if I want to do this car, it's stitch number 184. So in order to do that, what I need to do is come over to the screen and touch number 184, and there's my car. So now I'm ready to stitch out the car. Now before I do that, I need to make sure I switch out my feet. I'm going to put my decorative stitch on, decorative foot on, which the machine is calling for the F foot. The F foot is your decorative stitch foot. I'm going to put that in, put a bobbin back in, and we have what's called an easy set bobbin. You just drop it in, and it cuts off, cut my thread. I'm going to put my extension table back on here. And I just want to show you how lovely the stitches are. I have it set on a medium speed right now. I can put it on a much faster speed. And we're doing a very nice decorative stitch. As you can see, notice how quiet this machine is as it is stitching. Now I want to finish up the pattern up and then do a tie-off stitch. I come up here, touch my tie-off key button, the bullseye. The machine will finish up the stitch and knot it for me. I take my scissors, gonna cut it, raise up my foot, and there is my decorative stitch. Isn't that nice? That is a 9mm stitch width. Okay. I'm going to switch this back out. I'm going to go back to a normal stitch, which is stitch number 1. Okay, I'm just going to go back, change the mode to back to 1, come back to my standard stitch. And what I want you to show you is this. I know a lot of people is making handbags right now. And they're always asking, is this machine heavy duty enough for sewing, for doing multiple layers of stuff, for doing handbags and stuff like this? Okay, this is denim right here. This is 4 layers right here. If you look, this is 4 layers. I'm going to fold this again. That's 6 layers right here. Fold again, another 4 layers. So if I put it together, okay, this is 8 layers of denim. And this is about as high, as thick of fabric as I can sew. Because if I can't get it underneath this foot, okay, then I can't sew it. Anything you can put underneath the foot, the machine will be able to handle it. So I'm going to lengthen my stitch length some. Okay, why are you not working? Okay, if you notice, I have too thick of a fabric in here. When I push this, it won't sew because my machine thinks I haven't lowered my feed dogs, but I have lowered them. Okay, so that tells me I can't sew that thick of a layer. So this is 4. I'm doing 6 layers, and let's try that. Okay, so this is 6 layers of denim. We'll lower it. Look at that. No problems at all. We'll stop it for just a minute. What about sewing cork fabric? I know a lot of you are making cork right now. This is 4 layers of cork fabric. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 2 layers of webbing to it, because we always know that everybody knows how thick cork is. And this is my cork fabric, 2 layers of webbing. Okay, and we'll continue to sew. Went through that just like that with no issue. This is a piece of organza. If you notice, my machine didn't jam up or anything. This is a piece of cotton quilting fabric. It's just going through like that, simply with nothing at all. And I'm done. I'm going to stop, cut the thread, and I want to show you. This is going from denim to 4 layers of cork, 2 layers of webbing, organza tulle, and onto cotton quilting fabric. As you notice, I was sewing on the air in between these pieces. The machine didn't jam up. It didn't get pulled down underneath. This is my tension on the bottom. As you can see, I have no issue. I have no eyelashing, no loopings on the back. I'm sewing the organza. And again, if you look, on a zigzag plate. I didn't even have to change my throat plate, because some machines out there you would have to change out to a single hole plate for showing sheer fabric and stuff like this. I didn't have to do any of that. All I simply had to do was put it through. Like I said, this machine itself, however thick of a fabric you can put through here, you can sew it. And all I have on in the machine is a size 14 needle. I don't even have a special denim needle. Like some people will say, oh, I have to use a denim needle. I just have a regular size 14 needle. As you can see, it went through all these fabric, no problem, no issue. The machine can handle it. So like I said, this is a nice heavy duty machine, and it will sew anything you can throw at it. So I'll give it back to Trish. Any questions on this machine?
Oh, I just love that demonstration, Sam. Thank you so much. Your visuals are always just top notch. I love seeing how it can go through so many layers down to just a thin layer. That's so cool. So neat. I did want to ask you, the throat space, is that 10 inches?
Yes.
10 inches? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the other thing as well, we were going to be talking about the easy needle plate change conversion. I call it my own thing. I'm the thread conversion. The 1-button thread conversion is so nice on that machine. You just hit the button and it pops up and you can change it out for the straight stitch plate. So I love that. Did you see any other specific questions, Brian?
Does it come with the extension table?
Does it come with the extension table?
Yes, it comes with everything you see here. this extension table. It does come with a knee lift also. A knee lift. And you also get this extra large foot control. I have it on a high table, so I can't use this foot control. But yes, it does come with an extra large foot controller.
Fantastic. Well, it looks like an amazing setup, and hopefully we can go over some pricing and show everybody what the awesome specials are.
Sam's going to be back next week, right?
Sam is going to be back next week for Christmas. We're excited about that as well. So we appreciate you joining us today, Sam, and we can't wait for you to come back next week.
I can't wait to be back. And I'll see you next week.
See ya. Have a wonderful day. All right, well, let's go over some pricing for that 720 Pro. That is an awesome machine. Let me get this pulled up here. There we go. Now, normal pricing on that machine is $3,799. The sale price is $2,999. Reminder, that is not the Cyber Monday price, so you can give our customer service a call and they will be able to beat that pricing. Also, this is another machine that has that free bonus bundle. When you go to our website, there's a drop-down box that has the ability to select that bonus bundle, and that values over $300. So you're getting a whole lot of savings with that awesome machine. And just don't forget either that it has the 91 needle positions. So 91 needle positions is incredible. It gives you that ability to move your needle exactly where you need it to be. So super, super cool. All right. Well, I'm pretty sure we are just about ready for our next guest. Are we right? Are we ready, Brian?
I believe so.
Okay,
but
let's
really
just
quickly,
double.
I want to come on really quickly and say hi to a couple of people that I see in the comments. that were here last
Awesome.
time. Is that okay with you?
Yes, totally. Let's say hi.
So I recognize a couple names. Pamela Tinkle, she's joining us from West Tennessee. She was here last time. Bridget Thiel, she was here last time. Sally Chan.
Sally, I remember Sally.
Yeah, she won something. I think she won a couple of things. Actually.
Yep.
So, C. Lombard and Nancy Nussbaum is joining us from Texas.
Aw.
The Sewing Brad, she won a Floriani thread.
I believe you are correct. Mm-hmm.
And Cynthia Whippler from Minnesota.
Hello, Cynthia. Thank you all for joining us again. We appreciate you.
And then Rebecca Newell. We just wanted to say hi to all of y'all because I know you were here last time. So thank you for joining and supporting us.
We appreciate you.
You ready for Arrow?
I am.
All right, let's do it.
All the way around.
Hi, guys. Hello, Harley.
Hello.
How are you guys doing
Tricia?
today?
Good.
Good. Well, how's the weather where you're at?
You know, it's a little bit chilly today, but driving to work this morning, it just looked like everything had been dipped in a little bit of sugar. It was really pretty.
Oh, I love that. Where are you guys located?
We are
Is it Michigan?
just outside of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, north of Chicago, about an hour.
Mhm.
That's awesome. Well, I am seeing that Sarah's dressed in the cute little fall outfit now. I'm loving it.
Thank you.
It's 34 degrees here right now, and we've got lots of really exciting things to talk to you about. We're going to be with you, Tricia, for the next hour.
Awesome.
And I think our plan is we're going to talk about a couple items, and then we'll have you tell the audience about it. It's all about the holiday special. So, and Cyber Monday specials. And for all your viewers out there, Sewing Parts Online had a wonderful weekend. But these are items that were not actually promoted during the rest of the time period. So you're going to see some great special offers today. So we're excited to show it to you and share it with the audience.
Yeah, we are very excited to show you the specials from you guys. They are wonderful. When I was making the overlays, I'm just like, oh, it's time to get a studio. It's time to get a studio. So
don't get one piece, get all of them.
Absolutely. Get outfitted. Get ready.
All right. Well, we're excited to see it, and we'll let you take it away.
Okay. Thanks, Tricia. Hi, I'm Harley at Arrow Sewing.
And I'm Sarah.
And we are going to spend a little bit of time with you showing about someone likes the fabric rack. Bridget likes the fabric rack. It's lovely,
nice, isn't it?
We are going to be talking about a couple different products. We're going to kind of do the gamut of products this morning. We're going to start out with some chairs. we're going to briefly show you at least 2 chairs to kind of whet your appetite for what's coming later.
There are a lot of different patterns and colors for these chairs. They'll fit just about any place.
And then we're going to get into the world's best cutting table pressing station. And then we're going to move into one of our signature cabinets, which is $9.99 or less. So wait till you see that. All right, we should probably get into it, shouldn't we?
I think so. Let's start talking about these chairs because they are pretty fantastic. Okay, so our sewing chairs have hidden built-in storage right here. Lots of place to store your sewing notions. Maybe you want to keep your scissors in there and sit on it to keep your kids out of it. Ooh, Harley's better stocked than I am.
Oh, I've got a Hershey's bar in there, some Kit Kat, and a patchwork quilting book.
Well,
What
you
more
might
do
need the chocolate. You know, sometimes those seam rippers they induce a need for chocolate.
It is height adjustable.
It is height adjustable. And you guys, this is the #1 rated sewing chair in America. And that's partially because it's ergonomically designed to provide lumbar support for all those long hours that you spend at your sewing machine.
It has a 300-pound weight capacity.
That's right.
So, and a 5-star base, so you can easily bend over without the chair flipping over and you falling on the floor.
Absolutely. And as Harley mentioned, it is height adjustable between 18 and 22 inches in height. So those of you with long legs, you're covered. Those of you with short legs, also covered.
Also covered.
Yes. And you know what else is great about these? In my craft room, it's really kind of a bedroom. So there's carpet in there. And these casters roll just fine on most carpets and rugs. So that's another really great thing.
We're going to show all these later.
Yep,
It's
we
just
sure
a tease.
are. This is just a tease.
Now, I know these have been on holiday special for $329. So we'll come back and Tricia and gang will tell you what the sales are for today. They'll say it's $329. She might tell you to call in. We'll find out. But 10 different, and a 1-year warranty.
Oh, that's right. 1-year warranty
These
on
are
the
great.
chair. Mm-hmm.
So chairs are a very popular gift item. You can buy one for yourself, one for a friend. I've been to a couple consumer shows. People actually buy them and take them to retreats.
Yeah.
They want to take their own chair to the retreat, which I'm like, yeah, why not? It's
well,
better
I
than
mean,
the
if
chairs
this
at a
was
retreat.
my chair, I would take it to the retreat. They're super comfortable, and I just can't say enough nice things about these chairs.
Denise says she can wheel around.
That's right.
Which is great.
From room to room. She's going down hallways with this. It's fantastic.
We have so much time today. This is kind of
We
exciting.
do.
We're
It
just
feels
talking
like we
about
can be
Cyber
leisurely and
Monday
go
specials.
We can go through everything that's cool about the stuff that we have for you this holiday
Ethan, how's
season.
this first spot to put this? All right.
Okay.
Ethan's our back room guy here.
He is.
Okay. So this is Millie.
This is Millie. Millie is, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Millie is the only cutting table on the market that has a built-in pressing board. Is that correct?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I think it is.
And the nice thing about the Millie is the size. And so, and the size is, there are 2 sizes actually. When it's closed.
Mm-hmm. When it's closed, it's only 14 inches. 14 inches.
From side to side.
That's perfect.
And long, it's only 37 and a half.
Yes, that is correct,
Yes.
sir.
So that's closed. Now, when it gets opened up.
Oh, this is my favorite. It's like magic. How much space you get.
And what's nice is there's a little extra clippy on the bottom that holds it.
I wonder if you guys can hear when I click this. Did you hear that? It clicks right in.
Should I open this up?
Yeah,
now we're a cutting
do it.
table. Then we open this up. Comes over. Click.
There we go. And now, let's measure it again just to make sure.
Ethan, do you want to go sky view? Let's see. This is a new camera we set up just for this live stream. So let's see how it goes.
Now,
so from side to side.
When you've got your leaves flipped up on the side, this is your cutting table surface here, okay? It is an astounding 59 inches wide, okay? And
which is awesome. Trying to get it all on the camera there.
right, and this little
so
ironing
big.
board here. Oh, It's still 37.
So same
Inches here.
depth here, but with the ironing board,
Oh, we add.
and you just need to
some
make sure that with
space.
the ironing board, you're just under 64 inches. So
That's right.
if you think about that in feet, it's just over 5 feet by almost 5 feet, I want to say.
And the cutting board dimensions
Just over
just by
5 feet by just
itself, the ironing board itself is 27 inches by 12 inches. So it's about a foot wide and about 27 inches deep.
So a foot by 2. Yeah.
Yep.
Which is great. So it's a nice size pressing station ironing board to use while you're doing it. There is a cutting mat also comes to size for
That's
the top
right.
of this product.
That is available also.
It what else do we need to tell them about this? Warranty on this?
The warranty on this is
It should be 5-year warranty. Oh, 10-year
10-year
warranty.
warranty on
It's
this
a
one.
10-year
That's
warranty
right.
on the cutting table.
That's right. And what's so great about this, this particular table was designed for you sewists, quilters, crafters. You're so tired of moving between multiple stations. I mean, you're cutting over here and then you're ironing over there and you're just all over the place. And maybe you're not wheeling yourself down the hall on your Aero sewing chair. Maybe you want to do it all in the same room. And that's where Millie really comes in handy. It's got this generous surface for cutting and one step over and you can press your pieces. It's just fantastic what you can do with this.
Yeah, and this is a table that's, you know, we kind of developed it a while ago and really brought it to more people in the last year. I believe March of this year we really introduced it. It's been flying off the shelves through cyberspace, so to speak.
Cyberspace and time
And
flying
it's
off the
been
shelves.
really well received. It's a great product. In stock, can ship tomorrow, can ship today if your orders get in early enough. Yeah, so it comes complete with a cutting mat. We went over the dimensions of it. Are there any questions for us? I'm trying to Millie go with me down the hall. Oh, yes, it could.
Yes, Denise, it definitely could.
So this is a great addition to anybody's sewing room. Does all sorts of things, has a great cutting surface for us, and the ironing pressing station. Folds down just as easily as it went up. So we start with this side.
Yeah, that's all right.
We have to do that.
You want to do that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, good. The iron's not hot. Oh, I was
Thank
so worried.
goodness.
So you do the cutting board, the pressing station first,
There we go.
and the cutting side comes
Lead
up.
down.
And there we are.
Slide it right up against
Back
the
to
wall,
a
and you're
nice
good to
tiny.
go.
Yeah, you
just
put
a
it
little
against the wall.
footprint.
It's out of the way. It's good for you to just have for another day.
That's right.
So Ethan, I think we actually need to take a 1-minute switcheroo as we bring Krista, our next sewing cabinet, out. It is a true sewing cabinet with a lift. We're going to bring that out in just a minute. Ethan, if you could cut to some music or something fun.
Actually, I have a couple of questions that I want to
questions you wanna
answer really
answer.
quick. JB wants to know, does it have locking casters on the Millie? Yes. Excellent point. It does have locking casters.
Great question.
And somebody else wanted to know, how tall is the table? It is 36 inches tall.
Mhm.
It's just the perfect height for cutting. It's just about counter height for you.
So 36 is perfect for us.
That's right.
Any other questions that came up?
Anybody else
Love
want
this.
to know anything?
Okay, you need one. You might need two. I don't know. No, we don't need 2 cutting tables. Okay, we're going to bring out Krista now, and we will show you Krista that has been an amazing cabinet, especially over the holiday period. I keep seeing orders come in from all the dealers saying, Krista, 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 sewing parts online, Krista, Krista. So here we go. Let's bring it up. Ethan, can you cut away, please, sir? Excellent. All right. All right. We tried to do that without interrupting things too much because we want the show to be good.
We want it to be seamless for
Want
you.
it to be excellent. You know, we're on the same time zone as the folks in Nashville, so nice part is this isn't super early in the morning and it's not super late at night.
Right.
We've done those too, and those aren't
Oh my
very fun.
gosh. Little grueling, but fun. So fun.
You know what's fun?
What?
Being able to sew
Oh, for sure.
and have things be ergonomic. So
Mm.
this cabinet is called the Krista cabinet.
This cabinet was designed in conjunction with a famous and renowned quilter. You may have heard of her. Her name is Krista Watson.
And this cabinet is what we call a manual lift. So what's nice about the cabinet is it allows you to have a flush sewing surface. So we have an acrylic insert, which is sold optionally, an optional acrylic insert. It's not really optional. It's almost mandatory that you get one for the best sewing experience, but it allows you to have a nice smooth surface here.
Right.
So this lift can be in what we call a flatbed position where the throat and everything is nice and flat and flush to the surface, or it can come up for what we call free arm position where you can put the accessory box back on it. So when it's in flatbed, you take the accessory off and do it. It has a quilt leaf on the side, a big quilt leaf on the back, and a drawer cover
This is neat.
on the front. So you have a nice working surface.
And it is a functioning drawer with all of your notions. There's my fabric shears that I don't want anyone to touch.
Don't touch my fabric shears.
Don't touch them.
So, and then this also provides a little additional support for you so that you can actually push down on it. So
Yep.
there's a little leaf over there that comes out.
And this little platform is super easy to attach to the table. It just
It's got a
kinda
magnet on the
slides right
inside.
in.
So it works really well.
Very
and
sturdy.
it's very sturdy.
Mhm.
The nice part about the Krista table, besides that it lets you be ergonomic in your sewing ability, because it is such a nice flatbed position. And we could bring it up. I'll bring it up to.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's show you one. It's best to do it and remove your machine.
Here, I'll remove the
So-
machine. You do the lift.
And then I just reach under here, lift it up.
Just a lever that you pull. And then you put your machine back. And as Harley said, you can put your accessory box back on and do those things that you need to do in free arm position.
Yeah, which is perfect. And then, and you'll use this sometimes, right? When you need the machine to be up higher. Otherwise, we lower it back down. It is adjustable in height, depending
right.
on your machine.
Mhm.
It's very easy to adjust. We have videos and award-winning customer service. Should you have questions? Oh, I put it in crooked, didn't I?
A little bit.
I did. That's totally on me. There. Wow.
Harley's
Don't
just
let me
nervous.
do
These are
things.
much easier to.
Oh, I'm so nervous.
To deal
so
with.
nervous.
Oh,
There. Okay. I almost got it. Sarah, I might have to have you do it.
okay.
I'm trying to do it from the
There
edge.
you go. You got it. I'm so proud of you.
Do I get a high
Okay.
five for that one? That one was tough. Okay. It shouldn't be that hard. So the Krista cabinet, I feel like we're missing a bunch of things about it. Let's start talking about the size
yeah,
of it.
let's start talking about the size of it. Okay, so it does come in white, which is just a nice clean color, goes with all the decor in the world. Now, when this beautiful cabinet is all the way loaded up, or all the way opened up, it is 6 feet from side to side. 6 feet from side to side.
Which is a lot.
That's right. And with the quilt leaf extended, here, we'll show the 6 feet first. There you go.
6 feet
Proof positive. All right. And if you go from the front of your sewing area,
to the back,
you've
just
got
over 40.
just over 40 inches.
So 3 feet, 4 inches.
Yep, 3.5 feet, just about.
And when you do that, you're just over 4.5 feet.
Yep, just about.
So, wait, yeah, 4.5 feet.
4.5
So
feet.
it is, and then with this quilt leaf extended on this side,
Mhm.
you're a little bit longer again. You just want to make sure that you have room in your room to do it. So it's just under the 6 feet. So
6 feet, that's right.
when you think about it, you really need 6 feet in width from side to side.
Mm-hmm.
That's your most important measurement.
That's right.
The back, you're going to move it away from the wall, or you can put this leaf down and put it against the wall
Mhm.
so your projects don't fall off the back.
Let's show them how nice and small this folds up.
Before we do it, do you want to throw Tricia and the folks at Sewing Parts Online a curveball?
Yes.
Yes. Trisha's like, oh no,
Oh, no,
don't
what are
do
they
it, Harley.
doing?
Don't do it. So there is an optional accessory for this cabinet.
Oh, I love
When I
these.
said fall off the back, it's called a Krista quilt block. And these attach to the side and the back with an easy clamp. I like how you just hand it to me.
Well, I thought maybe you wanted to put them both on the back, but
Here, you know what?
Harley's absolutely right. They are very portable.
So these are great because it's just a clamp, can attach to any cabinet that you might have or table. So, and it just screws right on there. So we put it on the side, and the back is kind of where I'd put it.
Right. Now, the whole point of these is to keep your larger projects from falling off the back of your cabinet, puddling on the floor, causing
Pulling your
stitches, dirty fabrics, just like all of the bad things that you do not want to happen when you're making a beautiful piece of art. These guys will hold everything in place. They're like guardrails.
They are like guardrails for your sewing.
Yeah.
So they are available online, Sewing Parts Online.
That's right.
So as an optional accessory, they come in 4 colors. So there won't be an overlay for it, but you can find it, and it's called Krista's Quilt Block by Arrow Sewing.
Also designed in conjunction with award-winning quilter Krista
Watson. So now this cabinet, when you're done with it, if it's in a multi-purpose room and you want to put it away, it's pretty easy to do.
All right, you got that tape measure handy still?
I do, but I'll put down the quilt leaf first.
Okay.
Do this side.
Close my drawer. Like, close that all the way up. Your drawer cover stores very nicely right here. Just a little insert holder area. You can see that there's a little block that kind of sticks up there. It holds all of your stuff nice and securely behind that block, so it's not sliding down and falling onto your feet.
And now,
all right.
you're at 4 foot 9 inches.
That's correct. And front to back, this is my favorite measurement because it's so skinny.
23 inches.
23 inches. That's
1
right.
inch under 2 feet. So it is very compact.
It is. Suzanne says spacious, and she's absolutely correct.
Spacious when open and tiny for storage.
That's right. And I know that some of you are wondering this, so I'm going to tell you right away. This is what's called an A7 size lift opening. An A7 measures 23 3/4 inches wide by 12.5 inches deep. So get your tape measure out, measure your sewing machine, make sure that you're adding knobs and cords and anything else that protrudes out of there. And if your machine is less than 23 3/4 by 12.5, it will fit in the Krista cabinet.
And that's the most important measurement is
Yes.
Make sure your machine fits in the cabinet. If you like the cabinet, and this one, the price point is $9.99 or less on Cyber Monday.
That's a crazy steal.
It's a great steal.
Yeah.
The cabinet normally is $12.99 most days. So it's a great sale for this product. It'll ship out of our warehouse within 24 to 48 hours, even during this crazy rush by FedEx and UPS. So we will get it into the stream on the way to you. Comes in a few boxes. It's not that hard to put together. Sarah actually wrote the assembly manuals on how to put these together.
That's right.
And you've put every cabinet together, I want to say twice or more.
At least twice. Yes.
At least twice.
Mhm.
And they're really well done.
Thank you
and
very much.
So you sit back, you grab something to drink, and you lay it out, and you kind of just tackle it, and you can do it.
Step-by-step instructions.
done.
Very easy.
So that is the Krista cabinet. Now, at this point, I think we should take a break, go back to Tricia, let her talk about, we had chairs briefly.
That's right.
Only 2. We only teased you with 2, Tricia. And then we had the Millie, and then we have Krista.
I love each one of those because I just have to share a little something with you. I, like Sarah, have a space that's shared. So it's my husband's office and my sewing room. And I'm just thinking how easy it would be to convert my space, just bring it out to my dining room and set everything up out there, just roll it down the hallway, and I would have my sewing space out in my dining room. I think I'm in love.
And then you could just put everything back on there, wheel it back in, and then you're ready to serve.
Yeah, and
on
it
your
would be
dining room
perfect. And then
table.
I would actually have a dining room because I've been trying my hardest to convince my husband that we don't need a dining room. I just need that as my sewing space instead. So if I can convince him, I'll roll it down there. It'll work.
Yeah, just show them how well it works a few times.
There you go.
Tricia, it's only 2 feet wide, so it will definitely fit through doorways.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I hear Brian laughing in the background.
Major selling point. Tell your husband.
Yep. You're going to see me bringing all my furniture down the hallway.
That would be great. We want video of that.
Right.
Yes. Well, I'd be happy to go over the pricing on that. So let's talk about
Please
the chair. Harley is totally right. We do say, the normal price on that is $449, but we have a sale price currently of the $329. Give us a call. You know how it works with our SewCreative Live Cyber Monday. We've got some fantastic deals for you. I am loving that opening where you can save the chocolate. That's awesome. I think mine would be M&Ms. I'm with Sam on his candy choice. I know he usually mentions the M&Ms. The Millie, let's take a peek at that one. The cutting and ironing table, that normal pricing is $6.99. Sale price is $3.99. You can call us and get an even better price. We've got financing available, so don't forget about that, especially if you're like me and want to do multiple things at one time instead of one piece. And then we've got the Krista cabinet. This is the one that I was looking at. Like, this is absolutely amazing. There's so much space for you. I can envision my serger sitting over on the left-hand side, so I don't have to set up a whole nother table for it. And you can put your machine in there and have an awesome sewing space. That normally is the $16.99. As Harley said, we're not going over $9.99. That is absolutely amazing. So you can give us a call. There's financing available, but our customer service is ready and willing to help you and answer any questions that you may have. Now, he had also mentioned the Krista blocks. I thought I had an overlay. I believe I do. Just a quick mention, he's not able to show all of that right now, but with the purchase of a Wallaby, an Aussie, or the Kangaroo and Joey, you actually get a free pair of those Krista quilt blocks. So I, again, don't have an overlay for those specific cabinets, but you're more than welcome to head over to our website and take a look at those and get those free quilt blocks. But they are also sold separately if you look those up as well. So
And we're going to be giving some away.
we are going to be giving some of those away during Christmas because Harley and Sarah are going to be back for SewCreative Live Christmas. And we are going to be giving, I believe, 2 a day, right? They're going to be back for a couple of segments. So we are really excited about that giveaway. Speaking of giveaways, I just want to really quickly mention that we are going to be doing a giveaway at the end of this segment. So to enter, just head over to sewingpartsonline.com/SewCreativeLive, scroll down and include your name and email, and you will get entered into that giveaway.
Do you want to talk about what we're giving away?
Heck yes, we do. We are going to be giving away a basket of fabric from IneedFabric.com. Look at how gorgeous that is. In addition to having $1,000 worth of fabric, you're also going to get that beautiful basket and gift card. So that is going to be a really cool prize. And they are a really neat company. They print their own fabric in addition to having some of the brands you're familiar with. So it's a great quality, heavy duty, 100% cotton, wonderful fabric. We are also giving away a Baby Lock Triumph, which values over $7,500. We are super excited to give that away. Unfortunately, on our last one, our SewCreative Live, it wasn't claimed. So we're really hoping that the winner gets this prize. So again, make sure that you go ahead and get entered, and we will have a hard cutoff at 3 o'clock, and that's 3 o'clock Central Standard Time. And we will give away that awesome prize after the last segment. Are we about ready for the next part of our arrow demonstration? I think Harley and Sarah look like they're ready. Let's go ahead and bring them back up.
Certainly ready for you, Tricia.
Absolutely. And we have one of my very favorite cabinets to tell you about now. This is our Bandicoot.
And the Bandicoot cabinet is at the best price you're going to find it at all year.
I think so.
And if you've been sitting on the sidelines thinking, I kind of want a cabinet, but I may not have space, or oh, it's too expensive. Well, This is the one. The
This
Bandicoot
is the baby
it.
for you. This is Bandicoot. This is our premier mid-size sewing cabinet, and it has an ultra compact footprint once everything is all folded down. And I think the target demographic for this particular table is new sewers. And for those of you who have a lot of space to spread out and you're just absolutely serious about keeping your sewing room yours and yours alone, it's a great second workstation to have as well.
It's a great, or you know what, for people like Tricia that have the dining room, this could also be wheeled into your dining room. It also is something we hear stories of people about how they don't have a lot of time to sew. They really want to spend more time sewing. So they go to their closet, they take down their machine, they've got to plug it in, they put it on the dining room table.
Oh, don't forget you have to clear off the dining room table.
You have to clear off the dining room table. You're very true.
Yes.
You know, kids' homework or meal or whatever.
Or like whatever Play-Doh is actually literally stuck to the table.
Then you get your project boxes, drag those out, extension cords, things grandkids left on the table.
Yep.
You get that all set up. You get to sew for a little while. You just spend some time setting up, and then you've got to clean it all up again.
That's right.
So we call that the dining room table because it's truly a story about the dining room table and why a sewing cabinet is necessary for your space, right? To have your own space.
Right.
And the Bandicoot is, as Sarah said, it's our entry point for the Kangaroo sewing furniture line. And the Kangaroo sewing furniture line is a lifetime warranty, has a 3-position hydraulic lift, different than what you saw on Krista. And we will demonstrate that in just a second. Also, it has heavy-duty locking casters because someone's going to ask us that question.
Yes, this has heavy-duty locking casters. It definitely rolls fine on most carpets and rugs. You're going to be good with that. The casters swivel as casters do. It is very maneuverable. So let's talk about size.
Let's talk about size.
Okay. When this table is completely folded out, as you see now, it is a healthy 5 feet across.
5 feet 1 inch.
5 feet 1 inch. And this is another one of my favorite measurements for those of you who have smaller spaces that you're sewing in. It's only 1.5 feet deep. Only 1.5 feet deep.
So that is, I mean, being 1.5 feet deep, it fits most everywhere. It's great for a second machine, as you said, Sarah.
Great for a second machine.
And going acrossways, you're just over 5 feet. So you're 5 feet 1 inch.
That's right.
So it is truly, sewing height is going to be 36, I believe.
Yep. It is, no, 29 and a half.
29 and a half.
Our cutting tables are 36. That's about counter height. And this is about table height.
29 and a half or 30 is kind of the normal sitting for that. Speaking of sitting, why don't we show, should we show people?
Yes, let's do it.
We don't have it plugged in, but let's
I'm not going to actually sew for you.
Actually, Ethan has that camera on. Ethan, would you like us to turn it or not turn it? He doesn't care.
Okay.
Not turn it. Okay.
Not turn it. Okay.
All right, Sarah, slide
All
on
right,
in there.
so you can see.
I'm going to turn you like this.
Whoa. See
that?
how nicely these chairs maneuver? Such a great deal. Okay. So you can see it. Now I have somewhat longer legs, so I'm going to lift my chair up a little bit.
I'm going to turn it even more now.
Okay.
Ethan turned the camera, so I'm going to turn it more.
Whoop. Okay.
He's going to go back to that camera, I think.
Now you can see it when I am sitting at my sewing station. I've got perfect lumbar support right here at my back. These are nice plush chairs. The fabric is durable. I mean, durable, but still just really, really cool and contemporary and fashionable fabrics. Plush seats, excellent lumbar support. And as I am sewing here, you can see my perfect posture as I am threading through the machine. Okay. I could sit here and sew like this for hours and hours and hours, assuming that there are no interruptions. I could sit like this for hours. Take a look at that lumbar support, friends.
It's great.
It's just so great.
It's nice, smooth, nice. We had a small technical issue.
We
were going to be amazing, but instead we just had to be really good. Oh, Ethan's saying we can be amazing again.
Okay, we can be amazing now.
It's just.
Oh my
it's just-
goodness.
oh, Ethan.
Harley's-
as good as
Harley's
this
playing
thing is,
cameraman.
it keeps fighting me. It keeps fighting me, Ethan. It's all right. I'm just gonna hold it.
Okay,
So here you go.
here I go. And this also demonstrates how nice this acrylic insert is. Okay, just slide right across. Oh, look at that. That's
You're
fantastic.
showing a piece of paper.
I'm sewing a piece of paper. You know what? My grandmother, when I was a little kid, she used to take paper and sew on a table not nearly as nice as this. She would sew coins into handmade birthday cards.
Huh.
It was kind of a neat thing. I didn't realize how unusual that was until I was an adult.
And now you're like,
And I'm
whoa.
like, oh, Grandma, that was really cool.
So this is the Bandicoot. And if we look at, we'll do a close up here of there's pockets. Every kangaroo cabinet comes with a stuffed animal pockets, which is the mascot
Like, he is super cute.
for
Check him out.
kangaroo.
He's just
So
adorable.
some people just want that.
Take me home.
Take me home, take me home. So you've got thread storage here in a little spot. And then on the other side,
More thread storage.
more storage. So it's a great little cabinet.
Mhm.
It
And very sturdy too. These doors fold out to support the quilt leaf, and you've got these handy dandy little door hooks right here that will hold your quilt leaf, your leaf in place. And all you have to do to fold it up is just disengage the hook, fold it over, and turn it down.
perfect.
All right.
All right,
so-
Ethan, can we do wide view again, sir? All right.
And I'm going to fold this table down for you now. Now, I had told you that
Oh,
this
before
has...
we do that, we've
Oh.
got to show the lift. We haven't shown the lift
That's,
yet.
I know, that's part
Oh,
of
is that
it,
what
though.
you're doing?
That's part of it.
That's what you're doing? Oh,
I'm so
you know,
excited for this.
I miss rehearsal. That's the problem.
That's okay. All right, so you're going to fold your table down, and you can tell me in the comments if you feel like this is if this is something that would be faster for you than clearing all of your stuff off of the kitchen table and putting it away. Okay, so somebody could time me on this.
Dun,
I take
dun,
my
dun,
optional
dun.
insert out and set it aside. This hydraulic lift is so easy. Just push down, and there you go.
You made that look easy.
It is easy.
What if I want to back up again?
Well, that's easy too. You just push down again, and it magically comes up all by itself. Here you are in free arm position. We talked about that a little bit with the Krista.
We did 3 positions.
And let's say that you want to put your insert back in. Oop, I forgot a stitch or 3. There she goes. Perfect.
You set it at the position you want it at, and it'll always return back to that same position.
That's right. Okay, so now we're going to put it away. Another cool thing that comes with this Bandicoot cabinet is a sewing well cover. It matches the rest of it. It fits perfectly right into your sewing well. And look at that. You got a desk.
A desk, a place to piece.
A place to piece.
You can
And
cut on it.
you can, yeah, I
do
suppose
all
you can
sorts
do
of
some
things. You have a
cutting.
small cutting
All
mat.
sorts
Sure.
of things. Yeah. Okay, so we've got our sewing well cover in. I'm unhooking the doors.
Oh, before we do this?
Yeah, before you can close the leaf. I mean,
You
because
know,
it's
you know what we
sturdy.
forgot?
What did we forget?
Did we tell them the size of the opening already?
Oh, you know what? We didn't. but
It's
I
the same as the
certainly can.
last one, but we should probably tell them.
This is actually an A10
Oh,
size
it's not
opening,
the
so
same,
it's
you're right.
not the same size. So I'm glad that you thought of that. Good idea.
I know. A little
Okay.
late. Better late than
So
never.
this is somewhat smaller. The lift opening from side to side is 20 3/4 inches. And from front to back, it is 11 inches. Again, this is an A10 size opening. When you measure your machine, don't forget knobs, cords, all that good stuff. And if your machine is under 20 3/4 by 11 inches, it's going to fit in the Bandicoot. Okay.
You know, that is a lot more helpful than having a magic 8-ball that Ethan has in here. Because we could say, will my machine fit? And you shake it up and you look and it says, yes, that's perfect.
It is decidedly
I
so.
think the magic 8-ball is better than us telling them the size and recommending measuring knobs and the size of the machine.
You know what? We should incorporate that
Should
into
we
our
just put
next
that
live
in?
stream.
You know what? We could do this as a finder on Sewing Parts Online website. Will my machine fit? And they shake the magic 8-ball and they look at the answer and they go, as I see it, yes.
That would be kind of
think that would be a
cool-
lot more
That
fun.
would be a fun, cool little.
It might not
feature.
work real well, but it would be a lot of fun.
We've covered the opening size. I'm so excited to show you how tiny this is, especially those of you who are wheeling down their hallways. Denise, I think you're my favorite today. And convincing their husbands that really they need a sewing cabinet. Look at this. It's teeny tiny. It's just a little guy.
How small is it?
How small is it, Harley? Well, you got your tape measure?
It's 30 3/8 by 17 3/8, but does that really mean anything to anybody?
It's 2.5 feet wide.
Correct. Just over 2.5.
And 1.5 feet deep.
Correct.
I've seen microwave carts bigger than this.
True.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the Bandicoot in the kangaroo sewing furniture line.
This one comes in 3 colors. It comes in the gray, as you see here. We also have it in a teak finish and an ash white finish.
There's the teak on the screen. There's an ash white on the screen.
White.
And Anthony's right. Husbands do need sewing machines.
Yes, they do. You know
They
what?
do.
Husbands do need sewing machines. Thanks, Anthony. You're absolutely correct.
And okay, what else do we need to know about Bandicoot? That's probably it. The pricing on this is the lowest you're going to see. It is a Cyber Monday special. She's got it up there on the screen. So financing available. Great cabinet. If you didn't think you could afford a dedicated sewing cabinet, now's the time. Special financing deal. Call the folks at Sewing Parts Online.
Yeah, they'll get you all hooked up.
It's going to be great.
Mhm.
So this is this cabinet. We're going to go now to kind of if it's a retreat and you have a retreat or a small space or you have an additional machine you really want to set up and not spend a ton of money on.
Yeah, absolutely. Or somebody's first sewing table.
A first sewing table. I'm actually going to just roll this right here because it's so pretty looking.
That's right.
Ethan, I'm just going to walk and get it. Is that okay? You good with that? Okay. I'm just going to walk and grab this because it doesn't weigh very much.
It doesn't.
There we go. There's my spot right there.
So
Look
this
at
one,
that. Now I need the machine though, which is in this cabinet.
That's right. I stored it. I stored it in the cabinet. And now he's got to get it back out.
Oh, I can't get it out that way. Okay. Live TV demo.
Live TV demo.
I have to open it
Here.
up. You know, that's just,
Look at how easy it is to open up too.
especially when
Like,
Harley makes a
boom.
mistake.
Boom. I'm ready to sew.
Harley knows he needs the machine.
There we go. We don't need this.
We'll just put that in.
Right like that.
There.
Okay. This one comes fully assembled. I did not write any instruction manuals for this one because it comes fully assembled.
It does come fully assembled. It's called the Gidget 2,
Mhm.
and it's really designed for
For beginners,
beginners, your
For
first
people
sewing table.
looking for a secondary workstation. And what's really great about this one is that it is so easy to transport and so easy to store.
It is because it folds down, the legs fold in.
Mhm.
It's got wheels. They're over here, little wheels, which are like rollerblade wheels. So you can drag it around. There are pictures on Sewing Parts Online,
Mhm.
show it kind of dragging it around.
Yep.
Um,
You know, I've heard of people taking these to sewing retreats
absolutely.
and quilting retreats because it folds down so flat. Really, this you can fit this in the trunk of your car.
Yes. Ethan, can we do a sky view real quick? So just like the other two cabinets we've shown, there's a lip, there's a ledge
Mhm.
inside here. So you can do the same sewing insert
That's
in
right.
this cabinet as you do the other ones.
And again, this is another A7 size opening. So just to go over those measurements again, an A7 size opening is from side to side, 23 3/4 inches, and from front to back, 12.5 inches. And once again, the reminder, when you're measuring your sewing machine, please make sure that you're including any protruding knobs, cords, anything like that. And again, if it's under 23 3/4 by 12.5, your sewing machine will fit in this table.
My machine right now is, I'd say 19 with my knobs.
That's right.
So
So it fits.
it's typically the width from right to left
Mhm.
where the challenge is. Ethan's got it up on the screen there, which is great. That's typically your number one challenge.
That's
with it.
right.
I think we should move on to chairs.
Just have 2 more things I want to talk about with this
That
one.
this
because
is $199.
Well, yes, that was one thing that I wanted to talk about because
Okay.
it's an incredibly affordable table for how much it does, I mean, really, you get a lot of bang for your buck. Another really nice feature of this table is right along the top here is a built-in measuring decal. Okay, it's 3 feet wide, 36 inches of measuring, so you can make sure that you are getting the right measurements when you're piecing things together. Okay. What is the maximum weight the table can support?
This one, 35.
The
from memory.
lift itself, just the lift for the machine
Yes.
is 35, but the table itself,
The table itself, a lot more.
a lot more than
more.
that, at least 100 pounds. Like I wouldn't necessarily tap dance on it, but I wouldn't have
it can
any
hold a lot.
problem
Yeah.
with, here, I've got the lift here is 35 pounds. I am considerably more than 100 pounds.
But we're not going to
And
talk about
we're not going to talk
no,
about it.
we won't talk
But you
about
can see that it's holding
Okay.
on even just one side. So yeah, stack it up.
It's chair time.
It's chair time again.
It's
Hooray.
chair time. Yay.
Okay, great.
All
All
right.
right.
I'm going to move this over here to the side.
Thank you. Look at how light it is. He can move it with a sewing machine in it.
Yes.
He's good to go. Okay, I love our chairs and I love our chair fabrics. So I don't know, should I just slide them across the floor? Are you sliding or are you catching?
Ethan, do we have a little thing we can play to? Yes, Ethan put together these great things. So we're going to go silent for less than a minute and we'll have all the chairs out here for you guys to look at. It's going to be like eye candy.
Eye candy.
Actual size of the tabletop.
Hey, Sarah, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but looks like we have a sound issue.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Okay,
there it
I
is.
just got the thumbs up. Can you hear me now? Okay. We're good? We're good. Great. Thanks, Tricia. Okay. Well, fair enough. Okay, so I told you that we have all of these different designs available on our chairs, and I just want to reiterate that this is heavy-duty fabric. This is real deal, heavy-duty upholstery fabric. And we come in a wide variety of patterns. I'm going to show you the patterns first, and then we'll switch to the solid color chairs. Okay, so the first one we have, this one is our, oh man, here comes another one.
Someone stole the red one.
Yeah, at Arrow, we have actual employees moving these chairs into their offices to use instead of their office chairs.
Yes.
That's how comfortable they are. That's how good they are.
I had to go find it.
Okay, so first up, we have, this is our Bright Buttons fabric. And you can see where it gets its name. It's got a plethora of rainbow colored buttons in various designs on a black background. So that's super cute for a colorful sewing room. Here's another one that goes well in a colorful sewing room. This is our Notions pattern chair. It's got all these cute, it's got thread and spools and thimbles and pins and sewing machines. And gosh, it's just so cute. Again, on a black field.
Here's the next one.
Ooh, this one's really cool. This one is called Wicked Cosplay. That's the name of this fabric. And it's kind of a black and gray, kind of marled, There we go. Find my shot. Okay. And we've got, this is so cool. It's got skulls and can you get closer, Ethan? This
Oh,
is
we'll
just
do it.
such a
We'll do a
cool
close up here in
fabric.
a second. We'll go and do a close up of it.
I love that we have this.
Oh, he gave me a thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
I'm
Ready,
blue.
go.
Oh, here we
There
go.
it is. There it is.
So here
Check
is.
it out. It's such a cool, like when you're stepped back from it, it just looks like a really pretty fabric.
That
But
one's
you
kind of
get
fun.
closer, and it's got skulls. It's just super cool, you
Got-
guys. I get really
She
excited.
did
about it.
buttons, right?
Yeah, I did buttons. I did
And we
notions.
Sewing notions. See those guys?
All right.
This one, we'll go back wide in a second. So this is the so now, so wow. So
Yep.
wow, so now. And then we have a cat fabric.
I like this one very much. This is the one that I have in my home, guys.
It's because you have 9 cats.
I only have 3. Okay, so we have all of these colorful cats that are arguably better behaved than mine. Again, on a black field, there's some polka dot stuff going on here. It's just really adorable. And Harley has already moved on to our...
No, I didn't move on.
You didn't
okay,
move on?
Ethan,
Okay.
I think we're ready to go back to wide.
Look at all these chairs, you guys. There's so
Got
many.
chairs everywhere.
Okay, now we go into our solid
show the
color
cat one again?
fabrics. The cat
You
one?
wanna show
I
the cat one
do
again?
want to show the
I know
cat
you
one
do.
again because I love it.
This is our number 1 selling chair.
The So Wow,
The
So
so
Now.
wow,
Mhm.
so now chair.
Yep.
Ethan's gonna have to move the camera again because he likes it when
We're
back
really
further.
making him work today.
We always make him work.
We're all over the place.
So this one and the storage underneath, right?
Mhm.
And the 5-star base.
That's right. And the lumbar support. Don't forget the lumbar support.
We froze. Is that just us on the screen? Ethan's working frantically. Okay, we're back. Woo!
Okay.
I was
Anthony
so
wants
worried.
to know, I'm a very large guy. Do these support and stay comfortable through most of a day? They do have a 300-pound
300-pound weight limit.
capacity.
Yes.
I have sat on these chairs and worked at my desk for 6,
All day.
7 hours at a
Yeah.
time, and it's been comfortable for me. So I hope it's comfortable for you as well.
What you'll find is the foam that we use in this chair is more designed for sewing. So it's a little firmer sit.
Mhm.
And as Rebecca can probably tell you, because she's obviously a chair owner, it's a little firmer. It's not super soft. Like it doesn't squish down really, really far
Yeah.
right away. I mean, you kind of sink into it, but it's kind of firm when you start, which is really nice. And
Right.
it's
The
not-
sinking happens over the course of time,
Yes.
not immediately. And it's just such great support for all of your sitting surfaces. It's fantastic.
So the other thing I should tell everyone
Hmm.
is these chairs are in stock, ready to ship, with the exception of the gray chair.
Mhm.
It'll ship within the next 14 days.
That's right.
So they'll be in next week, and we'll take us a little bit of time to get them in the warehouse and ready to go. But so if you order it today, just know you'll get it within 2 weeks. Most of these other chairs will go out in the next 48 hours. They ship in 2 boxes. They take about 10 minutes to put together.
If that.
If that.
Yeah.
So we have our other solid color chairs, and then
Okay.
we've got to throw to Tricia because we don't want her to run out of time.
All right. So I just want to tell you these names so that when you're shopping, you can say, oh, I want the Lady Gray chair. And like Harley said, this one ships out within about 14 days. Okay. We've got our Royal Purple.
We've got
Next. This is Duchess
Duchess
Blue.
Blue.
Is anybody sensing a theme here yet? We've got a little bit of a monarchy theme going on here. Okay, that's our Duchess Blue. Next is our Princess Hazel. This
And it's
one's
got-
really great. This one actually
I'll do
has...
another close-up shot of that one.
Yeah, do a
How's
close-up
that?
shot of this one because it's not just hazel. There are other colors kind of woven into this fabric as well. And that's one of those things that that I like as a person who is multi-using a bunch of different areas is the diversity of this fabric. There are rusts and blues and
Yeah.
teals and reds and oranges. Like this is just a really pretty
And then we have
fabric.
Crown Ruby that ran away.
The Crown Ruby that
But
ran away.
we
This
found the
one-
crown jewel again. The
this
sapphire's
one,
been found.
this one was tucked away in one of our coworkers' offices. She is apparently using it as an office chair, and honestly, I cannot blame her.
So it comes with a 1-year warranty, 5-star base, 200 pounds, Height 18 to 22 inches.
That's right.
360 spin, so I can work. I could maybe press over here.
That's right.
I could
These heavy duty
sew.
casters slide. I mean, like they obviously slide really well on a hard floor, as you saw.
The
me
width of the
bringing
chair.
them
Someone
out.
wants to know the width of a chair. It is on the website, but the width of the chair is just under 18 inches.
Mhm.
I think it's probably what we call it. Probably call it 17 3/4 for the width of the chair.
Right. And JB wants to know, what's the diameter of the wheelbase?
The diameter of the wheelbase. You know, that is a new question.
That is a new question.
great
I'm glad
question.
we have the tape measure today.
I'm going to say you're looking at about 21. It's kind of hard because I got to draw. I'm going to say 21.
21, 22.
21-ish.
in
21 to
there.
22. Good question.
Oh, Linda says need a few of them.
Perfect.
I agree, Linda. You absolutely do need them.
Well, Sarah, I want to thank you for spending time with me this morning.
Well, thanks,
to
Harley.
talk to Tricia and the Sewing Parts Online universe out there. I know you guys have hundreds of viewers out there right now, and we're just glad we got to tell you a little bit about Aero Sewing. So in the second segment, well, the first segment, we talked about Millie, the cutting table and pressing table.
Yep.
We talked about Krista cabinet, talked about 2 chairs.
Mhm.
The second segment, we talked about Bandicoot,
Mhm.
which is a great cabinet at an amazing price. We talked about the Gidget 2 table, great to take with you on the go.
That's right.
And chairs galore.
Chairs,
So-
chairs, and
Chairs,
more
chairs, chairs. So with that, we hope you guys had a great Thanksgiving, and I hope Cyber Monday is good for you. I hope you guys help the economy and buy lots of things from Sewing Parts Online. That's kind of what we've got. Now we'll turn it over to Tricia. She will tell you about all the great deals.
Well, thank you so much, Harley and Sarah. That was absolutely wonderful. Again, you've kind of stolen my heart with all of your furniture. I'm over here writing things down like, oh, you know, the Gidget 2 would be perfect for assisted living. I used to work at a nursing home, and I'm thinking, what a great place for somebody to be able to continue sewing in a small area. I'm like, love that.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, and I just fell in love with the other stuff. So I'm going to be working on my husband, trying to get my dining room set up.
There you go. Move it out.
We really, really appreciate you coming, and we look forward to having you back at Christmas. I'm going to go over the wonderful pricing that we have, and I'll let you guys go, but I'm hoping
Thanks,
you
Tricia.
had a wonderful Thanksgiving too.
We did. Thanks. See you guys next
Bye,
time.
Tricia.
See ya. Bye-bye. All right, well, let's go over some of that pricing quick because our next guest, Stacy Louie with So Steady, is waiting in the wings. So let's see what we have here. So back to the hydraulic chair. That one is currently on sale for $329. Now, if I had mentioned before to call in for the special pricing, we actually displayed the amazing pricing this time around for Aero. So this is the sale price, which is awesome. So again, the financing is available if needed. We've got our Millie, the cutting and ironing table, which normal price is the $699. Today only is $399. Our sale is going to be running through 11:59 p.m. Central Standard Time. Today only. So make sure that you do take advantage of this awesome, awesome sale price. We've also got the Krista. That's the one that stole my heart. I want that one so bad. Normal price is $1,699. On sale for $999. We've got that lovely Bandicoot. I think I am going to need that one for my straight stitch machine. Have that set up next to my regular machine, right? That normal pricing is $1,399, and the sale price is $599. And then last but not least, we have that Gidget 2 table. I love that you can use that for a little cutting station or just putting your, fabric up there, getting everything organized, or you can use it as an additional sewing table, excuse me. So I think that about covers Aero. We have Pocket here too, so don't forget that you get a little pockets with your order. But we look forward to having Sarah and Harley back next week when we do our SewCreative Live Christmas. So, oh, Well, it looks like needs a couple more minutes. So before we move on to that, let's just talk about the giveaway again. We are running the giveaway. You're able to get signed up until 3 o'clock Central Standard Time. And then after the 3 o'clock cutoff time, there'll be one more segment. And then we'll do our giveaway at the end of our SewCreative Live Cyber Monday. To get entered, let me just pull up that overlay so you can see. We go to sewingpartsonline.com/SewCreativeLive, scroll down and just include your name and your email and then hit that submit. And then you'll be entered into that giveaway for the amazing prize of the $1,000 worth of fabric and gift card and the Baby Lock Triumph. So a grand prize worth over $8,500. Super excited to give that away. All right, so up next we do have Stacy Louie with Sew Steady. Brian, do you mind getting her pulled up?
Sure.
Awesome.
Hi everyone, we're so excited to be here today for Cyber Monday.
Hi Stacy, welcome back. We are excited to see some deals. I was making those overlays and they are some good ones. I love the acrylic tables.
Thank you. Well, we're excited to tell you all about them. So I thought I would go ahead and get started by taking you over to our sewing table, where I'm going to kind of demonstrate to you overall what our deals are all about and kind of our two super special table deals in the first segment. And then I thought in the second segment, we would dive in and I would show you some of our amazing Get Started full year of our Starry Nights Club, which is our ruler work club and embroidery club that we're starting this next year.
Wonderful. Well, before we let you go solo, I just want to remind everybody, we are actually going to do a surprise giveaway through this. Stacy is going to be giving away some prizes. So in order to get entered for this specific one, comment #SewSteady, and we will pick the winner at the end. So I will let Stacy go ahead and take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tricia. All right, so we're going to get started today. We've got a couple of different options that we want to share with everyone. But what we want to get started with is talking to you a little bit about our super duper table specials. And our table specials are these amazing Sew Steady tables that come in these awesome travel bags. So normally you would be able to purchase this bag separately, but our table package for the holidays, we always try to include that bag because we know that it's such an awesome addition to being able to store your tables and really be able to enjoy them maybe when you're traveling or going to classes and that sort of thing. So our holiday table package starts with our large holiday table package where you get one of these amazing Sew Steady travel bags, and then we're going to go ahead and give you one of our large Sew Steady tables. And let me tell you a little bit about these awesome tables. It is a clear piece of acrylic, but what it allows you to do is it allows you to go ahead and get level with your sewing projects. So a lot of sewing machines out there have different table options. This table is designed to be super duper flat at your sewing area. It's portable, so you can easily take it to classes and be able to have it on the go for you, maybe when you're traveling. And then finally, you're able to go ahead and use it for all different kinds of projects. So I'm going to kind of go through with you, tell you a little bit about the package. So our large table package today comes with these three items: the travel bag, the table, and the polish kit. And then our super duper Cyber Monday special, it is also coming with a grid glider. So I'm going to show you how we would set all of these items up and talk a little bit about why you might want to have one of these in your sewing room. And then I'll go ahead and show you our wish table and be able to kind of spice it up for you a little bit with some of those extra features that that package is going to offer to you. So I was hoping, I got signed in on 2 different links. I was hoping, Tricia, we could switch over to the other camera and be able to.
There it is. Yes. Okay, that's the camera. We've got some beautiful stuff showing off there. So I'm going to go ahead and direct that camera to where we want to see it, and we'll switch over to that totally. All right. So this is our Sew Steady large table.
And what I'm doing is I'm showing you how you would get this set up in your sewing room. And I'm just going to go through the demonstration process of this. We got a little tree in the way here, guys. So there you go. We got to get set up with our Christmas tree here. I'm going to go ahead and mute my computer behind me so we're not echoing. Okay. There's that table. Perfect. And let's see, I think that I'm not echoing now. And I'm going to turn down my volume. There we go. Okay, so now that we've got this set up, I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate to you how we would get our table legs set up properly onto our Sew Steady table. So here is our Sew Steady table leg that we have, and we get actually 5 of them that come with our Sew Steady large table. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and adjust the height of this leg to be about 1/4 inch below the height of the free arm. So notice that I'm taking this leg and I'm placing it in front of the free arm, and I want to make sure it's about 1/4 inch below the height of the free arm. And then once I do that, I'm just going to actually do that with every single leg and make sure that they're all measured out properly, the same exact height, because that is the easiest way to install a Sew Steady table onto your machine. And again, why do you want a Sew Steady table? Because it's going to give you an amazing ergonomic, easy to sew experience on a super smooth surface. So our goal when we give you a Sew Steady table is that we're giving you a sewing experience that's going to allow you to be able to really be able to sew without anything making your sewing experience a drag. We want your fabric to flow smoothly around the needle area. We want you to be able to have no concerns with having anything hold that fabric up from going around that table. So now, once I do that, all I'm going to do is go ahead and fit the table around the sewing machine. So now you see I've just gone ahead and leveled it up to the sewing machine. And I do have this extra leg, and this leg is actually called our suction cup leg. And so now I get to pick where I place this leg. So I'm actually going to go ahead and move you down just a little bit here. And I want you to see where I'm going to place that table leg. I'm going to place that table leg. It's going to be right at the table area right here in front of the sewing machine, because that's where I'm going to put most of my pressure. So anytime we decide where we want to put our suction cup leg, we want to place it wherever we're going to put most of our pressure. So this is this table package at $149. Regularly, we're looking at around a $260 value. Is on sale for $149 for our Cyber Monday deal. So again, what you're getting is you're going to get the Sew Steady polish kit. You're going to get the grid glider. Here's our Sew Steady polish kit. You're going to get, and you're going to get our grid glider. So what I'm going to do next is I'm actually going to install the Cyber Monday super deal, the grid glider, onto the table. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about why this grid glider is amazing. And then as you're liking and commenting, we're going to talk about what our super giveaway is going to be today, which is going to be a few of these items, guys. We're going to give away one of these large table packages. So I want you all to tell us why you would love to have this large table package in your sewing room. That's, again, you're going to get the large Sew Steady table. You're going to get the polish kit, the travel bag, which you see right behind me here. There's our travel bag. And you're going to get the amazing grid glider that we're going to install onto the table right now. So the way I did that is I actually put my finger inside of the tube here, and I just kind of brought it in, and then it easily pulls out once I do that. So sometimes people have questions on how do you get that grid glider out of that skinny little tube. Well, we do want to store it in the tube when we're not using it, because it's a really great place to, just keep it safe from, getting any kind of mishap happening to it. But once we do that, I actually am just going to peel away from that sticker right there. I'm just going to peel off the backer, and basically install this right onto my Sew City table. And again, I'm going to keep that backer because I want to be able to use that in the future. So now that I've got the grid glider all ready to install, I'm actually just going to kind of flow it right under the table area there, and I'm going to line it up with my needle. So notice right there that I actually have it lined up with the grid markings that are on the actual grid glider. So I want to be able to line it up horizontal and vertical with that needle area, and that means that it's going to cover up the bobbin. But don't worry, it's really, really easy to take off and re-put on. It's this micro suction technology that's on this grid glider that allows you to be able to move it freely. So now that I've got this grid glider installed, what I have here, guys, is this amazing way to be able to do simple measurements right at the needle area. I can do, I have my 1/4 inch markings. I have my 5/8 inch markings right at the needle area. You can see those right there. That allow me to use this to guide my seams. So super fun to be able to use this for all kinds of sewing projects. I see projects happening all the time, and I think, oh my gosh, the grid glider is perfect for that because they can easily center your project right on here with your centering grid. The grid is centered with 8 inches to the right and 11 inches to the left, or actually 12 inches to the left. So you're able to go ahead and have this 20-inch sewing surface with grid markings, with your 1/4 inch and seam allowances right there, and your angle markings, so you can do all types of different projects with those angles as well. We've seen some amazing things with people doing things on YouTube. During COVID, this product really hit off because of being able to use it for mask making. So it's just one of those items now that people that use it say that they don't really even take it off because they have the opportunity to use it for all types of projects, from ruler work all the way to just basic sewing. So we're super excited to be able to offer that to everyone. So now that we have that going, we want to go ahead and again, we're going to go ahead and polish this whole tabletop area. And why is the polish important? Well, because when you're doing projects, big or small, again, our goal is that our table is going to give you a sewing experience where you're not going to have anything hold that table up. Or hold that fabric up from moving freely. And that's why our table is designed to fit perfectly around the free arm and have your table level right at that needle area. And not all machines are created equal. Some machines have these lovely contours on them. Those contours are great when you're doing, kind of a lot of different sewing. Your fabric can kind of flow up. But when it's got a rounded edge on that machine, sometimes that means that our tables have to figure out how they're going to be perfectly level on a round edge, because we need to give you a flat sewing surface, not a contoured sewing surface. The flat sewing surface is really the biggest piece of this all, because you want to have a flat sewing surface for being able to hold your projects up from front to back. And then of course, for doing any kind of ruler work, having a flat sewing surface is really, really important. So now that I've gone ahead and put my new glider on, which is our Super Cyber Monday deal on our table package, I have polished that whole area and I am ready to freely sew with this amazing table. So again, this is our basic large table. It is our best-selling size at 18 by 24. It does come with 4 portable legs. You saw how easy it is to just pop those legs on and pop them off. Again, I can kind of show you from the back here, popping on and popping off. So you can easily take those into any kind of sewing environment, whether you're taking a class or you're doing any kind of traveling with it, or even just keeping it in your sewing room. Not all of us are graced with a sewing room, so being able to set it up maybe on the kitchen counter and get your projects done and then be able to go back to it is really, really handy. And this is a table that you can easily do that with. Now, notice that we've got something fun happening here, guys. This is one of our holiday options where you can add an etching to the table. Sometimes we get into environments where maybe we're taking a sewing class and there's a few other people with the same machine and the same table. So being able to have a differentiating feature on your table is kind of fun. So this is a holiday etching that we're adding for $10 more if you wanted to add a little holiday flair to your table. And this is inspired by one of the embroidery designs and ruler work designs that you can create with that new Starry Nights kit that we're going to show in the next segment. So we're super excited to be able to share that with you as well. So again, our large table package comes with our Sew Steady large table. It's an 18 by 24 table. You get with that the Sew Steady polish kit, which is part of our holiday table package. You get the amazing travel bag. And I didn't do justice in showing you that how awesome this travel bag is. So I'm gonna do that right now. So this travel bag that you see behind me here, this travel bag not only stores this table really, really well, but it also has some awesome features that I want to share with you. So I'm going to back you up just a little bit here so you can really appreciate how awesome this travel bag is. And I'm going to show you these amazing features. So this travel bag comes with a double zipper. You can see that right here. We've got a double zipper. And what we are doing is I'm opening this up. So you can start by opening it at the very bottom, and I can open it all the way up. Literally, so I can just lay this flat and be able to put a table in flat, which is amazing. So what else it has in it is it actually has a second compartment that's the size of the table. So I can store cutting mats in there. I can store 18-inch rulers in there. Again, a great way if you're kind of a sewer that's looking for more storage of your goodies because maybe you're sharing your sewing space with your kitchen or I keep saying that, maybe that's me, or maybe you're sharing your sewing space with someone else that has to share that room with you, or you're at a show or a event. Being able to have these different storage options is awesome. So we also have these pockets in here. You see this pocket. There's actually 4 different pockets that are in this bag to be able to store things like the polish kit that I can just easily put inside this pocket here. Or I can put inside the pocket maybe one of my grid gliders. So this, again, is just a great way to be able to store all your goodies and be able to have everything kind of kept together. So awesome price point at $149. And this is our giveaway today. So tell us, with this being our super giveaway today, the thing that one person is going to win, the Sew Steady large table package that you get to put on any make and model of machine. That's right, guys. We even make these for the featherweights. You can get one of these awesome table packages for a featherweight table. You can get them for older machines that maybe you love and don't want to stop sewing on, but you maybe don't come with all those awesome accessories. You can get them for brand new machines that maybe you absolutely love Sew Steady tables and you can't live without them, which we have, mind you, heard several times in the past. That's a very common statement that we have from our customers, because once you've sewed on one, you would know how the experience really does impact your being able to sew accurately and enjoyable. A lot of being able to sew and enjoy what you're making is the experience of doing it. And if it's difficult, if it's not fun because you're struggling with keeping the fabric up or because you don't have the right tools, you really do want to be able to get the right tools so you can enjoy the sewing experience and make some of those awesome holiday projects. I've been working on a couple of holiday projects, and I'm going to actually show you a couple of those today during our second segment where we dive into our Starry Nights kit. But this is little pillows that I was making, and I was using a couple of our templates called our wreath templates to be able to do that with ruler quilting. So this is just a technique that we use, but again, being able to do that on a smooth flat sewing surface using the tools that we have here, like the glider and the polish to do it, definitely made a huge difference. So that is our So Steady large holiday table package, Super Cyber Monday deal, where after this week, you will no longer get the glider with it. So the glider is the Super Cyber Monday bonus item, and this is totally worth it. This is our best-selling accessory, guys. So actually what I'll do too, Tricia, is I'll do one more giveaway, and it will be for just that grid glider, because that is such an awesome item that people absolutely love. And I know that that's going to be one that we can get some comments on. So the grid glider on itself, costs $25. So you can purchase this and put this on any existing smooth flat sewing surface. Again, we recommend a smooth flat sewing surface for that. It's not going to be ideal if you're doing maybe any kind of work on, say, a wood tabletop, because it is and it's micro sectioning to the acrylic or to the smooth plastic. So you really need to have that smoothness there to be able to grip it. Otherwise, you probably have to tape it down. But it's really intended for our So Steady tables and for people to be able to use as a feature of the So Steady table. Okay, so now that I've shared with you our amazing large package, I think it's time to tell you a little bit about our holiday wish package. And we call it the holiday wish package because we have a wish table that is the table that all of our customers wish they had. Now, it was a table that was created by our customers because we did a focus group. And we had people telling us for years, oh, you need to add this to a table. You need to include this. You need to have a drawer. You should have holes in the table for being able to do circle sewing. The table should have beveled edges on all the sides. And we took all of those wishes from folks, and we made a table that fits all of those wishes. So that is called our wish table. And I think we should go ahead and show you what that's all about now. So let me go ahead and pull our wish table up now that I've showed you our amazing options for our So Steady large holiday table package. Again, that's the $149 deal, which is a super, super deal. Getting over $260 worth of items. I think $149 is a really great gift point too, for, you know, a holiday item. One thing that I always think about when I'm buying myself, you know, holiday gifts, because sometimes you have to buy them yourself, right? I mean, I love it if I could get, you know, my husband to be able to buy me the gift that of my dreams. But sometimes, you know, you just kind of have to let him know that I'm going to go ahead and take this one on and you can wrap it for me. I don't know if anybody else has that experience, but sometimes I think it's easier, especially if it's one of those items that you know you have to have. So now I'm going to go ahead and bring you right down here, and I'm going to show you the experience of getting your wish table ready to go. So again, the wish table has a similar process of getting the legs installed onto the table itself. So the only difference is this gorgeous table has an awesome, awesome drawer. So you can kind of see that drawer there. I'm going to go ahead and flip this over, and we're going to put the legs on this table. This table is actually a little bit bigger. It is 22.5 by 25. So you can see the size of this just gives you a little bit more space in the back of the machine, as well as being able to do all kinds of different things in the onto the left side as well, with the drawer being added. So let me go ahead and put those legs on the table, and we'll get this going for you. All right, so again, same process for installing your legs. You're going to go ahead and measure to the height of the free arm. And the only difference is that this has a drawer. And with having a drawer, we actually have a little bit of a extended height underneath the table that we have to adjust to. So when you get your wish table, a few of your legs are going to be taller and a few of your legs are going to be a little bit shorter. So I don't know if anyone can guess which legs we would actually need to go ahead and make a little bit
shorter. Let's see if I can get this figured out for you here. So the legs that are going to be a little bit shorter are going to be the legs that go onto the drawer right here, because you can see that we've got a little bit of a height difference in with the rails that we use to be able to keep the drawer in place. So I'm going to go ahead and just pop this leg on. You can see me pop it on right there, and I'm going to pop this leg on, but I'm going to go ahead and bring that foot in about 1/4 inch, because that height is going to need to be a little bit lower. So, and again, these are actually just levelers, but I use the levelers in advance, so I don't have to worry about being able to maybe have issues leveling it once it's already on the machine. I find that having to level a table when it's already on the machine can get a little bit hairy, because sometimes you're kind of going from one leg to the next, trying to get it all level, and it doesn't always work right. So being able to level it ahead of time is best. Okay, so now I'm going to take that leg that I just adjusted to the correct height, and I'm just going to put this right next to it, and notice that this leg is going to be a little bit taller. You can kind of see that there, and that's what we want. We want it about 1/4 inch taller. So now I'm going to install those on the legs that are over here that don't have a rail attached. And again, it's just a pop on, pop off leg system, which makes these so easy. Every now and then, though, somebody calls us up and says, hey, we lost our legs. That happens, guys. You might lose your legs. Sorry for knocking you. You might lose your legs. It's a very big possibility, because if you don't have an awesome travel bag, like the bag that we have right here, where you can store your legs in this front zipper pocket, that's where I always put my legs, then you're going to potentially lose them. But I would say that the good news is that we can easily send you out a new leg. All you need to do is, actually, I think that Sewing Parts Online has our replacement leg options on there. All you have to do is order up a leg based on what either table part you have, which this is some good knowledge here. We have a table part listed right in the back right corner of the table, so you always know what table part you have. Or you can go ahead and let us know by letting us know just the make and model of machine and what size of table. So it's super simple to do that. Okay, so we're on to our wish table. We're showing you some of the features of our wish. So same kind of features as our large. We have the beveled front edge, so you can easily have fabric flowing up to the actual project area. And again, when you're doing bigger projects, having that beveled front edge that you see right here is ideal, because you want to be able to have that fabric flowing smoothly. But we also have the beveled edges all the way around. So it's really ideal for those bigger projects. In the back, we have the beveled edges. So things are going to flow easily up and down that table area, and be able to kind of help the sewing experience a little bit. In addition to that, we have this amazing drawer, guys. So this drawer is ideal for storing all kinds of cool things. I love to store my sewing pins up in this wet round hole here, and then I just pull it out and drop the pins in as I'm sewing. The cool thing too is that you can actually take the drawer out. We've got this beautiful tree in the way here. You can take the drawer out and you can choose which direction you want to go ahead and have things accessible to you in. So I tend to have them accessible, so I have my little things right here, so I can just kind of have the drawer pulled out a little bit and be able to drop items like pins in there. But I keep my extra feet in here. I keep my stitching line discs, my pens for doing my ruler work. So it really does offer all kinds of great options for being able to kind of keep everything right there. And that really brings me to another point of what people absolutely love about these tables is they're clear. So you can store things like your tools underneath your table or in your drawer and be able to see them and access them with ease. So that's really, really helpful when you're doing any kind of projects, being able to keep maybe your quilt squares right here and keep them organized. I see people doing that a lot,
That's one of the features that they love about the Sew Steady tables is that they are clear acrylic, and you have that option. So in addition to that, the table comes with the amazing drawer. It comes with the holes in the table and a pin, so you can do circle sewing, which is another really fun feature, allowing you to be able to create all kinds of circle sewing projects. And I'll see if I can actually show you how that feature works today too. But that allows you to go ahead and just put a pen through your project and then pivot around to be able to create a circle of the size that you need, and create kind of a neat little circle around your project. So actually, let's go ahead and see if I can get that on here right now. I'd love to go ahead and create a circle around this lovely project today, and I thought that that would be a great way to show it off. So that again is our circle sewing feature. So in order to do that, I'm going to actually change the foot onto my sewing machine, and I'm going to change it on over to my standard foot that goes on this sewing machine. And the goal is that I'm just going to I can actually choose any kind of stitch setting that I want to be able to create the circle, because I'm going to do this with my feed dogs up. And so I might even choose one of these fun little features that they have in here that allow you to kind of maybe have more of a holiday design, if you will, since we're, creating a design around around my wreath. So on that, I'm going to go ahead and stick this tool down. So again, you can use the pins in the extension table, the holes, and then drop a pin up through the table here. So I'm just going to place a pin up through the table, and I'm going to pin my project to that. So let me go ahead and pin my project to the actual pin that I'm putting up through the table there. And I'm just going to show you how you can do some amazing circle sewing. And as I'm doing this, Tricia, I think we should give one of these awesome circle sewing tools away. So far, guys, we've got 3 giveaways, and I think they're three pretty amazing giveaways, to be honest with you. We've got our circles and straights tool. We have got our grid glider, and then finally we're going to give away a Sew Steady large holiday table package. So I'm pretty excited about this. I got to be honest, I get kind of generous during the holidays. I love being able to give things away, and there's no time like the holidays to do that. Okay.
Well, oh, I'm so sorry,
Yeah.
Stacey. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was going to have Brian pull up the giveaway tool so we could do that while you were changing it.
Oh, sure.
Did you
Absolutely.
Do you want to go ahead and do the giveaway right now, or were you wanting to wait it just a bit?
No, let's do it. Let's do our first giveaway right now. Let's do it. That's
Okay.
great.
Sounds good. Well, let's do the circular attachment first. So,
Okay.
All right, you ready?
Yep, we're ready. Who's it going to be? I ran out of room on my paper here. I'm going to write it down. All right. Diana Duggan, congratulations. You're the winner of that circular attachment.
Yay.
Woohoo! I like that. Yay. Do we get to win?
Congratulations,
Well, these are
Diana.
a surprise to us as well. So I'm loving this. You are being awfully generous, Stacy. So let's do the number 2. Let's do the grid glider. Let's do it again there, Brian.
Let's see.
Here we go again. Love it. Who's it going to be? Yvette? How would you say the last name?
Boenki.
Boenki.
That's how I would say it. Hopefully that's right.
Sounds good, Yvette. Congratulations. You get that grid glider. That is a wonderful tool. I've used it on my machine, and not that it's recommended, but I have cut it down when I needed just a slippery surface on my machine as well, but without the table attached. So there's different ways that you could use it. Yeah, because it's another way to utilize that nice slick surface. So not
Absolutely.
that you want to cut it down. But the last one, that is an amazing giveaway, the large holiday package. Awesome, Stacy. Let's go ahead and pick that final winner. Okay, and this will include that wonderful table, and it is cut to order. So just a heads up with the tables, they do take about 2 to 4 weeks to be cut and sent. And the winner for that is going to be Kathy Palmer. Congratulations,
Yay.
Kathy. All right, you all 3 lucky winners. We will make sure to get that out to you if you want to just claim your prize by going to, let me just put this overlay up quick while Stacy's working on that. If we scroll, let me do enter. Can you find it there, Brian, down at the bottom?
Let's see.
I think, oh, there it is. I can put it on. Here we go. All right, so to claim your prize, if you just want to visit the link tree, it's linktr.ee/sewing parts online. There's a little button there for click claim your prize. Just fill out that form and submit that, and we'll get your information and send out your prizes. So please make sure to go ahead and fill out that form so you get your awesome prizes. And just to make sure everybody's aware that this is separate from the grand prize giveaway. This was a nice surprise from Stacy. We were not originally going to be doing a prize until the end. So that will be really fun.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Are you ready?
I think I'm ready. Yeah. So
Okay,
while we were doing our prizes, I went ahead and polished up our So Steady wish table because our wish package comes with the bag. So
Stacy, I'm so sorry to interrupt. There's a little bit of an audio feedback there on your mic.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can go ahead and make that better for you here.
Okay.
Let's see.
It's a little bit of buzzing.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of buzzing. If you need a couple of minutes, we can let you off and then.
Yeah, let me go ahead.
On.
Let me go ahead and I'll head out and then I'll come back.
Okay, sounds good. We look forward to hearing from you.
Okay.
All right, and while she's taking care of that, we're just going to go over those holiday deals. We've got the So Steady Holiday Large Package. That one is on sale for $149. You get that large table, and that's going to be the 18 by 24, and it will come with the, I believe, the Elevate bag. Yep, the Elevate bag, and then the polish kit. So those are cut to order. Just a reminder, as I just mentioned, it is about 2 to 4 weeks for those to come in because they are cut per order. And then we've got our wish table. I love the wish table, you guys. That little drawer is so convenient. You just pull it out, put all your handy dandy stuff right there with you. You have your little snips, your tweezers, anything that you may need. That is normally the $309 and it's on sale for $249, and it'll be the wish table. And then also you've got the create bag and then the polish kit. Were you going to say something, Brian?
I was. Will you put the transparent overlay on really quickly?
On the holiday?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Either one. So I've seen a couple of comments on how to use the QR codes. Do you want to explain?
Yeah.
Really quickly.
Sure. So the QR codes are something new that we're doing. You simply take your camera. Let me grab my phone here. So you would take your camera and just hold it up and scan it. And then once it comes up, it'll have a link. And you can click on that. It'll bring you directly to our website, give you all the details for the item. Now, that's an additional feature. You don't have to scan it. If you want to, you can go to our website, which is sewingpartsonline.com, and you can just look up the item by its name up at the top, and it'll come up that way. The other thing that I do want to mention is with these holiday packages, you would have to add the table to your cart. And then there's a drop down box to select the other items. The sale price is going to reflect in the cart. So I apologize for any confusion, but it should be pretty straightforward. Add the table, add the bag, add the polish kit, and you'll get the sale price.
Or you can just call and our CSIs will help you with it.
Yeah. And as Brian said, you're more than welcome to give us a call, and we are happy to help you. Our customer service team is waiting and willing to help you with any questions that you have. All right, well, it looks like Stacy's back on. Let's see if we can get her back up. How does it look?
How do I sound?
Oh,
so good. All right, we'll let you take it away.
That's sometimes what earbuds will do to you. You get into the robot mode. All right, well, I've got this all set up. I was going to show you how to do the amazing circle sewing feature with this. But essentially what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and choose your stitch, which I'm just going to do a simple straight stitch to get started. I could go back through and actually add in some extra features. Maybe I want to go back over that straight stitch with more of a decorative stitch. But I'm going to start with a straight stitch. And so then I'm just going to drop the foot down. I've got my feet dogs up and I'm just going to take it in a circle. And this is actually pivoting on that circle sewing feature that's on the machine itself. Of course, my machine has decided that it's maybe not threading properly. And so I am struggling a little bit, guys. So what I probably am going to do instead of showing you how to do it with the actual thread in motion is I'm just going to show you essentially what's going to happen with this project with the feed dogs taking it into that circular motion. And this is what's going to happen if you use the circle sewing holes on your table, or if you choose to go ahead and purchase that circles and straights tool, which is the item that we gave away a minute ago. But basically we're just using that pen solution and it's flowing through that around that project and taking it in a circle on that pivot point and giving you a perfect circle to be able to maybe design around. So again, this is just a cute little holiday project that I'm creating. I'm doing pillows for my friends and family and using our Sew Steady and Wesley Design tools to do that. And so I was going to add the circle sewing project into that feature. So as I'm wrapping up this version of our live today, because we're going to get into our next super deal, which is even a bigger amazing deal. I'm going to tell you again on our Wish package, you're going to be getting our Wish table, which again, like Tricia was saying, has the amazing drawer, which is one of my most favorite features as well of this table. It's got the circle sewing feature, which is allows you to do all kinds of different circle stuff. I even do circular pillows. You can just add circles to your bigger quilts to kind of finish them. So that's a really fun feature. It's got the beveled edges on all three sides. The package itself comes with the amazing Wish bag, which is even bigger. This bag is 26 by 26 in size. So it's going to fit all kinds of different things, including your Wish table. It also has the bigger compartment inside. And then instead of just having 4 pockets, you're getting 6 different pockets to be able to store items in. Let's see if I can show you that a little bit better right here. But you're getting 6 different pockets to be able to put all kinds of different items in. So whether it's just the polish item or being able to store even your tools or your cutting tools, scissors, that sort of stuff, you've got that all right here in the bag. It's got the double zip feature, so you can go ahead and open it up all the way to place your Sew Steady table in there. And then finally, you're getting that polish kit. And the bonus deal, which I have to show you, is for our Cyber Monday package, we are giving away the suspension system. So let me tell you about that really quick here. Our Sew Steady suspension system is this amazing option for being able to take the drag out of quilting, is what we like to say. But it helps with all kinds of sewing projects, guys. What it does is we're actually giving you this amazing box, and I'm going to open it up for you because this is actually a super deal that we're offering with our next Cyber Monday package as well. So I'm going to show you how this works and how it installs right now. So this is our Cyber Monday package deal with the Wish package. If you buy the Wish package before the end of the week, we're going to give you a 2-piece suspension system with this table. So with that, you're going to get, and I'm going to show you what it looks like when you open the box. You're going to get 2 arms. You're going to get 2 of our fabric dowels. And then we're going to go ahead and assemble this together. So I'm pulling out the little clip that we use to hold up the fabric. I'm pulling out the arm. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of roll the arm up a little bit. And this is how we're going to go ahead and get this ready to install onto our tabletop surface. Now, a lot of questions come out about the suspension system, and I'm going to tell you that it is so awesome. We've got all kinds of customers that have told us how this has made such an amazing difference in their quilting and sewing experience. You can do so many different things with this. We've had customers that decided that this would be perfect for finishing the binding on quilts because you're working with that bigger quilting surface and you need to be able to hold up the project. And sometimes we just don't have enough arms in our sewing room. So this is getting you 2 more arms with our bonus deal for Cyber Monday on the Wish package. You're getting our 2-piece set. So you're getting 2 additional arms in your sewing room to be able to help you finish bindings, to be able to help you finish quilting, to be able to help you, this is a good one, fix a big dog bed. My dog tends to like to chew up his bed and I'm tired of buying him new beds. So I decided I was going to go ahead and repair that bed. So you can actually use this to just grab onto any item and suspend it in the air while you're trying to sew that other section. So this is really ideal. Also notice that it expands really tall. This actually, you can clip this to any type of like plastic tables. Maybe you're, at a portable table and you want to be able to use it in a retreat. This expands up to 3 inches thick. So you can clip this to all types of different things. Now, right now, I'm going to actually just clip this right onto my Sew Steady table. So I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that just right into the back area here. So I'm going to move this out of the way and I'm just going to go ahead and set this up in the back and you can kind of see that. Let's see. Can you see that? I'm going to make it sure you can see how I'm doing that right there. So I've just gone ahead and clipped it right there. And I'm going to go ahead and just push this down. And then all you do is you tighten it by using this blue roller bar. Super easy, guys. And I actually made that pretty wide. So it's going to take me a while to tighten it. So I'm going to bring it off and get it a little bit closer to the right height that we want. There we go. So now I'm just gripping it. What I love too about this suspension system, and this is the only one that I would ever recommend attaching to your Sew Steady table like this, is that it has these rubber grippers. So when you're attaching it to a tabletop surface, you're not worrying about damaging that surface because your acrylic table is acrylic. You don't want to just put a piece of metal on it and hope that it's not going to hurt it. So these actually have rubber grippers when you're attaching them that make it so you're not going to worry at all about gripping that surface and being able to not do any damage. So let me see if I can get my tree out of the way a little bit here. There we go. We'll get the tree out of the way so you can really see that. All right, so now I've got the suspension set up. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and attach the clip. So in order to do that, I'm actually just going to go ahead and put that circular piece on right there. I'm just going to put that onto the eye. And let me see if I can show you a little bit better there. There's the eye. I'm just going to put that right onto the eye there. I'm going to pop that on. And then here we go. All right, so I'm going ahead and attaching that to the top, and we are ready to go, guys. We're ready to go ahead and grab onto a project that we maybe want to finish or complete and be able to do a little bit of quilting. So I just so happen to have a neat little project here. Let me get my circle sewing project out of the way, and I'm going to put this right up here and show you how easy it can be. So I've got my arm displayed here. There's my arm. I'm going to take this dowel and I'm going to go ahead and hang this big table runner project that I've been working up onto this dowel and be able to kind of get this project up out of the way so I can go ahead and do my sewing. So you can notice that I kept just a little circle there. If you're doing bigger projects, we do recommend keeping a little bit of maybe one loop in that to be able to help with the bigger projects. But this arm itself, guys, extends up to 28 inches. So you've got 28 inches of height there to be able to really hold up your project. So I'm going to go ahead, because this is a bigger project, I'm going to go ahead and put it at its maximum height and go ahead and use the tabletop surface to support the rest of the weight. So now I've got that set up. I've got my arm set up right there, and I can go ahead and quilt away on my project. Look at how well that's suspended now. So I can go ahead and just kind of choose the area that I want to start doing my finishing quilting in, maybe my binding, that sort of thing, and be able to really hold up that project. Now that's just one dowel. You've got two that you get to go ahead and use to help hold up the project. So what we recommend is, depending on what you're doing, you might want to go ahead and set it up to support whatever area you need to support for that project at the time. So I was going to go ahead and just add one more to the back of the table and be able to kind of hold it up because it is a bigger table runner, hold it up on that back side. So I've got two set up on the back of my Sew Steady table. Again, if you're doing a bigger project, we just recommend that you go ahead and use maybe a tabletop area. When I developed this, I was finishing a t-shirt quilt, and I knew that I did not want to have to keep up my my suspension system that I was using at the time. I could not keep that up in my kitchen all weekend long. And so I needed to go ahead and have a different solution. And so this allowed me to go ahead and grip an arm to the actual kitchen counter area. And so I actually, because I was doing a bigger project, I had it attached to the outside edges of my table and then of my counter. And then I was able to go ahead and suspend it a little bit further away from the machine and do the items that I need to do. So our Wish table package includes the Sew Steady 2-piece suspension system, which is a $59 value. It includes the Sew Steady Wish travel bag, which is a $60 value. The Sew Steady polish kit. And then, of course, don't forget the amazing Wish table. So you're getting all of that for $249, guys. So again, another really, really amazing table package that you are going to love for years to come. And that is available for $249. That's a total value of $363 with all the goodies that you're getting in that. So that is our two super duper table holiday packages. Now let's talk about our brand new club. So I am so excited about our Sew Steady Starry Nights Ruler Work and Embroidery Club. We are actually launching this right now in our Cyber Monday deal. You have the opportunity to join the club, and you're able to join a club that's giving you, I'm serious, guys, $2,000 worth of goodies. You're getting $2,000 worth of product for just $4.99. So let's talk about what that means to you and why you might want to join the club. So have you ever considered maybe wanting to get started with doing kind of ruler work? Or have you been interested in getting a little bit more education with embroidery? Our club is not only going to give you all of the tools to get started learning ruler work with a full year of education, but you're going to also get 120 embroidery designs with education to go with those designs as well. So I'm going to take you through the unveiling of our Starry Nights box and kind of show you what this club would mean to you if you decided to give yourself the gift that keeps on giving all year long. So that's what we're calling our Starry Nights Club, because this is the gift that keeps on giving all year long. The first and foremost thing that you have to do when you open up this box is you need to register your club. So we give you this awesome, another QR code. We give you this awesome way of being able to get online and register your club on our Sew Steady University. So we give you the little link there, or you can just scan this like we showed earlier with your phone. And then when you see a little square pull up on the camera, you just go to your camera app. For most phones, just go to your camera app, the square pull up, and then you just tap that and it takes you to where you're going to register the club. And then there's this really long number, unfortunately, really long number that you're going to type in, and that's going to be your code. You're going to type this into our coupon code field, and that is you registering your box. It's basically you enrolling into that class that's going to show it's a total value of $5.99. You're enrolling in that class on the university, but it's not $5.99 to you because it's $4.99. That's our Super Cyber Monday deal, and that's what you're getting it for. So you're getting with that package Okay, guys, so you're getting this amazing calendar, and I'm going to take you through the calendar because this calendar is showing you all of the projects that you're going to be learning every single month over the next year. So what this club is giving you is it's giving you 30 different tools to create it was a 16 block quilt, which we'll show you here in a minute. You're getting 32 tools that you're going to use in creating over 10 bonus projects over the next year. And we're giving you 120 embroidery designs that allow you to take maybe take those designs that we gave you with the tools, and you can make bigger designs with them or smaller designs with them, and be able to do all kinds of additional things with them. In addition to that, you're getting inspired. And I'm going to show you why I call it our inspiration guide as well with those embroidery designs. So let me take you through the calendar first, because this gets me super excited. This is giving you a calendar of events for the year and the inspiration on what you're going to be doing every single month. So this is our first month. This is showing you the 2 blocks that you're going to be making in the Starry Nights quilt. The Starry Nights quilt is again comprised of 16 different blocks. And then we're showing you a little inspiration on what you're going to be getting for embroidery designs right there. Now, the other really cool feature is that every single club member gets bonus deals every month. So those bonus deals are only available to club members. So the first month you get a bonus deal of 25% off a SewCreative wish table. So again, I don't know if that's going to be equal to the amazing holiday Cyber Monday deal that we have, but this is in case you decide that you need a wish table and you missed the Cyber Monday deal. You're going to get 25% off a SewCreative wish table in the January if you're a club member. In addition to that, we're also telling you when the classes are going to be. So again, these classes are both ruler work, where you're learning how to do quilting with rulers, all the way from the basics. So the first month, we're going to actually be an entry-level class. So again, this is a class that for the first time ever, we have a whole year of education dedicated to one template set that's going to take you from beginner level quilter all the way to more advanced through all of the projects and all of the designs you're going to learn. Then so the second Tuesday or the second Thursday of every month, we're going to do the ruler work designs that are part of the quilt. And then the fourth Thursday of every month, we're going to do our bonus class. And our bonus class is going to be different. It's taught by one of our 10 educators that's part of this class series. And then our embroidery class is going to be our basic getting started with embroidery class is going to be that first class that we offer in January. So every single month on the second Thursday of the month and the fourth Thursday of the month, we are offering you education. So what happens if you can't make it to the times that we're designating the education at? Don't worry, by registering your class on the SewCreative University, once that education is hosted, you get to watch it for life on the university. So you don't have to be present to get the education. You just need to know that we're going to be hosting the live classes on the second Thursday of every month and the fourth Thursday of every month. So again, this is an awesome way to get going with not only learning ruler work, how to finish your quilts, how to finish your projects, how to not send them out to long armors, how to finish all of those UFOs, but it's also going to be teaching you how to get started doing embroidery. And we're even getting into advanced embroidery techniques as well in the club series. So then I'm going to jump over to March, where we're going to actually be offering another exclusive package with the suspension system. But I didn't even tell you the Cyber Monday deal. So the Cyber Monday deal with our Starry Nights package, which I'm going to keep showing you the content, but you're going to actually get the 2-piece suspension system with that too. Don't worry, the more arms in the sewing room, the better, guys. So you definitely want additional arms, because as your projects get bigger, you're going to want more arms to help hold them up. And you're going to get this awesome, cool thing we call our template fuse. This is an amazing fusible that you're going to need, because we're going to be doing all kinds of what we like to call template quilting. That's where you layer the fabric and then you do what reverse applique after you ruler quilt it. But the template fuse is securing that fabric layers together after you quilt them and cut them, and giving you really clean finished designs. So we give you a roll of template fuse for free as another bonus Cyber Monday deal. So again, this is the time to buy. You're getting all of this, which is $2,000 worth of value, for just $499. And that deal is, again, good just through Cyber Monday. I think we have a few extra days that were tacked on to be able to get people that maybe needed to think about it for a minute, but only through this week. And then it's going back to not getting the bonus items, and you have to buy, you can buy the whole package for $599 at that time. But again, this is like $100 off with the bonus deals. Super duper time to buy. So then I'm just going to keep showing you the designs that you're going to be making every single month. So we've got April, you've got these amazing designs. We've got May. Oh, this is one of my favorites, guys. This is our May design. These are our 2 block designs in May. I just think that some of these blocks are stunning. So again, we're giving you 30 different rulers you've never seen before. These are all brand new rulers, and we're sharing these with you so you can learn how to use these new quilting tools all together over the next year. You can, if you're already into ruler work, then this is going to be just an amazing thing to add to your library. You're getting stars, star tails. I'm going to show you all the tools here in a minute. And then you're getting some awesome bonus projects. Here's a couple of the bonus projects that we're going to be doing on the 4th Thursday of every month. Again, we've got our bonus project. This is a really pretty bag that Nan from the Netherlands put together for us. And then we've got another really cool bonus design project where you can take that block and make a bag with it, make a table runner with it. We've got another fun bag. Actually, one of our educators did a really fun design on the back of her jacket. Again, showing how you can use these tools to embellish all kinds of amazing things, guys. And then, of course, we've got that. So first and foremost, you get this awesome calendar. You get the Starry Nights pattern, guys. This is the pattern. We've got it coil bound. This is taking you through how to make the quilt. So all of the awesome designs that you see in here, sorry about moving you. All right, so we've got all of the awesome designs that we're going to be making throughout the whole time. This is the step-by-step guide. You're getting that immediately. So while we're hosting the live class once a month over the next 8 months, from January through August, we're going to be hosting the live class. You actually get started with this book as soon as you buy it. We send you all of these content. So you get the pattern to create the big quilt. We're giving you one of 10 bonus tools. This is actually called our smartphone stand, guys. This is a really fun thing. Hey, if you don't have a quilter in your life, but you want to be able to maybe give them something that they would love, consider one of our smartphone stands. This is a great way to do any kind of watching tutorials like sewing or YouTube. I think we all learn on YouTube these days, but this is just our little smartphone stand, but you're getting our Starry Nights exclusive one. So this is our Starry Nights exclusive smartphone stand that's part of that package. And then we're going to open up the gift. This is our gift box. You see it all here. So in the tissue, we are going to pull out the amazing bag. So that's right. We're getting everything in this awesome bag. What's included in this? You're getting 30 different rulers that are all fitting in this bag. So that's pretty amazing in itself. I'm going to get the box out of the way so I can show you guys a little bit easier here. But you're getting 30 different rulers. And then this starts with this club guide. So the club guide is showing you what every month you're going to be doing. So we've got this little education guide again, a calendar there, and a table of contents. And it's taking you through how to use the rulers. So not only are we telling you blocks 1 and 2, here's the tools that you're going to be using. Here's what you're going to be doing with those 2 blocks in the first time, but then we're actually taking you through the step outs of how to create the designs. And then we've got our embroidery collection for block 1. And this is another wow factor. And this is that inspiration guide I was wanting to show you. Every single block. So again, we have blocks 1 and 2 that we're doing in January. Every single block we have created an inspiration collection with. So in block 1, we have this awesome kind of, I would call that like a little border design there. We've got these really fun cornerstone designs that we've pulled from this block. We've got a circular design. So what this is not only giving you are these really cool embroidery designs that you can do on all kinds of different projects, but it's also giving you an inspiration on what else you can do with your rulers. So if you have no interest in embroidery, don't worry. worry. You're still going to absolutely love these embroidery designs because they're giving you inspiration on what else you can do with your rulers themselves. So then this is our embroidery designs that we're doing for block 2. Again, different corner designs that you're getting with that, different border designs, and just all kinds of variety. So every single one, we're going to be offering a filling design as well. So again, if you're into embroidery, I think you're going to absolutely love this. If you're not so on embroidery yet, I would still encourage you to check it out from the embroidery standpoint because you're going to get inspired with designs. So again, this is our guide that we take you through. So let's show you the tools, guys, because the tools are pretty awesome. Okay, so this is another bonus tool that you're getting. This is our Bound to Fit tool. That's probably one of the only tools that I would say that you might already have, just because that's not a brand new option, but it's definitely a useful tool for doing binding. And then here's the different templates. We've got our crescent moons. We have our 5-point, I think that's actually a 7-pointed star. We have our 5-pointed star. That's our basic star that you always see. We've got our full moons, and we have a 6-pointed star. We have these amazing designs, which they call the star tails, and I'll show you a couple ways that I've used them in my my Christmas projects that I'm making. And then we've got another, this is our star tail, but a little bit of a different tail design there. We actually included for you these little sleeves, and I'll show you how I've used the sleeves over here. I actually have all of the templates. This is all 30 templates in these sleeves, just holding them in one place with that keychain. So I can go ahead and kind of keep them stored in the bag, but not worry about them scratching each other. So we include that for you as well. You get one of our purple spacing gauges with a black notions necklace. This is really helpful. If you do ruler work, you'll know why. But that's our Starry Night spacing gauge. We give you some purple stitching line discs. This is so you can draw out designs, guys. And again, if you don't know what that's about, then join the club, and we're going to teach you all about drawing out designs before you sew them. And then finally, one more amazing tool here. This is actually part of the moons. I think this is the eclipse moon design that's part of it. And then we're giving you 2 new tools here. This is our 16-point crosshair square, and then we're calling this our Starry Night Star Connector. And this is a brand new template that you've not seen before, but it's great for doing circles, and we're really using it to connect stars and moons and that sort of thing. So we're calling it our Star Connector. So you're getting all of those tools. That's over 30 different tools. Again, 120 plus embroidery designs. We're actually giving you embroidery designs that are going to fit most 5x7 hoops. And then what we're also doing is we're giving you the opportunity to make the full 15-inch block, because all of the blocks in that quilt, the main quilt, are 15-inch finished size. So we're giving you the connecting designs, the connecting embroidery designs, to be able to do a full 15-inch block. And we're going to teach you how to do that. So if you've been a little bit wary of being able to connect designs in the past, we're going to show you a sure-proof way of doing that, and give you the tools to do it with that club. So this is the club that's going to keep on giving all year long. Again, with that, you're going to get all of those amazing tools. And you know what I thought I would give away with this club, I don't know that I can give away a full club today, but I will go ahead and say that we will give away a couple of the bonus tools that we are giving away with the club. So we have not given away Amazing Sew Steady Suspension System yet, but I'm going to give one of those away today as part of this segment. So if you want to do a giveaway at the end for that, Tricia, then let's do that. And then I thought I would show you a couple of inspiration pieces that I have created using the Starry Nights in some of my sewing projects. So we've got them right here. And again, what we're doing with the Starry Night series is we're showing you how you can create amazing quilt designs using template quilting, but also how you can finish your quilts. You know, that's a big piece, is being able to finish your quilt projects. And we want to be able to help you do that. And that's what this is all about, really, is finishing your projects at home without having to send it out to make it, you know, get it embroidered and that sort of thing. And so,
Stacy, can you hear me okay? I feel like we lost some sound there. One moment.
Yeah, we lost him.
We're working on the audio. It'll just be a moment.
I don't think she can hear us. Looks like her mic is muted as well.
Okay. We're working on getting that fixed. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
There we
you're
are.
right.
My audio's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stacey, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, there we go. She's back.
I'm not sure
Okay,
what
we just had a
happened
little
there.
blip in the audio again.
Okay.
But unfortunately, it looks like we are getting close to running out of time. We're a little bit over, but
Let's do those giveaways.
yeah, do you want to go ahead and do the giveaways?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was just saying, whether you heard me or not, I don't know. That I'm going to do our final giveaway is going to be our SewCreative suspension system.
Cool.
Oh,
So yeah, so if you want to go ahead and pick a winner for that SewCreative suspension system, there it is, Kathy.
All right.
Here.
Let's go ahead and pick the winner. This is awfully generous of you, Stacy. We really appreciate it. Prizes are always fun. See who our winner is of the fourth giveaway. Donna Gafford.
Yay.
I believe Donna's recurring too. That's awesome. Thank you for joining us again, Donna. Congratulations. All right. Well, I think we're going to have to wrap it up, Stacy. I know you're going to be joining us again in about a week and a half for our SewCreative Live Christmas event.
Excellent. Well, I can't wait. Thank you so much for letting me come on. I apologize for going over today. I just get so excited about all these great tools.
Oh, I
So-
completely understand. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing all the awesome information, and we're going to recap on some prices, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye, Stacy. All right. Well, we all love Sew Steady products, so it's amazing to see them in action. But I don't know about you, but I'm super excited about the Starry Night Club. She made it sound like it's going to be so easy going from beginner to advanced projects. I think that's really, really cool. So she had mentioned everything that came with it. I couldn't believe everything that came in that box. I had no clue because this is a recent thing that was added to our website. So it was really cool to actually see the whole box taken apart and everything that comes with it. Also, just a quick reminder too, we are going to do the overlays for the other two items for those packages. We've got the large table here. The holiday large table will come with the, let me make sure I tell you which bag it is, the Elevate bag and the polish kit. And that is a sale price of $149. And that does have financing available if you need it. And then we also have the fabulous, fabulous price for the Wish package. That one is normally $309 and it's on sale for $249. And it is the Wish table along with the Create bag and the polish kit. And then lastly, of course, the fabulous pricing on the Starry Nights Ruler Work and Embroidery Club. That normally is $599 and it has the Cyber Monday price of the $499. And again, you get all those goodies with that particular item. So the next segment that we have is actually pretty fun. It was mine and Brian's first time ever recording together. So that was a lot of fun. Right, Brian?
Yeah, I had a blast.
we had a good time. I found that the only problem is Brian makes me laugh too much. So editing was a little bit difficult. But I hope you enjoy this pre-recorded segment of a few of our favorite things. Want to pull that up, Brian?
Sure.
Thanks. I want to show you a few of my favorite things, at least the ones that are currently my favorite things because they're ever changing. But before I do, I need to bring on a little bit of help. And this is Brian.
Hi, everybody.
Brian, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So my name is Brian. I have been here for over 2 years. I started in customer service with Tricia. She actually trained me. She was my supervisor. I worked my way over to product specialist, and then as Tricia got busier with the social media stuff, she needed somebody to join her team. So I moved over. I do know how to sew, but I would consider myself a novice sewer.
An enthusiastic novice.
An enthusiastic,
sewer.
yeah, excited to learn. But I do have a lot of product-based knowledge. I really know a lot about, the products themselves. So You'll be seeing me a lot more on TikTok and Facebook, Instagram, lives, all that good stuff. So it's really nice to meet you guys.
Brian's going to start us off by showing us one of his favorites first.
Sweet. So we're really lucky at Sewing Parts Online. If we want to learn how to sew, the company will help us get access to the tools we need to do that. And one of the first things that I got was this Singer Sewmate kit. It's an all-in-one tool that's got your screwdrivers, your seam ripper, your lint brush. It's got a thread cutter. It's got a magnifying glass. It's just like, it has everything that a beginner might need to show their machine some maintenance and love, or to fix a mistake. And it comes in a little carrying case. So I thought that was really cool because I don't have a lot of room in my apartment to sew. So it's really important that when I buy something, the storage comes with it. It's something I look for. So I think this is a really great thing for a beginner who doesn't have their kit completely set up yet. It really, it will cover your basic needs basically.
I was unaware of that particular product because we offer more than 30,000 parts on our website. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
And he brought it in. He's like, this is one of my favorites. And I'm like, that's a really good favorite. It's a really good favorite. So it's awesome. It works really well. You have everything needed. And yeah. I like your number one.
I love it. It's really nice.
My first one, very simple. It says teeny little gauge. It has different measurements on it. The sides include measurements ranging from 1/4 inch to 2 inches. It's thin and portable, which makes it super convenient if you need to just take a quick measurement. Simple, but effective.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. Brian, why don't you go ahead and show your number 2?
Sure. So I've got my little art bin bobbin box, which I love because, as I said before, I am very pro small storage. It just brings my heart joy, but that's not what I'm trying to show you today. I actually have these tulip bobbin clamps. It's my favorite way to store my bobbins. They're little clamps that are shaped like tulips, as the name would suggest, that you clamp onto your bobbin for you to store it without the thread unwinding, which is super important. There's a lot of bobbin storage out there, but I feel like these have worked the best for me in keeping my bobbin thread taut on the bobbin while I'm not using it, which is important because if your bobbin loses tension while it's just sitting there, or like it's jiggling around in whatever case you're carrying it in, if you put it back in your machine and you start to sew with it, your thread can start nesting, your tension can be wacky, your seams will look a little funky. So it's great for storage in small spaces, which is why I love it, but also it protects your investment. If you sew a lot, you don't want to waste your thread.
Yep, very, very true. Yeah, tulip bobbin saver. That's not the name of it. It's the tulip
bobbin clamp.
Bobbin clamp.
And if you're into that kind of thing, or you've used this product before, the same company that manufactures these makes 2 other products that are really cool. One of them is peels.
Now, yes, I do think I have some of the peels.
They're cool too.
I said that before, though. I've said that in the past.
Again,
there we go.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So it's made of the same material. It's the same concept. It's a little peel that goes around your thread, and when you store it, the thread won't unravel. And then they also make bobbinis. I think that's what it's called. They're they're little inserts that you can insert into the thread, the spool of thread, that'll keep the bobbin that has that thread on it in the spool of thread, so they're stored together, which is really cool.
The peels are for the spools and the tulips are for the bobbins, so super handy. Love it.
All right, I think it's your turn.
My turn. Number 2 for me. I am doing the 4-in-1 essential tool. The one end is flat, so you're able to use that to press open your seams. The second one would be the pointy end when you turn something right side out and you need to, get the corner nice and sharp. You can insert this instead of using a pencil and leaving lead. I've done that where you poke it all the way through and you're like, oh shoot, and you've got your little lead at the edge of your fabric. Of course, you've got your seam ripper. We all love Jack the Ripper. We need that.
You can never have enough seam rippers.
Oh, for sure. And if anybody says they don't use their seam ripper,
you're a liar.
You're lying.
And we're coming for you. I'm just kidding.
No. I hope that you don't make a lot of mistakes, but we all know that it's a reality when sewing, right?
I make a lot of mistakes.
Oh,
I'll admit it.
It can be relaxing. Just smile and go with it and be like, it's part of the process, right? The fourth part of it is the awl. Does anybody else have a hard time saying awl? I cannot say it. A-W-L. Awl. The pointy end obviously makes it great for piercing uniform holes, but it's really good for precise manipulation of the fabric. That's my number 2.
I love that.
You like that one?
I've never used it actually, so I'm excited to learn about it.
Yeah, it's really handy. It's always next to my seam gauge.
Cool.
All right, what's your number 3?
My number 3 is, earlier I spoke about when you're just getting started out that you want to, if you have a budget, that you want to get things with that in mind, and then you can invest in some nicer stuff later. But I think that one thing that you want to invest in from the start is your shears. Shears and like rotary cutters is really important, but for me it's shears. And I genuinely think that Ginger makes the nicest, in my opinion, shears. Feels like luxury.
That's a really good way to say it.
It really does. It feels like luxury, but the reason it feels like luxury is because it's like actually made of good material. So these are they're just like dressmaker shears. It's nothing revolutionary, but they're just really good and sturdy and they last a long time.
And you can resharpen them.
And I believe that they come with, don't quote me on this, I believe that they come with a warranty. Yep, full lifetime warranty. And we will sharpen any shears?
I believe it's Mundell and Ginger.
You just ship them to us and our technician sharpens them and then sends them back out. Ginger has like a little subline of featherweight, obviously inspired by the Singer featherweight, iconic by the way. Featherweight shears that are just as good in quality as their dressmaker shears, but they're lightweight. So like if you are doing a lot of work or like if you have arthritis,
carpal tunnel,
or if you're just like a tired college student like me and you don't have the energy to pick up these like really heavy shears, they're not super heavy, but if you need something that's a little bit lighter, they do have a line of featherweight shears. So I think that's really cool. They also offer a pair of thread snips. I think that you can get away with just getting like a cheapo pair of thread snips and it's fine, but eventually you like to treat yourself. And this is one of those things that I haven't gotten mine yet, but when the time comes to treat myself, maybe for my birthday in February, Tricia,
making notes over
here,
here.
You can get me a pair of Ginger thread snips. I'd really like those. So not all, but most of Ginger's scissors come with either plastic or I don't know what material they use, but it comes with a sheath to protect them, so that's super important. We carry a pair of shears that legitimately are like the kind of mayor would snip a ribbon at like a town hall.
I was like a mayor, like I was thinking of a horse.
No, like if you were like the opening of a new restaurant or whatever, like there's a pair. So we have scissors all the way up to that, if that's what you need.
Yeah. I too love a great pair of shears, but my number 3 is going to be a rotary cutter and a cutting mat. The rotary cutter that I am choosing is the Quilter Select 45mm rotary cutter. This particular one is really cool because it has a really nice weight to it. So when I'm cutting my fabric, it practically does the work for me. And it also has a silicone handle, so you're not slipping all over the place. It's ergonomic and you can swap the blade off. It's really handy dandy and it makes my cutting a lot easier and more enjoyable. There's a lot of people that are very passionate about their shears and very passionate about their rotary cutters, so it's pretty funny.
I think it all just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I know
your circumstance.
A lot of quilters will prefer the rotary cutter because the cutting, a lot of the cutting is just straight lines. Not all, but a lot of, and then a lot of like dressmakers and garment sewers will prefer shears. But like, whatever works best for you. I will say I'm glad that Tricia picked this specific rotary cutter because every single time that I go into a quilt or a fabric shop, or if I talk to anybody like Dina, who works in our returns department, she used to cut fabric professionally. And this is the one she used because, like Tricia said, it just like does the work for you. So plus I think that the 60mm one looks like a pizza cutter.
I like the 45, he likes the pizza cutter.
Yeah, I solely because it reminds me of pizza.
Now I'm hungry. Let's go eat.
Yeah, let's go eat. Well, hold on. We have one more thing to show you before we go eat. So why don't we get set up for that? You guys just wait just a sec, and we'll be right back.
Right back. This is one that we both agreed on, the Baby Lock Allegro. I love this machine, but I'm gonna have Brian tell me his favorite feature first.
Yeah, I think this is a really cool machine. It's a brand new model. It just came out a couple of weeks ago. If you were present for SewCreative Live in September, then you saw a demo of it, which back then you were demoing in like one of like 4.
Yeah, a Baby Lock rep came like 10 hours to bring us this machine in order for us to demo it on that first SewCreative Live. So it was a pretty awesome opportunity.
I think going into the 2023 season, this is going to be one of the best models of the year, specifically and quite obviously for those of you who are familiar with quilting machines, is the throat space. It's massive compared to many other machines. I think my personal machine is a quilting and sewing machine, and that has an 8-inch throat space. This one has a 12-inch throat space, which is huge, especially if you're like working on king size quilts. So that definitely stands out as like the biggest feature of this machine.
And for those of you that aren't familiar with that term, a throat space is the distance between your presser foot here and the side of your machine. So look at all of this space that you're able to utilize.
Yeah, and also I'll mention, some of you might be familiar with the Baby Lock Jazz 2 and Jazz 1, but Jazz 2 is more recent. Incredibly popular machine. It probably is going to be one that's remembered for quite some time. It is essentially the same. It's in the same family. They're like siblings. This is just a computerized version of it, which is a really, really cool step up.
This is a machine that's a bang for your buck because you can utilize it with quilting, but you can remove the accessory box and have the option of having a free arm if you are doing garment sewing and have to sew in the round. You've got that option. I mean, that's a pretty big deal to have that alternative in addition to having the large throat space.
Yeah, and because it is designed specifically for quilts and large quilts, Baby Lock manufactured this to be pretty heavy duty compared to some other traditional home sewing machines. I don't know the exact count, but when I watched the first demo on it, the person who was demoing the machine sewed through many layers of
Multiple
denim, and it like was no issue. The machine didn't make any like extra noise. It wasn't thumping. It just like passed through it so easily. So that's a really important feature of this machine, I think. And it's got like all the bells and whistles that you would expect from a machine like this. It's got the automatic needle threader. It comes with a knee lift.
Lift up your foot without moving your hands at all.
And we'll put a link to the product on our website, the machine, so you can read about all the features and stuff. So I was talking with a stranger on the internet in a quilting forum last night, and they were faced with the issue of they want to purchase a long arm or a mid arm machine, but they just don't have like the money to invest in something like that right now. And I gave them a couple of different suggestions just based on like my knowledge of the industry and like what sales and stuff are going on right now. One of the things that I recommended was potentially investing in a machine like this that has a long throat space, because it's not a long arm, it's not a mid arm machine, but that huge throat space kind of makes it like it mimics it. It's like pseudo. So you can do more with this machine on a quilting frame than you could at like a traditional home sewing machine. So if you don't have that option, I think it's a good substitute.
Pair it with something like the Cutie, which is also a fantastic value and an entry into the long arm quilting. You're gonna get a really awesome option for doing a whole nother avenue of sewing. It's a pretty fabulous machine.
Yeah.
Good job, Baby Lock.
And just if you are interested in one, like I said, they go really fast. So definitely check them out for this event. So
those are just a few things that we absolutely love. If you're watching live, please shoot us a comment. Let us know if you liked some of those items or if you have items that you really want to share. We'd love to hear what they are.
Yeah, definitely. I'm genuinely interested in seeing, as a beginner, seeing like what some of your favorite tools and notions are. So I'd love to see your comments.
And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us. We can be reached at 888-824-1192, or you can email us at info@sewingpartsonline.com.
Au revoir.
Bye-bye. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that short little segment of Brian and my favorite things. We had fun doing it. But up next, we have Tim Bond with Juki. If you guys joined us for our first SewCreative Live, poor Tim had a power outage and he was still able to make his segment amazing. So I'm super excited to bring him up. And Brian, if you want to have him join us, that would be awesome. Hello, Tim. How are you? So, or it looks like you're muted on your side. Do you mind hitting the unmute button? Looks like
Should be in the top right of his little screen down there.
the top right of your little screen. Do you see a little microphone with a Well, let's see. He's just going to pop off there for just a moment and see if they can figure that out, and then we'll move forward with Tim's segment. All right. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and recap some different things. Actually, one that I wanted to mention anyway, I was going to do it at the end of the segment, but I'll do it right now. He's going to be showing us the HZL NX7 machine, but Juki is also doing a fabulous deal on the TL2010Q machine. This one also is close to my heart because I actually used it last night to sew up something. I love that model, but you can pair that with the Cutie frame right now. And the Cutie frame is on sale for $489. So if you decided to do a combination of the frame and a Juki machine, that would normally be almost $3,000, and it has a sale price of $1,388. Let me tell you guys, you're not going to get into free arm, long arm quilting for that type of price. So that is a really, really good way to enter into that particular realm of sewing. But yeah, make sure that you do check out the Juki machine. I love that straight stitch machine. And it looks like Brian said we are ready to go. So we're going to try bringing Tim back up.
Okay. Hey, Tricia, how
there
are
we
you?
go. Welcome, Tim. How are
Good.
you today?
Good, good. No power outage, I hope.
That sounds good. Well, looks like your lighting looks great this time around, so you're set to go.
All right, thank you so much. And I am so excited to be here. It's Cyber Monday. And, you know, I'd say hello and good morning and good afternoon, but I think the best thing is just to say happy Cyber Monday, and let's learn some little bits and tidbits about the Juki Kire, the NX7 machine. And as you can see in front of me, it's got a nice wide throat space of 12 inches. We have three models that have a 12-inch throat space. This is the lowest of the three models, but they're all going to have the same basic features with this 12-inch throat space and our integrated smart feed. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit later, but I want to address things for the sewers and crafters and for the quilters, because every machine can sew and quilt and do stitching for you, but it's how easy can that machine work? How can you make that machine, or how can you get your machine to work for you as effectively as possible? Remember, we should like what we're working on, which means our projects should be interesting. We need to learn something while we're working on projects. If it's a new technique, maybe we're playing with a new fabric that we haven't played with before. Maybe we're doing interfacing. Maybe we're doing buttonholes. Who knows what we're trying, but we should be learning something. We also want to make that an enjoyable process, and part of that enjoyment comes with the machines and the equipment that you use. If you don't have the right scissors, if you don't have the right rotary cutter, maybe you need to talk to somebody at the store and get some information. The folks at Sewing Parts Online, they can help you out with lots of these things. And I'm going to give you some information on how to match this machine to your type of sewing. So first off, we're going to talk about the fact that this is a 12-inch throat machine with 350 plus built-in stitches. I know that's a lot of stitches to have in there, but I'm going to tell you that the more stitches you have, the more utility type stitches you will have. It also gives you greater decorative range if you're like to doing decorations on fabrics, or if you're making kids' clothes and you want a little something special on them. But I'm also talking about buttonholes. When you start getting into machines that have more stitches, you get more buttonhole patterns. I, for one, am a fanatic about buttonholes. I like a large variety. This machine actually has 20 buttonhole patterns in it. So you have a good variety just to start with. Don't need to add to it, but if you want to go up from there, you can always look for another machine that has more features. But I think you're going to find that the true value in the machine isn't really the price. It's what you can get when you're using the machine, your enjoyment level. How much did I pay for the machine really is not a question, but it's an important factor when you're shopping. But you also want to look at the value you're going to receive from that machine. Does it do what I want it to do? Does it do more than what I want it to do? Can I grow with it? These are the things that we actually look at when we talk about value. So I'm going to ask you to bear with me a moment here, because I'm going to switch screens so that we can take a closer look at our screen here on the machine. It has some very important information, and I think you'll find that it's quite unique in the fact that we can actually do things and see things on the screen that will help make our sewing easier. So bear with me 1 second. I'm going to give you another little view while I move around to the front of the machine. And we're almost there. There we go. So now let's switch back to there. And we're going to talk about the information on our screen. I hope everybody can see it well enough. I tried to zoom in so that we could actually see the detail on it. Some of the important things that you want to pay attention to when you're looking at a screen is, how clear is it? Can I read the numbers on it? Can I access those numbers effectively? So as you can see, our screen actually has lots of information on it. And you can actually just use your stylus, or you can use your finger. So I'm going to grab my stylus from the top of my machine and use the stylus. This way I don't get fingerprints on it. If I touch the screen with my fingers, it's going to look a little smudgy for all you viewing out there. So right here, it's showing me my stitch pattern. That's very important. I got the right stitch pattern selected. And on the left side over here, I have settings that pertain to the functions of the machine. Now, one of my favorite things, because I have automatic tension, I have pressure foot pressure adjustment, but one of my favorite things is the fact that I can control lock stitch on my machine. Now, this is a nice feature in that I can actually tell it what type of locking stitch I'd like to have. Do I want to have forward to back stitches, or do I want to have micro stitches where the little stitches in place? If I'm quilting, I might be considering just using the micro stitch because I don't need those extra stitches to add bulk into that little seam. But in garment sewing, I would certainly select the forward to back stitches. It's going to take 3 stitches forward and 3 stitches back, and then it will sew the seam. Now, keeping in mind that if I select a pattern that has a decorative effect to it, the machine will automatically give me a micro stitch because this forward to back stitch may not look appropriate. But look, I can set the beginning of it. I can set the end of it. I can turn on to thread cut. I can have it lift the foot at the end. So now I've turned on these features. I'm going to go to the micro, and I'm going to touch it OK. And you can see that those functions are now available for me right here on the screen. So this is one of those nice features that I like because I don't have to go worry about picking a different stitch pattern. I can add locking stitch to virtually any stitch pattern on the machine. I am not limited to selecting 1 or 2 stitch patterns or having to press a button at the end of the seam to tell it that I want it to lock stitch. So this is a nice feature that I can independently control to add to any of the stitches. Oh, you know what? I can also turn it off from the screen here. So let's say that I do not want a lock stitch at the beginning. This is my beginning. This is my end. So if I don't want it to, the lock stitch at the beginning, I can turn that off. I don't have to go back to the settings screen. I can override it right here on the working screen. So this is a very nice feature to have in your new machine. Well, what other features would you like to have in your machine? Well, we'd like to be able to do needle position. So if I have needle position here, if you can see this number, it says 3.5. That is giving me needle position. So if I turn the dial, you can see my stitch line moves to the side. I can go all the way to the left, all the way to the right. I can stop someplace in between. Now I'm going to stop here because I want to draw your attention. You see the numbers have gone white, which means I've come off of the default setting. So I'm going to go back into the center, which is 3.5. It's going to be blue again. But now if I was on a zigzag, and I'm going to select a zigzag, I now have zigzag control, and that's another option. There are two independent options on our machine. That gives us some nice features down the line. So this same button works for my needle position and for my zigzag. I'm simply selecting which function I want it to be up here. My stitch length is here. That's controlled by the knob here. So you can see I have these numbers available to me on the screen that I can easily see and work with. But let's talk to the quilters for a minute, because I'm on a straight stitch and a zigzag here for regular sewing. I'm a quilter and I want to use a 1/4 inch. Well, the easiest way to get a 1/4 inch on ours is to come to button number 3 and select the 1/4 inch stitch pattern. The 1/4 inch stitch pattern automatically moves the needle over. I do not have to change my foot. I can now get a 1/4 inch with my regular A foot. Why is that important? Because I'm now using all the feed dogs to feed my fabric through. And I'm going to show you a little bit more in depth about that in a minute, because some people like a different 1/4 inch foot, and we have options for them as well. So that's just the easy way to get a 1/4 inch right here on the machine at the touch of a button. I don't need to change anything on my machine. I put my regular A foot on. I select the stitch pattern. Guess what? It's already selected the stitch length. It's already adjusted the tensions for me. It's ready to sew. How much easier can we get? I like that fact that it's nice and easy for me. But as a sewer, and I'm wanting to get more utility stitches, I only see these 9 stitches here. I can expand this out so I can see more of the utility stitches for my sewing and my crafting. Now, don't be surprised when you're looking at a machine and it only has 2 or 3 overcast stitches, or it only has 1 or 2 needle positions. You know what? That's a base machine. It's probably not quite as advanced as some of the other ones out there, and it might work fine for you, but you need to buy yourself a machine that's going to give you room to grow. This machine gives you plenty of room to grow, even if you're just a basic beginner and you've gotten yourself into a little bit more excitement with what you're working on and you wanted a bigger machine to make those bigger projects easier. This is a great machine to step up to. And you're not going to feel that you're overpowered or you're overwhelmed by it, because it really is very simple to use. Just this one screen, and almost everything is controlled by the touch screen. So I want to sew decorative stitches. I'm doing a little decorative work on a pillow. So I have a decorative tab here, and they're all by groups. So these little folders are my different groups up on the lid of my machine. And I can go into here and I can scroll through these and I can expand these out so that I can see them as well. And I can pick the pattern I want. So I want this. See here, that pattern is now selected. Stitch length, stitch width, everything is already predetermined for me, but I can adjust it. This is one of the other important things when you're looking at a machine. Am I stuck with just 1 or 2 sizes of a decorative pattern? No, we can adjust ours stitch lengthwise and stitch widthwise. I can adjust the thread tensions if I need to. Say I'm using some specialty thread and I want it to pull up, or maybe I'm using invisible thread. There's all sorts of things that you can still control on all of our decorative stitches built into the machine. Keep in mind, there are limitations as to what you can do, because pushing the pattern out too long makes it distorted and doesn't look good. So there are limitations on some of our decorative patterns. But you know what else? I can control them by my settings. Everybody's familiar with this little cog symbol. We see that on our phones today. That's our settings key. In our settings, it allows us to mirror image our pattern. So you can see here the sweep is on the left side of my screen, and I've mirror imaged it, so now the sweep is on the right side of the machine. This particular pattern won't really look that much different if I do an end-to-end mirror image, except now you can see the bow tie is starting, as opposed to starting at the sweep up to the dot. I also have a nice feature, which a lot of machines don't seem to really pay too much attention to, and that's the availability to adjust movement of a stitch pattern. I find this very handy, especially when doing garment sewing on velvet, corduroy, fabrics that have a nap or fabrics that have too much give, and so they don't want to feed evenly when you're doing a decorative pattern, because you forcing them to go forward, forcing them to go back as you're creating that pattern. This gives you the availability to control the amount of movement the feed dogs are having to go forward and back. It's a very nice adjustment to have, and I always can go up or down with it, so I have positive and negative numbers. Now, one thing about our machine is negative numbers are not bad, and I'm going to show you exactly what I mean by negative numbers are not bad. Right here, 0.0, let's go ahead and pull this up, is my thread tension setting. So that is the default thread sensing setting for my straight stitch. But a negative number means I have less thread tension on the top. So negative numbers are not bad for us. We're fine with a negative number on our machine. I'm going to go back to the default. I simply touch the button in the middle. So now you see we actually have full control. I can't just crank up my tensions. I can also lower them to accommodate what I'm working on. So that gives us a rough idea of what's on our screen and what we can actually see and play with. But now I want to talk about some of our other features that might benefit you as a sewer and a crafter and, of course, a quilter, because I'm going to show you some feet that actually come with the machine. Now, I talked about our smart feed system before, so let me switch my camera over again for you, and we will get you taken care of so that we can view these other options. So as I move my camera over so I can take a better shot at what I want to look at, I'm hoping that you'll be able to see and understand what I'm actually wanting to do when I look at these things. Because when I'm just looking at a pattern or looking at a foot, I don't always understand it. So sometimes it's better to have a little bit of understanding before you start shopping so you know what feet come with it and what those feet actually do. So let me see if my camera's been adjusted so I can show you the feet well enough here. Oh, we need to come down just a little bit. There we go. So now I'm going to talk to you about feet. Now remember, I'm talking to sewers, crafters, quilters, a little bit of everybody, because the machine can actually accommodate a lot of the needs for anybody sewing. So let's start with the quilters, because I already mentioned them first with the regular A foot that comes with the machine and your 1/4 inch. But sometimes you might like the center needle position. And so we have a 1/4 inch foot with a guide and a 1/4 inch foot without a guide. Now, the nice thing with the feet, they come with the machine. Also, I want you to pay attention here that there's a cutout in the back here. That means that this foot will work with our smart feed system, which means, oh, I could use this. I'm putting on a binding. I'm putting on a narrow binding that has a 1/4 inch. So I could use my 1/4 inch, take advantage of my smart feed, which is like my built-in walking foot, only it's a positive system. It's not a passive system, to help feed that bulk of fabric through and get my 1/4 inch. So I'm not giving up anything by using this other than I'm going to be able to gain using the smart feed system. It's the same with the foot without the guide. So these are my 2 quilting feet besides the A foot that comes on the machine and my 1/4 inch stitch number 3. Remember, 1/4 inch stitch number 3. But maybe I want to do some free motion quilting. So our machine comes with a free motion quilting foot. Yes, it comes with the foot, and it's good for ruler work. If you look on the back here, you see that it has a spacing and a flat back to it. So you can actually do ruler work all the way around this foot without any problem. Now, that's good information to have as you're searching for your new machine for the quilters. But what about sewers and crafters? Sewers and crafters, we talk about having extra feet. One of the things that we want to talk about is our zipper foot. So our zipper foot is a left and right mounted zipper foot. so that I don't have to turn my zipper around. So I can sew both sides of my zipper in the same direction. I simply snap it onto the right side, sew the left side of the zipper, snap it onto the left side, sew the right side of the zipper. My traveling is the same direction. You know, when you push fabric and then you spin it and then you push fabric the other way, you're actually causing a little twist on it. Not so much on heavier fabrics, but on lighter fabrics, you might find that, oh, I have a little ripple in my zipper. That's because the seams, stitching seams, didn't travel in the same direction. This foot allows them to travel in the same direction because you can mount it to either side to accommodate sewing in the same direction on both sides of your zipper. It's a nice feature to have with the machine. But we also like to be able to do finishing work. And so we have an overcasting foot that also comes with our machine. Similar to overcasting on your serger, except you're overcasting on your sewing machine and you need the guide and the stitch finger to help stabilize the thread so that it's not causing your fabric to curl. Hence, we have an overcasting foot designed for that. And by the way, this overcasting foot works with our woven and our knit or stretch overcasting stitches. Now, a lot of people like to finish their hems with a blind hem. So we have a blind hem foot as well. Now, our blind hem numbering system is a little unique to us. It's a little different than most others. You're not simply adjusting the stitch width. You're actually changing the numerical value so that it drops a little bit more into the fold or a little less into the fold. That's one of those things that you see on the screen when you're looking at those numbers. That's why it's important to be able to see clearly on the screen the numbers. So this is a great foot that comes with the machine for doing those blind hem work. And blind hem is not just for garments. We use blind hem on a lot of things. So keep that in mind. Now, I am going to talk about one other foot here because this happens to be my favorite foot with the machine. And this is our sensor buttonhole foot. Now, I say sensor buttonhole foot because it is a buttonhole foot, but it has a cord. And we plug it into the machine. So when we put our button into the holder back here, and it'll hold up to a pretty good sized button for us, right here, it senses and talks to the machine and tells it how big the button is. Based on how big the sensor determines the button is, the machine determines the size of your buttonhole. Now remember, I have 20 buttonhole patterns to choose from, so I have plenty of options to play with. So if I don't like a block end or a round end, maybe I want a keyhole style buttonhole, I can play with it. The machine will still make the same size buttonhole for you based on the size of button in here. Now, the other unique thing about our buttonhole foot is our two-part plate system. As you can see here, I have a plate that's hanging down, and I'm actually holding the top half of the buttonhole foot. But I want to explain the plate to you. In the plate, I can slide my fabric in between it. So now my fabric, and when I put it down, it's going to sandwich the fabric between the plate and the actual top part of the foot. Fabric doesn't fall out. The back has grips on it, so that's what the feed dogs are going to touch against. They're not going to touch your fabric. So the positive movement of your buttonhole, when your buttonhole is created, is by moving the entire assembly, which means the feed dogs are not pressing against your fabric, they're pressing against the entire assembly, moving the entire assembly, thereby giving you very positive movement, even if you're doing a buttonhole like on a collar where you have a bump. You've gripped that fabric into between the plates on the buttonhole, and you're allowing the feed dogs to move the entire assembly. So you're always going to get a very nice buttonhole, whether it's thin fabric or thick fabric. But this does give you a limitation because you can't get really, really far from the edge because you have this plate that's attached to it. But guess what? That plate can come off. So if I'm doing craft work and I want to put buttonhole that's 12 inches in from any edge, I can take this plate off, and then it's just going to react like a regular buttonhole. It's going to be pushing the fabric up against the plate and moving the plate. Still gives you beautiful buttonholes, but you can do that any place you want. Now, we also don't need to worry about memorizing a buttonhole because the sensor buttonhole, I pick the buttonhole, it's going to sew the same one over and over and over because it's sensing that particular button that I placed in the button holder. So this is a very nice feature. And by the way, we've had this in our product line for over a decade. So you think we might know a little bit about our buttonholes and how to make them work right? I think we do. This buttonhole foot is just dynamite. Now, I am going to talk one more thing about the machine. And while I do that, I'm going to actually switch cameras back because I'm going to hold up another part for you to see. And I want you to be able to see it. This is one of those accessories, actually it's part of the machine, that you're going to find will be very handy at times, only because you're going to want to actually be able to control it, which is what you can do.
Well, it looks like we're having just a teeny bit of technical difficulty. Little freeze up there. All right, we'll wait and see if that resolves itself. But in the meantime, I'll just go ahead and show the pricing on that particular machine. That model is normally $4,599, and there's a sale price of $2,499. But with this particular machine, there is a Cyber Monday special price. So give our customer service a call and they are more than happy to help you with placing that order. Also, again, with that QR code, if you have a smartphone, you can open up your camera app, scan that little QR code and a link will pop up and you're able to click on it and it'll bring you directly to the item on our website. So that's a really cool feature where you'll be able to get all the details that you're looking for right at your fingertips or your camera. But we've got that one. And then again, I just want to mention that the Juki is having great prices on their TL2010Q. It's $899 by itself, but with the cutie frame, it is normally $2,000. I can't see the exact price, just about $3,000, but the sale price is $1,388. This is the best combination price that you're going to get for these two together. That is a fabulous, fabulous time, or it's a fabulous time to get that. If you're unaware of what this frame does, I want to show you a short little video. Brian, would you mind pulling up that video of the cutie frame? Because when I got into the sewing world, I had no clue what this was. So I wanted to show you. In this particular video, the legs are attached. They do come separately. You can get those, but the frame itself can be set directly on a table, and then you're able to do free motion quilting. So you would put your quilt in there, and then you would be able to freely sew any design that you want. You can pair it with rulers and do some more like tracing, essentially. It's a really, really cool setup, and it gives you a lot of opportunity to do some really neat stuff, especially if you're wanting to get into quilts. So great time to get into that. But all right, the last one here, we are going to get ready for our next segment in just a moment. If you don't mind, if you give us just a couple of minutes, we'll be right back with you, okay?
What's up, everybody? Surprise. This is Brian here, and I decided that I'm going to go ahead and take over for the next segment because my favorite presenter is coming up next. So if you were present for our last SewCreative Live, you know that I'm a huge fan of Oropfil. I think it's like the coolest thread ever. So Tricia, why don't you go ahead and bring up our next guest, Kate. Hey, Kate, how's it going?
It's going well. I'm very honored that you would jump in and give us and chat with me. That's exciting.
Definitely. You had my heart when you told me that Oropfil was an Italian company, and being an Italian myself, I immediately attached myself to it. So
excellent. What's really neat about the company in general is that it's a family business and has been around almost 40 years. We have our 40th anniversary next year. So there will be some fun things that we'll be doing for that coming up next year. But Angelo, who is the founder of the company, is still very involved in the Italian works of everything. He still goes into the office almost every day. Not every day, but almost every day. But Elna, his daughter, is in charge of Oropfil USA, and she has just moved back to Italy. So we're hoping that we get to have our next company retreat in Milan. We keep pushing for it.
One can only hope, right?
We'll see. It was supposed to be in 2020, but there was something else going on, so we couldn't go.
Yeah, we try to compartmentalize that. We try to forget that happened. We're going to
Just sort of erase that year.
Well, I'm so happy that you guys are a small business and we're a small business and we get to connect with each other. So I'm excited for your presentation. I'm going to let you go ahead and take it away, okay?
Excellent. Well, when Tricia first reached out with this opportunity, I was like, I could go on about thread education, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you may have. But I wanted to talk about a few of the products that I, as a quilter and sewist, would find very useful under my tree. I know this is Cyber Monday, and we're all supposed to be trying to put together Christmas lists and holiday gift lists for everybody. And sometimes it's hard to know just what you might want to add to your collection of notions and thread. And so I pulled a couple of different things that might not necessarily hit your radar, but are really kind of like hidden gems of the Oropfil line. The first one that I am going to talk about is our Literal Quaker Christmas. And it is a set of 10 floss spools. Many people don't know that we have embroidery floss. It's a 6-strand divisible floss, much like other flosses that are on the market. Ours is a little bit nicer because it comes on an actual spool. So it's not a skein, it's an actual spool. There's 13 or 14 yards on each spool. So a little bit more than you get from some of the other companies, but it's all our same color fast, all cotton, all Ecotex dyed threads. It's just a 6-strand divisible floss. What's really nice about this set is that there is a QR code down on the bottom here. This particular collection is curated by Susan Aki, who is an avid cross stitcher. She's amazing. You really should check out her Instagram, which is @yardgirl on Instagram. And she is always posting these amazing charts and ideas of hers. But she did for us an actual pattern, and you can see it here on, or at least part of it, on the packaging. But the chart for this design is, you can find it with the QR code that comes on the package. It's also downloadable off of Oropfil.com. But it is just amazing. She's also done a couple other charts for this collection that are not necessarily Christmassy, but this one is so cute. I don't have the sample of it anymore. It went back to Italy with Elna when she moved back, so that was one of the samples that she took with her. But it is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, nice to just sit and stitch. The QR code, like I said, is there for the pattern. Susan Aki is the designer of this. Little Quaker Christmas is the name of the collection. Another little, it's not overlooked, but it's one of our house collections, so it's not quite, doesn't get quite as much press because it's one of our house collections that we developed for our customers, and it's called Calm. And Calm uses the 80 weight thread, which is the thinnest thread that we make. I went from the thickest with our 6-strand divisible floss to our thinnest. The 80 weight thread is really nice for needle turn applique. Was the original thought behind it all. It is also, it turns out, to be very good for English paper piecing. It has also been used on a machine for micro stippling for quilting. You can use it in your bobbin. It is so thin. It's actually thinner than our 50 weight thread. 80 weight was introduced a couple years ago. It has been used very successfully with in a lot of different applications. I personally use it for needle turn. And so when we went to sort of develop something to help people get started with the 80 weight, we came up with the Calm collection, and it has 5 spools of the 80 weight. Oh, I'm knocking things over. It has a natural white, a sort of a darker beige, a darker gray, and then it has, now I'm dropping things, a lighter gray and a lighter beige. And when we chose these colors, we chose colors that read both warm and cool, will go with many, many different projects. We didn't want to get too specific, adding in like navy or any of those, because we want this to be like your grab and go collection. If you're working on a needle turn applique project, usually those are so great because you can travel with them. This is the collection of thread that you want to grab to do this, because it'll take you through just about every project that you can think of. Like I said, the colors read both warm and cool. There's some of those fun, in the office we call them mushroom colors, because they're kind of gray when you set them next to gray things, and they're kind of beige when you set them next to beige things, and they're kind of green and they're kind of blue. It's that group of colors that just sort of melds into whatever you're trying to put it next to. And then this natural white that we did, it's color 2021, and it is it's an unbleached natural cotton. So again, it's not going to be a stark white where it might stand out. Sometimes that can be a problem. It's a nice soft white. So this Calm collection, 80 weight, great for needle turn applique, English paper piecing, also can be used on the machine for very fine detail quilting. There's a couple of artists that we work with. Karen Miller of the Redbird Quilt Company has some amazing tutorials out there showing how she uses the the 80 weight on her featherweight to do some micro stippling quilting and things. It's so beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. A couple other things that I brought that sometimes don't get as much love as I think they should is our best selection. It comes in this beautiful, beautiful storage box. And the best selection is 45 spools, small spools of a single weight of thread. So this collection is available. I'm showing it to you here in the 50 weight. It also comes in the 40, in the 28, in the 12, and in the 80 weight. This is a great thing to have, especially if you're into English paper piecing, which is so popular right now. And I'm really thankful that it is, because it's one of my favorite techniques because it travels so well. And now that things have sort of maybe normalized out. I don't know if I want to say normalized. Now that we're traveling again, English paper piecing is I always have a project going with me. And the 45 spool collection is a great way to bring in a lot of different color for very specialized things. So if you're a garment maker, if you are a bag maker, anywhere you need top stitching where you don't need a ton of one color, but you need a lot of different colors, this 45 spool Oropfil Best Selection collection is a great, great way to bring in a lot of different color to your collection of thread. And it comes in this beautiful, beautiful box. It magnets down, so all of your spools stay nice and dust-free. Beautiful, beautiful. Love it. The Oropfil Best Selection collection. If 45 spools is not enough, there is a way to get all 270 colors that Oropfil makes. It is called the Full Selection. It is this beautiful, beautiful box. The Full Selection is one small spool of every color of Oropfil that we make, all 270 colors. This comes in 50 weight, in 40 weight, in 28 weight, and I'm showing it here in the 12 weight. I have the one that we use in the office is not quite as pretty because it's been, well, we've had it here in the office for a few years and it gets taken places. And so he looks a little beat up. So I pulled out a new one, a 12 weight one. The one here down here is 50 weight. They come in these neat drawers. And I will, if I can, make sure that y'all can see it. These drawers pull out of the case, and they are in the order of the color card. So if you pull out the top two drawers, you have the first 5 rows of the color card. And just look at that. That is just amazing, amazing, amazing. And it comes in this, like I said, in this beautiful, beautiful box. Oof. I keep hoping that there will be a project that I need to do at home and I can have one of these boxes for home. But for now, I just have to settle for our one here at the office. Like it's not really settling. But the Oropfil Full Selection collection, again, comes in this gorgeous, gorgeous box. Again, so all of your stuff is going to stay nice and pretty. Should you use all of your spools, I'm sure the box could have another use, although it's just so pretty. And let me see here. And you'll have to forgive, but here's some of the spools that are unwrapped. Those same, here they are in the 50 weight and they're unwrapped. And just look at all of that gorgeous, gorgeous, luscious color. Oh, it is inspiring. We use these, I use this particular box when we are pulling out colors to do new collections, when we're looking for new, like when we're putting together, well, mostly for new collections. When we were redesigning, you can see behind me, wait, there we go. You can see behind me this is our new store fixture. And so we were updating some of the colorings that we offer in the store fixture. And to be able to pull out all 270 colors and really look and learn about all the just deep undertones that you can do it by computer, but it's really nice to have the actual thread in front of you. Because it's an organic, it's cotton, so it's not a polyester, it's not a plastic. It has depth to it. Oropfil is an all cotton thread, and so we take a lot of effort and time to make sure that the color is deep and rich and has layers to it that cotton, really only cotton can give you. And when you're working with color and designing your projects and clothes, and you want to do some decorative stitching, you really want the dimension that cotton thread can give you. This is amazing, the full selection, but not everybody has room for this. We also have our Oropfil color builders, and I know that we have talked about them before, but color builders are a set. It's a set of 12 collections, and each little grouping here has 3 of the large spools. I really should have pulled one of these out. Well, I'll open one. It has 3 large spools in here. It has a light, a medium, and a dark color of the tone. Light, medium, and dark tones of the same color. I gotta use my vocabulary correctly. This one here is the Tuscany orange. Beautiful, beautiful colors. And this set of these color builders are really designed with, we really curated them with quilters and sewists in mind. We divided up the color card into 12 different groups. We chose the best dark blue, the best medium blue, and the best light blue for our Como collection. In the pinks, we used a dark, a medium, and a light pink. And they're really designed, or like the thought behind putting these collections together were so that you had what you needed when you needed it. You had a dark, a medium, and a light red, a dark, a light, and a medium purple. They're really meant to be able to get you through just about anything that you might need a brighter color for. There are, of course, some more neutral collections. We have our fun, like Roy G. Biv colors. The Carrera collection is a black, a white, and then a nice medium gray. The Milan collection is a light, a medium, and a dark gray. This is probably our best-selling one. It has my favorite color, the 2600, and plus a little bit darker gray, and then a nice, like a nice medium tone gray, and then a dark gray. Verona, the mauve. So sometimes if you were around in the 80s and you hear the word mauve, you sort of get a little bit frightened, but don't. This is not that mauve. These colors are, again, those like sort of mushroomy colors that can run warm or cool depending on what you put it next to. The middle tone in this, color 2375, I think its name is Antique Blush. It is the most, well, in my humble opinion, the most useful color that we have on our whole color card. It is this sort of pinky gray. I don't know how to explain it. Do I have it? Here it is. I can pick it out. It's this wonderful sort of grayish pink, maybe beige, maybe, I don't know. It's a fabulous, fabulous color. That is the middle tone in this. The gray over here is a warm gray. And then this sort of, we call it, I can't remember its real name, but we call it around here, we call it grizzly bear. Because it's sort of a purpley brown, and I don't mean that in like it reads, I don't know, it's warm, has a little bit of blue in it. So it just, this particular set, this Verona, is a very, very useful set of neutrals. And not everybody has discovered how fabulous they are. But they will, because I'm going to keep talking about it. The Florence is a light, a medium, and a dark brown. The light in this is beige. It is 2312, one of our top selling colors. Very, very, very useful. The greens in Dolomite Greens is, the middle color in this is almost like it's a very bright green. It's not quite lime, but it is, I really should have pulled out colors for this. I don't know why I was thinking that I wouldn't need the unwrapped spools for these, but that center green is just a beautiful, beautiful color. And then the dark green, very easily used for, could be used for Christmas, but also on into spring. Let's see. Well, that is really what I brought out to talk about today. Brian, do we have any questions or? I don't know. Oh, Tricia.
It's not Brian. Hi, Kate.
Hi. How are you? Oh, there you are. Okay, good.
She's hiding in the background. We just wanted him to be able to chit chat with you. He loves your product so very much. So like, oh, that would be fun. So sorry about the surprise.
No worries. No worries.
That's awesome. Well, I'm loving what you're showing us. We always love the color builders, but the best in the full collection are so cool. They just really are neat.
They're just so nice. And they're available all the time, but we tend to, at least around the office, tend to talk about them more during the holiday season. Mm-hmm. I think because it's sort of because it's
treat yourself.
Yeah, it's kind of yeah. But the best selection, like this, I love these boxes. I have one in the 50 weight. That's what I travel with. It fits right down in my sewing bag. And I know that I can grab it and I can get through whatever crazy project I have thrown into my project bag. So it really, this thing, useful, very, very useful. So,
yeah, I love that you had mentioned the embroidery floss. In fact, I have to share a little story. It made me think of my grandma, rest her soul. But she had given me a present, and it was packaged in a popcorn box, like air popcorn. And I was very thankful for it. And I went on and on. I opened up my present. And I was like, I see the box. I'm like, Grandma, this is awesome. I love popcorn so much. And she's like, Trish, open up the box. She gave me a bunch of embroidery floss and a bunch of towels, and I went through a phase of doing embroidery, and I absolutely loved it. And I kind of forgot about it until you showed that embroidery floss, and I'm like, I may need to try that again.
Pull that out again.
I think so.
There are actually quite a few on the Oropfil.com website. There are a ton of stitching charts, a lot of cross stitch charts.
Okay.
We have in the Italian office, we have a few very talented devotees of cross stitch. And so one year, maybe 3 years ago, Ellie did a chart a day, and she, for the month of December, pretty sure it was for the month of December. I got about halfway through, but they're really cute ornaments on my tree.
I'll start with a tea towel.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So,
well,
but
Brian, do we have
there's
any
just so many
questions from the
resources
viewers?
out there.
We're just double checking to see if there's some questions
Oh,
for
okay.
you today.
Yeah.
You suggest for piecing? That would be what?
Okay.
50 weight.
What weight would you suggest for piecing?
50 weight.
50 weight. Perfect.
Yeah, which comes on the orange spool base. And I know I covered this last time, but Oropfil color codes, wow, I just was not thinking this morning. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're totally fine.
Squared away for December though.
We're excited to have you back.
the orange spool, anything on with the orange spool base is going to be 50 weight. So it's easily identifiable without your glasses on. But it is probably considered, I don't like to say all purpose, but it is, if you're only going to do one, that's probably the one that will get you through most situations. For piecing and quilting, your seams lay so flat. It really, it's one of those things that makes you look a lot better than maybe you are. It's a lot easier to match your triangle points and get everything to do what it's supposed to do. For your quilting, when you use it in quilting, it sort of melts kind of down into your project. So you're not going to see every single defined stitch. You're going to see the texture. And the color is going to show more as not like a shadow, but it's going to be almost subliminal as to what color you used. Once you wash that quilt, those stitches just will give you so much texture. And so nobody's really going to see if they're uneven, which is very if you don't use a stitch regulator, which I do not, so it just is, it's a very forgiving tool to use for that. Also, bag making, dressmaking. When you top stitch, I like using a little bit thicker thread. I like using a 40 or a 28 weight when I am top stitching, only because I want people to see it. It's part of the design element of the project. That is my thought on that.
Well, we greatly appreciate you coming with us today and showing us all the awesome Oropfil products. And like I said, we are very excited for you to join us next week for SewCreative Live Christmas, and we'll be going over even more.
So I have a few things done that I started for that.
Well, we look forward to seeing you then, and I hope you have an awesome afternoon, and we'll see you later.
Sure thing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye, Kate. You're welcome. Bye, Kate. All right. Well, because we got cut off a little bit soon with Juki, I did want to quickly go over that pricing for the Juki machine, the HCL NX7. That was normal price is $4,599. I mean, look at the drop on that sale price. There's an extra special drop on the Juki machine. So it's $2,499 right now. There is financing available if that is something that you are looking for. You can also scan that QR code. It'll bring you right to the website and show you all the details of the machine, just in case you didn't see the demonstration by Tim. And also a quick reminder that Juki is also offering a great deal on the TL 2010Q straight stitch machine. That is an awesome machine. It's normally upwards of a little more than $1,000, and I think it's on sale right now for $899. And you can pair it with the Cutie frame, and this is a wonderful, wonderful package deal for $1,388. Again, financing is available if that is something that you are interested in getting involved in. That fits directly on a table and it stores easily, and it's just a great way to do it. And Brian's going to pop on for just a quick second, and he wanted to say something.
Hey, so you were just talking about the cutie and the Juki combo, and I saw somebody in the comments. I had shouted out a bunch of people that I recognized before, but I wanted to shout out this specific person because they joined us a little late. So Deborah Poe, if you're still
Deborah.
yeah, she was commenting earlier. So
Nice.
I just wanted to say hi really quickly. She won the Juki and cutie combo during the last live stream. And it was a joy getting that to her. I know it made her really, really happy. So thank you again for watching us. Just wanted to say hi really quickly.
Yes, that's awesome. Thank you, Deborah. And I hope you're enjoying your cutie and your Juki. That's so fun. Yeah, so it's a great combination. And we showed a little video before. We'll probably do that again towards the end. But that is a great way to utilize that frame and machine. One quick thing before we jump into our next segment, don't forget about the giveaway. We are doing it a little bit differently this time. If we want to throw up that overlay, Brian, about entering the giveaway, it's all the way at the top. There we go. Yeah, just go to sewingpartsonline.com/SewCreative Live. Scroll down and include your name and email, and that will get you entered. And from there, we are going to be doing, oh, I'm sorry, yes, good idea. We're going to show what we're giving away, right? Our grand prize is going to be worth over $8,500. We have a basket worth of over $1,000 worth of fabric and a gift card from ineedfabric.com. So thank you to them for donating that to us. And then we have the Baby Lock Triumph, which on our last SewCreative Live, it was not claimed. So we're really, really hoping that the winner claims their prize this go around. So we will be doing that at the end of our live. And cutoff is 3 o'clock Central Standard Time. It's going to be a hard cutoff. And then we're going to announce the winner after our last segment, which I believe is with Melinda Romero from the Grace Company. So after Melinda, we will do the next one. So up next with us, we have somebody that's new. It's her first time being here. Super excited. Ashley Dell, if you don't mind pulling her up, Brian.
Hey,
Hello,
everyone.
Ashley.
Hey.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm wonderful. How are you doing?
We're doing pretty well. I'm excited to learn about designing quilts from Quilter Select. It's a pretty cool program. So
Quilter Select's in Tennessee, right? Is that where she's at?
Quilter Select, are you in Tennessee as well?
I'm in Ohio, so this is my home studio.
Okay, awesome. So working from home, because I believe it's with R&K's in Tennessee, correct?
Correct.
That's awesome. All right, well, we are ready to see some information about designing quilt then.
Excellent. So cool. So, all right. I too have my package of design and quilt here. And before I start to share my screen, I do want to share one thing with you. I know lots of times when we get new software and we get new things, there are no directions. So we actually do have some printed directions inside of here. So there is truly a book in here that will help to guide you and walk you through stuff to get you up and running. So I know lots of times we get the, oh, hey, there's an online help menu. We absolutely have one of those, but you do get a little printed booklet to help you here. The other thing I want to point out, there is no CD in these packages. We tell you right how to go to the website so you get the most recent copy of this. So you know you have whatever the latest features are that are included, little fixes we've added, those kind of things, of course. And it's a small file to download, so don't worry about it from an internet connection. So let me go ahead and share my screen with you here. And we see our design and quilt software here. All right, so there we go. That should, okay. Or there's some extra little bits there. All right, so there is our screen for design and quilt. So if you're familiar with our software, otherwise from R&K, maybe in the Floriani line, the Embellish line, Craft and Cut, those kind of things, lots of these little icons around the screen are going to look very familiar to you. And as we get started, the place where I want to begin is this little yellow book here that looks like it has a quilt block on it. That is our quilt block library. Inside of here are where all of the great built-in blocks already live. Because lots of times we have ideas for quilts that we want to create, but maybe you've got a pattern and it's in a weird size, or you just don't like the size that it is. I I don't know what you like, but I am a fan of big blocks. I like 12 inches and over. And of course, there's lots of great categories in here. Now, your blocks are going to have some really generic names in here, like you're going to find an Ohio star in here, but it's not going to be called an Ohio star. So let's pop up this little variable star number 13 here to play with. I like that this kind of looks like it's a fun little like woven ribbon block, and there's lots of different possibilities here that we could play with. So by default, it comes in some oranges here, and they're all just solid colors. I don't know about you, but I am not the world's biggest fan of sewing just with solids. I like at least low volume prints for some texture and some different options there. So you know what? Let's get some fabric in here so that way it looks like a block that we might want to go ahead and sew. So what we're going to need is we're going to need to come down to the pop-up panel here in the bottom left corner. And I may need you to move that little inset picture of me there, Brian. Can you pop me like over to the bottom right-hand side instead? Oh, that works too, because we need this little pop-up expanded palette here down in the bottom left corner. So by default, this goes to colors. Of course, you can change this to whatever color chart you want. There are lots of built-in options, but our second radio option there is for fabric. Now, I've added a bunch of fabric in here that I like to play with already. And when you want to start adding fabric in here, it's really simple. We just are going to use the add button. Brings right up Windows Explorer. So go find where that fabric lives on your computer. Now, let's be honest, the fabric doesn't live on your computer. It lives on the shelf in your sewing room, right? So get out your cell phone, take a picture of that fabric, and overlay it with a ruler so you know what size it is. So let's get this one in here. So we're just going to open, and then we're going to scroll. I think it pops in a little bit further up. Ah, it's right there. So this is the one I just added. I'm going to go ahead and click on it, and now I'm going to use edit because I told you to take a picture of it with the ruler in it, because now we can crop out all of the extraneous stuff we don't need. So let's start here and get rid of some of this extra stuff left to right. If you're like me, lots of times I take pictures of my fabric and I just throw it on the floor, so I need to crop my feet out of it. Here we got to crop out our background, and let's take a quick count there. Looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 inches this time. All right, and we're going to get rid of that. So the reason I counted my inches here is because for this width, I can change this from 56 inches from the super high resolution on my camera down to 8 inches for that width there. So it sets the scale of my fabric. Now, of course, you can get super technical there and make sure that it's, you know, got the right repeat to it and everything. We're just going quick here so that way you can see our different options. And just that fast, we've updated that swatch in our library. So now it is ready for us to go ahead and get into our little palette here. So I'm going to click on just one of my backgrounds, and just for a quick way to do this, I'm going to do the same in block by color. So it gives me all of my background pieces there, and we could fill it right in with that particular fabric that we just made. Now, that's probably a little bit busy for this block. So you know what? Let's grab some just simple kind of low volume prints. I'm going to go to my Tulip Pink folder that I made here, and let's come up with a nice, oh, let's use this minty background there. We should click on that and it should update our preview. My computer's thinking a little hard right now. That's okay. We'll just right click and we'll add to the design palette. So now we're adding to this top row of colors here that are the colors that are part of our block. And let's get some other colors in there just to make it quick and easy so we can, you know, kind of play with some options. And let's get some different background options. How about a good black and a nice white? Now we have a whole bunch of different options right here in our color palette, so we can get rid of that pop-up window so it is no longer in our way. It helps if I click the X to make it go away though. There we are. So now we can start to recolor this block the way that we might want to. So there's a nice bright white background. And as you select your pieces here, you can do individual pieces and click on them and fill them in with color. Just be aware, you know, that your little pieces are going to kind of jump to a new little location there. And you could do them one by one, which would be helpful if you wanted to change the coloration of this block. Or we could just right click on a piece, do same in block by color and shape, color or by shape. I'm going to stick with color here because I like the way that this block is designed. I just kind of want to change the colors to some of the fabrics that I'm thinking about using from my fabric collection. Because, you know, we collect all of that great fabric and we're like, how am I going to use this? How am I going to most efficiently cut this and make it work? And you know what? That white background, well, it's pretty. It's just not quite doing what I want it to do. Oh, I forgot to left click first and then we right. And now we can do by color again. I find that is the biggest learning curve in here. When something doesn't work, just making sure that I have the right selection tool for the job. And if everything in life was that simple of just making sure I had the right selection tool, it would be amazing. So now we have this block and we could go ahead and send our directions off to the printer to print it out for what we're going to do. By default, up here in the right-hand corner, this came in as a 16-inch block. Now, if a 16-inch block isn't your jam, maybe that's just a little bit too big, you can go ahead and scale that down to something a little smaller, maybe an 8-inch block. And when you are ready to start test sewing one of these, we're going to pop up to our print preview option here, since I can't exactly fully print something and hand it to you through the computer, and take a little peek here. So in this print settings box, we can change a whole bunch of different things. There are just a couple that I want to point out here right now, since this is our first time here. First of all, you can change your fabric width. Oh my goodness, you can use those 45-inch wide pieces of fabric that really aren't 45 usable inches, more like 42, or you can use the 54 or the 60-inch prints, or even those 108 wide backs. So you have total control over your fabric width. I know I've got some specialty printed stuff that's only about 20 inches wide, and I could make that work in my block too. I can print lots of different options here for how I'm going to cut out, from foundation piecing to traditional cutting directions. So I can use my mat ruler and rotary cutter, and I can even print templates if I'm doing curves and differently shaped pieces. And up above here, you get the ability to set your seam allowance. So if you are not confident in a 1/4 inch seam, by all means, change that seam allowance to something that you are more comfortable with. 1/2 inch, 3/8 of an inch. If you want to go to 5/8, go ahead. It's going to redo all the math for you, so you don't have to worry about it. Let's go back to our 1/4 inch there and see what pages we get here. So I'm going to make this just one page so we don't have multiple pages here kind of, you know, overwhelming us. So page 1 is just an overview of what this quilt block is. This is great to see what it is that you're cutting, and it numbers your pieces of fabric so you know which colors are going where in the block. Page 2 here is our little piece analysis. So this shows us what pieces and sizes we're going to be cutting, as well as how many of each of them. But as exciting as it might be to dive in cutting here, don't start here. We're going to go a couple more pieces. Use this page to keep all of your cutting organized so you don't have to keep, you know, remeasuring your pieces as you go. All right, our 3rd page down, this is the fabric summary. So now we know how much fabric we need to go procure from our collection or go get at the store in order to make this particular test block. Remember, this is just one block, so there's not a lot there. Next page down, we get into what I like to think is the magic here. This is where the software tells me how I'm going to take all of that yardage and specifically cut it down. And let me zoom in a little bit here for you. Hopefully we can kind of sort of see that. So it tells me I'm going to cut a strip of 5 1/4 by 42. Remember, our fabric was 42 inches wide here, and subcut that one square 5 1/4 And then I'm going to cut it diagonally in both directions to get 4 quarter square triangles and save my leftovers. I love how software understands the difference between
Looks like we have just a smidge of a frozen
right there.
issue.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Our preview
there we
has
go.
adapted there. And you know what? I'm going to stop sharing my screen here for just a moment, just so you get a little bit bigger picture of me. Here is what that block is actually like sewn out. Yeah, a little different background color. This one is a 16-inch block. So this is the original size that the pattern called for. And remember those quarter square triangles that it told you to do? Those are right here at kind of the 4 center points on the block. So it does have you making some flying geese units. Ooh. Maybe flying geese aren't your favorite. I know they're not my favorite. I can do them, but let me show you how you can take this and how you can make it so you don't have to make flying geese here. So let's get my screen back up here again. And there we go. Yay. So those little corner blocks, they are like, they're not corners. I'm sorry. They're the midpoint. This little section right here. Okay. We don't want it to be a flying geese unit. We want to make half square triangle units. So that way our, points come together more efficiently if you're like me and you tend to lose the points on the flying geese. So I can actually just right click on that, break it apart, and it shows me all of the little pieces that it was made from. Ooh. That would be a whole lot of them to piece back together. So let's go ahead and merge them together. So we're going to click on one. I'm just using the control key on my keyboard to hold down. And I'm going to click on the little parts that I want for one triangle. And then we can use the unite button right up here on our screen. And you know what? Let's select that other triangle a little differently. Let's use the lasso piece select to just select, and we can just click and then move and click and move. So those were all left clicks. And then we're going to right click to close it off. And now, you know what? Let's right click again right on those pieces, and we can unite them right here on the screen. So now we have half square triangles at that point, as opposed to having to make the flying geese unit. So I would, of course, break those apart in the rest of my block too. And now, rather than having that little flying geese unit at the edge, I have half square triangles that might make me more confident in piecing this. So if I can break apart a built-in block, I bet there's some way that I can make a block from scratch. There absolutely is. There are 2 different ways you can do it. We have our easy block creator, which is this little purple diamond up here, and it brings you up essentially digital graph paper. So this is allowing you to be able to change from rectangles to maybe some quarter or half square triangles there. And now see kind of how this might flow together. So this is where you can start getting those abstract ideas that have maybe been floating around in your head, or if you're like me, attached to my Pinterest board that I'm likely never going to make because there's not a pattern there for it. And I can get these down into blocks that I'm going to be able to easily do. So let's do a 5x5 here. I always recommend getting the right number of columns that you need to make it go. And then you can just start either using the control key to click on those various parts and merge them together to make whatever your shapes are for your block. Or, oh, I forgot to unselect one. That's okay. We can just undo. Of course, we have undo. We love undo when it comes to software, right? Fix those mistakes before we get them to our printed directions. So rather than me clicking around here, I'm going to pop into my quilt block library, and I'm going to grab the My Blocks selection. Oh yeah, when you go to save blocks, do yourself a favor, save them to your library. This was the first block that I kind of made totally from scratch. I just used that clicking and combining to get them together, and then I can recolor it the way that I want it to look. So they told me I could infinitely resize these when they first, gave us the software and told us to start playing. So I built it as a 5-inch block. Well, it would really easily translate to a 10-inch block, of course, just twice the size, right? What about something that isn't a multiple of 5 though, like a 12-inch block. Oh yeah, there we go. Now it is a 12-inch block. So I made this particular block in 11 different sizes. I made the 12-inch block. I made the 11-inch block. And then, oh yes, I went wild and crazy and I made the other sizes in between there. So here they are. Are we ready for this? 10 inches clear down to 2. Let's see if I can hold this up and hopefully you can see it all. This was so much fun to make. When I got down to doing, oh, where's it out on here? This teeny tiny little 2-inch block here. The direction sheet told me that I was going to cut squares that were 7/8 of an inch. I was like, oh, 7, like there's barely any seam allowance in there. But oh yeah, look at that itty bitty little tiny 2-inch block. This was a ton of fun to make. And it's the exact same block, just over and over again, kind of set together in a funky, fun, swirly little layout. So speaking of setting those blocks together, let's pop back in here and, you know, look at our options for making some quilt layouts. Now, there's lots of different ways that you can make quilt layouts and you can put them together. And of course, you know, the way that we're probably going to think about these a lot of times is as one big quilt layout here. So my kind of layout here, oh, maybe my screen will share back again. Maybe not. Thanks. I love it. So now quilt layouts. All right, we're using the blue quilt layout tools here. Click on it. Defaultly gives you a 4x4 grid that you can bring in and fill with whatever quilt block you want. And you know what? You can just click on those blocks, go right into that block library and just pop in the block that you want to put there. As a matter of fact, let's copy this block and let's just paste it into all of our blocks so it's just one block, because you know there is something lovely about a great one block wonder. So you know what, I'm going to go ahead and drop my sashing back to 0x0, which will essentially eliminate all of the sashing. So now all of my blocks touch together. And I kind of was playing with this. This was a block that I made and kind of tested just because I wanted to see how this went together with some fun strips that I had as pre-cuts. And I was like, all right, I think it could be a really interesting quilt. So I was using my layout tools up here at the top and I rotated the block once and it didn't really do anything for me. Just kind of changed the little appearance. And then since this block's really just kind of mirrored across the center, if you rotate it one more time, we are right back to where we started again. So I was like, what happens if I flip my block? Like, just make it mirrored? Ooh, look at what happened there. Now there's like this whole secondary pattern thing going on there. So let's go ahead and grab every other block. So again, I'm just holding down Control on my keyboard and just selecting those blocks, and we're going to flip them all right to left. And there we go. Now we have a totally different quilt layout just from one block. Looks pretty cool, right? By default, this was an 8-inch block. I actually made my quilt that I made them 10-inch blocks. I wanted it to be a relatively small quilt. I didn't need it to be huge. And as a matter of fact, I've actually made this quilt twice now. I made it once with my colors and I made it for another educator and we made it with her colors. So let's take a peek here. I believe that should get us, there is my quilt totally sewn and put together, and exact same quilt. We just swapped the colors. There is what her quilt looked like. So sorry I don't have two of them with exactly the same angle, but this is so far has been my favorite quilt that I have made here. Now, these aren't the only quilts that I've made, these quick 3 that you've gotten to see. I've done other ones here too, things, you know, like English paper piecing. or not English, oh my gosh, foundation paper piecing. My brain is on English paper piecing. There's a project sitting right over there that's kind of calling my name. But we can do foundation paper piecing here to where it will actually generate you the file that, oops, I threw it on the floor. It'll generate you the file that you need so you can put your print and piece right in your inkjet printer and print it off, and you'll be ready to go. And you can even just do things that use some simple pre-cuts. Like I took a pack of charm squares here and just came out with a really simple like circle and a square layout. Oh, there we go. If we rotate it now, my things, oh, now they're upside down. So, hey, I should really put directions on the back of these maybe. But there we go. So this was just using a charm pack and highlighting it with some other fabric to make a fun little table topper. I came across these and I was like, how fun. Like, how often do you see oranges or little tequila bottles? I was like, it'll make a great table topper, but I just needed a pattern to go with it. So I just started with some 5-inch squares, built a couple of different blocks, and then laid them out as a quick quilt layout in order to play with it. And of course, something like this, I use charm squares. You could use a layer cake or a different size too, and just change that size of your block so you get the bigger block to utilize those pre-cuts. That fun little, log cabin that we had, you could change this so your strips were 2.5 inches and use your jelly rolls for it. So there's lots of different ways you can play with things and really enjoy them. And of course, you'll get different directions on how to cut your things out based on the layout that you're going with for just one block to test sew it or for the entire quilt layout. So I think that's about all that I've got, Tricia. If you want to pop back in here, of course, I've probably got more floating around if we've got questions or something I missed.
Ashley, that was a great demonstration. I'm sitting over here excited. Like, what a cool tool. And when you did the mirror, the blocks, I was like, oh, magic. That's so cool. Yeah. So do we have any questions, Brian?
No, it doesn't look like anybody had any questions in particular. I just wanted to say
that just cool.
What impressed me was seeing the quilts done and finished.
Yep.
I think it really brought it to life and you realize like what you can actually create.
Yeah, that's really, really incredible. And I love that you can tell like how much fabric that you need and all the printout. And as you had mentioned, the printed book, I love having something that I can physically have in my hand. So I appreciate the fact that you have this handy dandy little booklet with it. And that for anybody that's just popping on, when you get this, it doesn't come with the CD, as Ashley had mentioned, but it'll give you all the instructions on how to download everything. And
Rebecca Newell, who is one of our regulars, said that she told her husband that she needs this. So Mr. Newell, if you can hear this, you need to get your wife some software, okay?
That's how we're going to do it. That's lovely. Rebecca's husband has to join us so he can see how awesome this software really is. He's going to have to watch the playback. All right. Well, we really appreciate you joining us. I know for SewCreative Live Christmas, it's going to be Trevor. So hopefully we'll be able to have you back in the future and have another demonstration on some cool software.
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to come back. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ashley. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was a pretty neat software. I liked seeing the details of it and just seeing the different blocks. You could have so much fun making your quilts before even buying your fabric. Love it. And just a reminder, if you do need quilting fabric, ineedfabric.com has some amazing options for you. All right. Well, it looks like our next guest, I'm super excited about this because I got the privilege of meeting Richard at Baby Lock Tech. And so if you could bring him up, Brian.
Sure.
I'm pumped to have him here. Hi, Richard.
Hi, Tricia. How are you today?
I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself?
Doing great. Thank you so much for asking.
Good. Well, we are excited to see your presentation. I know you're going to be back for SewCreative Live Christmas as well. So you've got a couple machines there. But today, you're going to be showing us the Altair, correct?
Yes. Yes. Wonderful. One of my favorite machines. Excuse me, it's out having a few allergies this morning.
Oh, it's no fun.
There we go. Okay, so my favorite machine right here is my Altair. I personally own this machine. This is my machine I'm going to show you today.
Wonderful. Well, we'll let you take it away, Richard.
Okay, thank you, Tricia. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my studio. I'm in North Central Illinois, and it's a beautiful, chilly fall day here. So let's get started. This machine, the Altair, and I have another camera angle I'll show you in just a moment, but it has so much built into it. It's a combination embroidery and sewing machine. But you know what? I'm a 4th generation quilt maker, and I make my quilts on this machine. I even quilt them in the hoop. It has one of the largest hoops on the market, 9.5 by 14 inches. This machine comes with 4 hoops. I'm going to show them to you. It comes with the 4 by 4 inch hoop. It also comes with the 5 by 7 inch hoop, one of the most popular sized hoops. It's very useful. It also comes with, are you ready? 9.5 by 9.5 inches. You notice the color coding here on the side, the black and white strips that are built into it. I'm going to show you what those are for here in just a moment. And then the big hoop. This one is 9.5 by 14 inches. Oh my goodness, it's a ginormous hoop. So this is the hoop I use to do the bulk of my quilting with, edge to edge and by the piece. So why these color codings are on here, I'm going to get to a smaller hoop so it'll show on the camera better. There we go. What these are for right here, there is an app you download to your phone. You take a picture of your hooped fabric or your quilt, and it will wirelessly send it to this machine. And it will come up on the big 10.5 inch screen so you can then design your quilting designs and perfect placement of those designs using the color-coded hooping. It is phenomenal. It's high-tech. It's just an amazing, amazing machine. And you know what, though? There is so much more with this. I'm going to switch to a different camera, and I'm going to show you some of the features. This little box right here, that holds all your feet and all your goodies and extras that come with the machine. The lid comes off. Let me just take that off real quick while we're on this camera. And it keeps all your supplies right at your fingertips. These little trays come out and you have more storage underneath. You can keep all your tools in one easy, centrally located spot. Okay. Set that to the side. And we're going to move to our other camera. Right here. And there we go. And here it is. Here is the Altair. Pretty awesome. And what it is, look at the big full color screen, everybody. The lid, when you raise the lid, this is where your bobbin winder is. It's thread. This machine also comes with an external thread stand to put those really large cones of thread on if you like to use larger cones of thread for either embroidery or quilting or just general sewing. Pretty awesome. So let's touch our screen. And it does come with a stylus. And you can also plug a mouse, a wired mouse, like this, into the side of the machine to use as well. Let's talk about sewing for just a moment. There are over 771 sewing stitches in this machine. Notice I have the embroidery arm attached. You don't have to remove this arm to sew on this machine. There are utility stitches, decorative stitches, more decorative stitches, heirloom stitches, buttonholes. Look at all the different buttonholes, everybody. Darning, manual buttonholes. It even does eyelets, and it has a built-in button attachment feature. Here, you can also do multi-directional sewing. Just like a clock dial, it can sew from the middle to the upper left, from the middle, from the needle position backwards, from the needle position to the upper right, and just the reverse, needle position to lower right, needle position to the front, and needle position to the lower left. pretty awesome. It's really great when you are doing mending projects, if you like to do that, or alterations. And then here is all the different quilting stitches that are dedicated to quilt makers. And you can see there's a lot of them. There is actually 30 different stitches, but there's more. That's under utility stitches. If we touch the tab that says character decorative stitch, now we have all these other tabs. On number 6, for instance, there is, let's just go all the way to the bottom, 324 stitches just in that one menu alone. And as you can see, when we go back to the beginning, there's 7, 8. These are all like satin stitches, some really fun stitches here. I mean, so many stitches, anything your heart desires, you can stitch out on this machine. One of my favorite features of the Altair is this one right here. This is a laser light needle seam guide. I'm going to switch to a close-up camera so that you can see this, and I'm going to move it so that it's right in your view. So if you see right here, there is that laser light needle beam that you can set. Where it's set in the middle position now with the stitch in the middle position, that is exactly where your needle will fall. If I move it, and by moving it, I'm going to move it right here. And I know this because I've used it, but if I go to 10 millimeters right there, and I come back, I now have a perfect 1/4 inch seam set up to do piecing with. You can also set that to do 3/8 and 5/8 and all kinds of good stuff. That is one of my favorite features. No more having to put masking tape or use those little magnetic things. It's all built into the machine. Oh my gosh, I just love that feature on this machine. It is so awesome. You can also program it. If I turn on this and this, it will automatically tie off the beginning of a seam. And then when I get to the end of a seam, if I press this button, it'll automatically tie off the end and cut the thread. How awesome is that? So there's so many things. If you like to do free motion quilting, if you like to try your hand at free motion quilting or free motion embroidery, to set it up for free motion, you see that little icon? Touch it, it drops the feed dogs, adjust the tension, and you're ready to go. One touch of a button, and you can start free motioning. This is mirror right and left. This is where you can program in your own decorative stitches, combination of stitches. And all this one does, it can either do one stitch. See how there's one stitch right there? If I turn it back to there, then it just repeats that stitch. Very useful features. And there's so much here. Everyone, I could go on for hours and hours, but I'm going to get as much information for you as I can. Now, if I'm done sewing, and you can also, one more thing, you can also add your stitch that you have set up into the memory feature. Another cool thing before I move forward is this right here's my number 2 favorite feature on this machine. Are you ready? Okay, let's say I wanted to use this stitch right here. Okay, there's the preview of it. But what would you use that stitch for? Well, you see that little question mark right up here? Touch that, pattern explanation, and it will tell you whatever stitch you have selected, what its proper use is. Yes, this machine has a built-in sewing tutor that will teach you how to use it and what every function does. If I touch that again, let's return. Check this out. Go to video. Here are all built-in videos that will play on this screen. How to wind a bobbin, how to thread it, different sewing techniques, embroidery, how to hoop, how to use the IQ positioning app, different 5 videos on using IQ Designer. I'll show you what that is here in just a second. Settings. Let's go back up here to sewing. Touch that and watch what happens. You get there's no sound to it, step-by-step video instruction on how to use the machine for whatever purpose and technique you're trying to learn. How awesome is that? Built-in sewing instructor built into the machine. Everyone, it doesn't get any better than that. Oh my goodness. So we're going to return and go back to our home screen, the little house. That'll take you to the very opening screen where you can select sewing, embroidery, and IQ. We were just in sewing. Let's look at a few features in embroidery. Here are all the built-in embroidery designs. There are over 447 built-in embroidery designs that come with this machine. Asian. Aren't those beautiful? These are exclusive designs only in baby lock machines. Celebration. Look at the beautiful Christmas stuff. Woohoo. Explore. Look at the camping stuff. This is a really big thing in embroidery right now, is camping themed stuff. Freehand designs. Everybody, I like to do this. And then I will stitch these out in black and then do fabric markers to color them in. It is so fun. Let's go back to another one. Kids corners. If you have little ones at home, there's lots of really cute things here that you can put on onesies and blankies. Look at all that fun stuff there. Novelty. Once again, there's just so much built into this machine. I'm just going to give you a brief preview. Stained glass, botanical. Look at the gnome. Emojis. Yes, you can make patches using the emojis. I've made patches out of these emojis. If you have someone who likes to go fishing in your family, well, here's some built-in designs where you can make creative gifts for the fisher person in your family. Home accents, wonderful, beautiful designs here. Needlecraft, these are gorgeous also. I've also stitched out this sewing machine and put it on the side of a tote bag for a gift. And let's look at another one. We're almost through all of these. Scroll styles, look at this, all this beautifulness here. Look at that eagle head. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, let's cancel that out. And there, believe it or not, there's more. There's one more here called Western. Really cool horse head. Look at that one. Woohoo. But you know what? That's just under exclusive. We also have embroidery designs. 3 more tabs here. Here are some of the fonts you can use in embroidery. These are our built-in fonts. There are over 20 different fonts built in. 21 in this tab. This tab are large fonts. They're about 3 by 4 inches or so. And yes, you can resize them right inside the machine. Frames, there's 10 different frame styles, and these can be resized. Check this one out. Isn't that pretty? So many things you can do with this, everybody. And yes, you can even embroidery. Look at this. Here are actually sewing stitches you can program into embroidery. How awesome is that? There's a ton of these on here as well. Let's see how many. Come on down. Come on down. Here we go. There we go. 160 programmable stitches like this. Your only limitation with this machine is your imagination. So let's go back to our homes. There's also buttonholes you can use in the embroidery hoop. So much fun. And then we come to IQ. What's IQ, you ask? IQ Designer is a built-in program built into the machine where you can create your own original embroidery designs. For instance, under line design, you can take a photo of something on a piece of paper. Say maybe your nephew has drawn a picture on a piece of paper. Well, you can take a picture of it with your phone, send it wirelessly to your machine, and it will convert it and stitch it out in stitches. Oh my gosh, it is so awesome. But you know, I told you I was a quilt maker, right? So what I like to do, I like to put my signature on the back of my quilts. And this machine makes it so dadgum easy. I'm going to do this live in front of you. You could do this. You could also write it on a piece of paper and wirelessly send the image to the machine. However, on this machine, you can also write right on the screen. Check it out. I'm going to go up here into line properties. I'm going to take that first pencil. I'm going to pick me a straight stitch and select OK. And then I'm just going to write my name. There's my signature. And now this machine is going to convert that into stitches. So I'm going to hit next. And it's showing my thread selection and a triple straight stitch. Hit preview. Hit OK. There it is. And now I'm going to set it. Click on OK. Now I'm in my embroidery edit screen. Here I can manipulate that. I can resize it, make it a little bit bigger, make it smaller, stretch it up and down, side to side, whatever I want to do. When I'm ready to stitch that out, I'll just click on OK and then touch embroidery. And guess what? I'm now in my embroidery stitch out screen. I have fabric in this 5x7 hoop. And just to show you how quick and easy it is to put your signature or anything that you write on a piece of paper or write on the screen, check it out. Now all I have to do, I'm already threaded. I'm going to lower my presser foot and I'm going to hit the start button. And it's going to stitch out my signature on this piece of paper. Check it out. You could also do this with recipes. Oh my goodness. Only your imagination, you're only limited by your imagination how you can use this, everybody. And this is just a 1 minute stitch out, 904 stitches. And that tells me right up here on this screen how long it's going to take and how many stitches are in the stitch out right there. How easy is that? I tell you, this machine, whether you're just a hobbyist or you consider yourself a professional, this is for people with all skill levels. And you know what? There are so many cool things you can get for this machine. And I'm going to show you a few of those once we move on from this little demo right here. But check out my signature, everybody. Look at that. Exactly how I drew it on the screen. It just doesn't get any easier than that, everyone. You can totally, Donna, absolutely, you can totally put that a recipe on a towel. I love making tea towels out of flour sack material. It's one of my favorite things to embroidery. And yes, you can do that on here. You can even make a tea towel for each day of the week and write Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday and have 7 towels, one for each day of the week. Oh my gosh, so much fun. And guess what? The machine tells you it has finished embroidering, and then you just touch OK. And then I could stitch out another one. If I knew I was going to use that again, you know what I can do? I can just touch the memory button. I can save it to my machine. I can save it to 2 different thumb drive ports, or I could send it wirelessly to Palette 11 digitizing software if I have that software on my home computer. But I'm just going to save it to the machine, and now it's there whenever I need it. I can pull it back up, resize it each time if I wanted to, and make it fit whatever project I am currently working on. How awesome is that? Oh my goodness. So there is so much more, everybody. So check this out. We're going we're going to go over here and we're going to take this off. And then we are going to come back to here. And we are going to go to our home screen. Click on OK. I'm going to go back into sewing. Now watch. I still have my embroidery arm. When I click on OK on this, it's going to move the arm out of my way. Check it out. Pretty cool. And one thing, as I have gotten older, I was so excited when Baby Lock released this for the Altair and the Solaris. But check this out. For my Altair, I love the magnifying lens set. Look at this. To me, this is a must-have. It fits right on the machine. Check it out. It's so easy to put in. See that hole right there? It just goes right in there. And it sets perfectly on the machine. And now we can look in there and see our needle. There's two lenses here, so you can adjust the intensity and the magnification of that. If you want to get it out of your way, it just rotates right over here like this, and it's out of your way to sew. How awesome is that? That is a must-have, everybody. It fits more than the Altair. I consider this a have to have feature. Okay. So, even though this machine has the built-in help menus, here is another thing. Baby Lock makes for all their machines what they call an inspirational guide. One thing you need, why would you want this, you might ask? This is actually a workbook tutorial. Look how thick it is. You can go through it and it will teach you every possible feature and thing you can do on this machine. I'm going to set this down so you can see as I thumb through it here. I'm not going to go through it all, but check it out. And the cool thing is it's in color. This one here, this particular page I just randomly opened to, is how to attach elastic. Check it out. All the buttons to all the icons to select, how to set it up. Oh my gosh, you have to have one of these with your machine. I just went over another one. Here's how to do sashiko. Sashiko is a beautiful long Japanese stitch. And I'm just going to randomly flip this over, but look, it's all in beautiful full color detail. So if you went through this book and did every single little project, each page is a different project, you will be a master of this machine. Here's pin tucks, corded pin tucks, everybody. Look at that. Let's just go. And then here's the guide on embroidery. That was for sewing. There's another equally informative guide on how to do all of the embroidery, use all the embroidery features on this machine. Check that out. Basic editing, working with alphabet characters, combining patterns. Then there's yet another section on advanced embroidery. Understanding the IQ Designer. So much information there, everybody. My gosh, well worth the price you would have to pay for that. It's like having a Baby Lock educator in your home. You really need that. So, but wait, there's more. Another cool thing to have. Now it comes with about 16 feet, but you know what? This little purple bag right here is a 30-foot kit. Check it out when I open this up. All the feet in this bag fit the Altair, everyone. Let me get this opened up right here. And we'll have a quick peek at that. This is one of my other favorite things that I got with my machine. Get it over here the proper way. Now, it does come with a book. This is called the Solaris 30-foot kit, but it's also all these also fit the Altair as well, every single one of them. Check it out. There's open-toed foot, candle wicking foot, edge joining foot. They're all in zippered individual pouches with ID cards, cording feet, a fringe foot, gathering foot, hemming feet. I mean, my gosh, everybody, there are also extra feet for the digital dual feed foot. This is what that is. This right here is a computerized, it plugs into your machine. This is a computerized walking foot, is what that is, everyone. Awesome products right there. You won't go wrong with that. There we go. Move that one out. And another thing, I'm going to show you one more little product here to show you. Check this out, everybody. This is the new Baby Lock 5x7 magnetic hoop. Love this. These are super strong. Notice the cardboard in there. If I didn't have that cardboard in here, they're not that easy to get off if they're just metal to metal. This fits the Altair as well. The 5x7 magnetic hoop. It is so cool. Okay. Ooh, let's see here. And the one more thing I'm going to show before I hand it back over to Tricia is this. Told you I was a quilter, right? So I'm going to go into IQ Designer, and this one is called Regions Properties. That icon there, if you touch that, this has 15 built-in quilting designs, everybody, that you can fit into a quilt block in the hoop before you stitch it out. For instance, let's just take number 1, click on OK, and OK. Touch the fill bucket, touch the screen, and the hoop was just filled with that quilting design. That's how easy it is to quilt on this machine and apply a quilting design to it. Oh my gosh, that is so awesome. And everyone, there's so much more I could tell you about this if we had a few more hours. So, wow, Tricia, what do you think? Are you there, Tricia? Here you are.
I'm here. Yes. Now I can understand why that is your favorite machine. Brian and I are sitting over here with our jaws dropped here. We're like, what the? I honestly thought the multi-directional feature was going to be my favorite, but when you signed your name on there and stitched that out, I was like, that's it. That's it.
And the cool thing is you could actually take a piece of computer printer paper and write out a recipe or a love letter and then stitch it out on fabric. The possibilities are endless. It is so awesome.
Yes. I said to Brian, my grandpa gave me a recipe card and he only gave it to me, his chocolate chip cookie recipe. Wow. So I'm like, I could stitch it on a pillow and then hide my pillow from everybody else, but it would mean a lot to me. It's very, very cool. And we would love to see more on the machine, but we do have to continue on. But we are excited to see you back at SewCreative Live Christmas. I believe you're going to be showing us the sashiko and the array on that.
Yes,
correct?
The array's right in behind me, right over here.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to go over some special pricing for this machine, and we will see you next week. And thank you so much for joining us. Okay, Richard?
Thank you, Tricia. Thank you, Brian.
Bye, Richard. Yeah, that is a pretty spectacular machine. The one thing I was thinking too, it's technically sewing and embroidery, right? But as Richard said, you can do quilting on it too. So, I mean, you're really getting bang for your buck, and we're all about that, right, Brian?
Yes, we are.
A bang for your buck. All right, well, let's go ahead and go over some pricing. Before I do mention the pricing on this machine, just want to back up to the design and quilt. I was so excited to see Richard that I forgot to mention it. So I'm going to pop that up on the screen really quick. For the design and quilt software, it is normally $799.99. We've got the sale price of $599.99, but if you give our customer service a call, we've got some special event pricing on that. Very, very cool software. I really enjoyed Ashley's demonstration on that. And now let's skip to the Altair. It is normally $12,999 and it has a sale price of $8,999. That is an amazing price. Now, with the Altair right now, because the price is so awesome, we decided we're going to offer a gift card with the purchase of the Altair. So Brian just looked it up. It's going to be a $500 gift card to Sewing Parts Online. Now, you can't use it with this purchase. You have to save it for later, but you're going to get a $500 gift card in addition to that amazing sale price of the $8,999. So financing is available, which is great. Another reminder too, we want to touch on the giveaway. It is only available for another, let's see, I'm trying to see the clock.
30 minutes.
30 minutes. 30 minutes you have to get entered into the giveaway. That grand prize is going to be worth over $8,500. To enter, just visit sewingpartsonline.com/SewCreative Live. Scroll down, include your name and your email address, and you will be entered into the drawing. So we're super excited about that. Again, we're going to have this beautiful basket of fabric that was donated by ineedfabric.com, and then we're giving away a Baby Lock Triumph. So that is one grand prize. So you're getting a Triumph and you're getting this amazing fabric. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
You better make us a quilt.
Yeah, you better make us a quilt. Brian's like, we want to see pictures. You can always join our Facebook group, which is let's try that again. Sewing Parts Online, Sewing Community. And you can come over and share your pictures and share your sewing stories. So we would love to see you there. Next up, we are super excited to have Bernie and Shelly Tobish. They are joining us from Canada. Can you bring them on up? Thanks, Brian. Hi, guys. How are you?
Really good. Hi, Tricia.
Good, thank you.
Great to see
Good. How is the weather in Canada?
you.
It's odd that you ask.
We have a snowstorm today.
Oh, that sounds lovely. The Minnesotan in me is like,
It's absolutely gorgeous out there.
Nothing like you guys received in the East recently. We got about 6 inches of snow this morning.
Yeah, if we get snow, we shut down here in Tennessee. But I am super excited for your segment. You're going to be talking about your amazing precision piecing products and giving us some tips. And also, I found out you guys are authors when I was just super pumped about your precision piecing products. But when I found out you were authors as well, I had to take a peek at them too. So
Well, we'll have to do some shameless self-promotion with the book.
It's okay. You can go ahead and promote it. We're okay with that. But we're going to let you take it away. And if you have any questions throughout, just let me know. We'll pop back on and answer those. Or if we have a question from the viewers, we'll let you know. Okay?
Okay,
That's
sounds
awesome.
great. Thank you.
Well, welcome all. Thanks for joining us. We're coming to you from beautiful, snowy Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Beautiful day out there. I went for a little drive this morning because you got to get the four-wheel drive out into the snow just to test it out. Lots of fun. Shelly and I, this is Shelly, and we want to talk to you a little bit about what Shelly calls pinless piecing and press as you go. Now, of course, those are quilting techniques, but the products that we're going to talk to you about will also lend themselves to garment construction. So this is a good thing. So Shelly is big on fabric prep. And so I think the very first thing she will do is probably head over to the fabric prep camera station.
Yes.
And now we're going to, we're testing out this lovely new microphone we got that is occasionally wants to show up on our computer as a speaker rather than a microphone. So if there's any issue with sound, please let us know. And Shelly, do you want to say something just to make sure we can hear you over there?
Hello, everybody.
How did that come through for you? Does that
Sounds great.
Okay?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you, Brian. All right, I'm going to switch over to the pressing cam. I have to just kind of, this is a two-step process on here. So, oh, got it right the first time. There we go. Okay. As I was saying, Shelly's big on fabric prep, and she's going to give you reasons why that is important. There's always a bit of debate out there about whether you should wash your fabrics or not to wash your fabrics, but we'll kind of address both of those.
Absolutely.
All right, Chuck.
Okay, so I am of the camp that I love to wash and dry my fabrics. Now I do wash my fabrics either by hand or machine, depending on if they're pre-cuts or yardage. But the one thing that I do have in common with when I wash my fabrics is I do dry them in the dryer. Now it's okay if you don't wash and dry your fabrics, if you just take them directly off the bolt. We'll be addressing that too. But the reason that I do like to wash my fabrics before I use them in my quilts is when they arrive at the containers in the port, they are fumigated. And so chemicals can get onto your fabrics. And I don't like the thought of adding a hot iron to my fabric and those chemicals being released into the air. The other thing, all of us do love Tulip Pink fabrics, nice and bright fabrics. I like to wash and dry my fabrics to release any excess dye. And I do dry the fabrics in the dryer to shrink them, because often every time you touch the fabric with the iron, it can end up shrinking. So for me, for the type of sewing and piecing that I do, that works really well for me.
And would you agree, Shelley, that different fabric lines can shrink at different rates?
Absolutely, they do.
So that
Yes.
might be important to pre-shrink, so that when you're putting different lines in your quilt, that when you do wash it, they don't shrink. The blocks don't shrink at different rates.
That's exactly right, Vern. So here's what your fabrics will often look like when they come out of the dryer. They're a hot mess. And I'm going to show you how to take your fabric from this to this. Just move this out of the way. I'm going to be working with Easy Press fabric treatment. And this is the Easy Press fabric treatment in the Easy Press bottle.
That's the Mr. bottle?
Yes, the Mr. bottle. And what this bottle does is when I start to spray the Easy Press, you will notice that it's going to be coming out in a nice, even mist. I'm going to work from the back of the fabric, and I have a dark fabric here so you can see the spray as it begins to soak into the fibers. And I just give my fabric a nice light spray with Easy Press. Now you can keep in mind that you can add more body to the fabric if you want. And so why I'm using my Easy Press is because I've washed and dried my fabric. The wash and dry process removes all of the body from the fabric. And so I want to put the body back in. And what you can do is you can make your fabric as stiff as you need, depending on what job you're doing. So for example, I might use less if I'm doing applique, more if I'm piecing. I can also prepare my fabric for embroidery and even for cutting through the cry cuts. So I allow the product to soak into my fabric for about 15 seconds before I press. Now, one thing that you might, if you do use Easy Press or any other product on your fabric, you'll know that you want the Easy Press to soak in to the fibers. If when you hit the fabric with the iron and you hear sizzling, that means that the product hasn't soaked into the fibers, and it's just boiling between the base of the iron and the fabric. So that's why I like to allow it to soak into the fibers. Then instead of just going like this with the iron hard on the fabric, I'm just pressing the iron down on the fabric and lifting and setting and lifting and setting for a few seconds.
I guess the reason there is you just don't want to stretch that fabric out of shape.
That's right.
Are you applying any pressure at all on the iron? Or is it just the weight of the iron?
Just the weight of the iron.
So it's just the weight and the heat then?
The weight and the heat. And what I'm doing is I'm just feeling with my other hand to make sure that the fabric is drying. And once I can feel that it's starting to dry, then I'll go in and I'll swirl. But again, I don't have any pressure on the iron. It's just the weight of the iron on the fabric. And you can see that those wrinkles are magically disappearing, and I've added the body back into the fabric. The reason I want to add body back into my fabric is so that, especially if I'm preparing fabric for cutting today, and when I'm going to cut my fabric, if there's body back into the fabric, it makes my cutting more accurate. Another great benefit of using Easy Press is that it's not going to attract any bugs. If you live in a climate where you might have a lot of bugs, you can use this product and know that there's not going to be any bugs attracted to your fabric.
Shelley, would you mind showing the bottom of the iron? Someone just asked if we're using steam, and I have to say, Shelley does not use steam. Steam will distort your fabric. You get that big burst of steam in there, and all of a sudden you're stretching your fabric out of shape.
Yep, I'm just using a dry iron. While the Easy Press is in the fabric, it is stain resistant. I found that out at a show one time. Somebody accidentally wiped chocolate on a white quilt of mine, and I was actually able to just take a damp cloth and wipe it right off. It also helps the fabrics to resist fraying. And there's a nice hand to the fabric. It doesn't feel like there's really anything in there, but you can see now that I've added the body back.
All right, I just may switch cameras and give you, let me just go to my settings here and make a switch. Okay. Now that Easy Press is non-toxic. It's completely biodegradable. It's 100% water soluble. You other than the body in your fabric, it's not going to really affect your fabric in any way. The quilts Shelley makes, as a rule, afterwards she doesn't wash them and they still feel nice and soft, but there's body in the fabric. I want to show you some other ways we've used it, and this might come in nicely at the end of an embroidery demo. This embroidery was done without any stabilizer in it. We just stiffened the fabric with this fabric treatment. The more you apply, the stiffer your fabric gets. You could apply so much that your fabric will stand up like cardboard and it'll just rinse out again. This, of course, is not a dense embroidery, so I'm not trying to pull the wool over your eyes. But what it means is that as your embroideries get more dense, if you stiffen your fabric first, you could use lighter stabilizers so you don't have that really, really thick pad that's inserted into your stitching from the stabilizer. We were asked at one show if it would make the fabric stiff enough to use the electronic cutters, and it most certainly did. And then I quickly want to show you, if you are from the school that does not want to wash your fabric, and we get that there are those amongst you. Trust me when I say these fabrics all started out the same, started out the same length. There's 3 fabrics here. I'm going to do this. Well, let's do this right. Okay, I got it. This thing is alive. So if you look at the 3 pieces of fabric here, you'll see the one in the back is the longest. That's off the bolt. It's untreated. Now, none of these are washed. I want to show you this. So this is about just a little over an inch longer. The second one, and I want to show you something else. Look at the amount of fraying. I don't know if you can see this in front of my shirt here. Maybe you can. Look at the amount of fraying on that. We've had this for about 3 years, and it just frays out. Our next sample here, you can see, is considerably, let's get that up there so you can see, is considerably, there we go. It's considerably shorter. So the iron and the fabric treatment actually pre-shrank the fabric. So if you're from that school that doesn't want to wash your fabric, but you still want to shrink it, that is one way to do it, okay? And on this sample, you're going to notice considerably less fraying. I don't know if you can see that, but it's much shorter. And then on the third sample, we treated the fabrics a little bit heavier for a little bit more stiffness. And you can see it shrank maybe another 1/4 of an inch, a little more body to it, and almost 0 fraying. And this has been laying around for about 3 years or so. All right, so that is the fabric treatment. It comes in the kit like this with a 16-ounce bottle and the mister bottle, so that you get a mister bottle that you can then refill afterwards. And it comes in our hottest item, which is the gallon, so that you can refill those bottles. All right, so that is just prepping the fabric. So now I'll switch cameras and Shelly will show you. First, I think we better turn on an iron here. Shelly will show you the pinless piecing portion of this. Now, Shelly's going to show you with small pieces, but Shelly, that's because Shelly likes to work with small pieces.
I do.
Yes.
Yes.
Keep in mind that the bigger your pieces are, the more they want to shift. And if you can see back here, Shelly's into accuracy. And if you're a garment sewer, you're probably into accuracy. So there are places where this will come in really handy, the next step here that Shelly's going to show you, even in garment sewing.
I do want to mention also that if you're working on a block like this Tree of Life block, and where I was sewing the stem, this is not a stem, the trunk, sorry about that, was sewing the trunk in. This is a long bias on these two triangles. And this was a time when I really needed to work with the seam line to help hold those pieces in position. Also, when I'm adding borders onto my quilts, then I also want to make sure that I use the seam line so things don't shift on me while I'm stitching. And I'm going to introduce you to seam line.
So when we call this pinless piecing and press as you go, this is actually how it finishes. This is how it comes out. This is not pressed after it's put together. This is pressed while it's being made, and you'll see that Shelly will show you this. And I'm just going to switch you over to the glue cam. And then while I'm doing that, I will, let me see here, just get the right camera here. Oh, we did.
I'm just looking to see where I'm at.
Yeah, that's it. You got it.
Excellent. All right, so I'm going to be demonstrating with these 1-inch strips because they really do show how accuracy is improved working with seam line and with easy press. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to work with the seam line. It comes in a 1-ounce bottle and it has a precision tip on it. The glue just comes out in precise little dots. And I'm going to just apply little dots of glue about every 1/2 inch in the seam allowance. And then I'm going to place my fabrics right sides together. While I'm doing this, I want to make sure that I've lined up the fabrics, both front and back, exactly. Once I can see that they're where I want them to be, they're in position, then I'm just going to set the iron on top of the fabric for about 5 seconds, and that will dry the glue.
The glue would dry on its own, but it would probably take about 20 minutes. This way you have really, really good control of when that glue sets. And I know a lot of you are probably saying, oh my God, glue, but this glue is specially formulated. It's harmless to your fabric. You won't even feel it's there. If you make a mistake, it actually just comes apart really easily. The goal was simply just to keep fabrics from shifting and have a light enough hold that they would do that, but not affect your fabric or, importantly, your sewing machine. I'm a sewing machine technician, and I've worked on machines for 47 years. And the last thing I want to do is pull glue out of feed dogs, glue out of hooks, and glue out of areas of the machine I just don't want to dig around in. And I don't want your stitching affected by glue. And this is a super, super clean process, and you will never see it. You will never see it on your machine. You probably won't even see it on your fabric. And Shelly will show you that. She'll probably at some stage here pull one apart.
Yeah, so what I'm doing here is a lot of us as quilters, we like to do tasks all at once. And so while I'm doing this, when I've placed the glue on the fabric and pressed, I take a little clip and clip it to the edge that I glued, because as Bernie just mentioned, you can't see the edge you glued. And then I line them all up as I'm preparing the fabrics for sewing. I'll show you this. I'm going to take this strip apart. I just take a hold of it. Let's say I've made a mistake, and all I have to do is gently pull them apart, and you can see the fabrics aren't stretching.
Can you get that up close to the darker piece in particular, just so we can see if there's anything on there? So you can see that's basically invisible. There's nothing there. If you feel that with your finger, unless you're using gobs of this stuff.
Gobs?
Gobs, that's a word.
Yes, it is.
It's a metric gob. We're from Canada, which means a lot, right? You won't feel it. It's almost non-existent. And if there is anything there and you wanted to get rid of it, it just rinses out really, really easily. Now, are you going to sew that together for everybody?
I am.
All right. Would you like me to go to the machine camera?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's do that.
I did want to mention that the heat of the iron, I have set the iron to wool setting, and some irons are really super hot and can actually scorch your fabric. So you want to make sure that you check your iron and make sure that it's not going to scorch your fabrics as you're drying them.
Yeah, let's address that briefly from your earlier demonstration as well. Irons aren't that accurate. Thermostats aren't that accurate. You can have two irons that are theoretically identical, but the heat is different. So whatever you're using, whether it's our product or another product, do a test on a piece of fabric that you're not worried about. And just Shelley uses the wool setting and it's just fine. But I know some people turn their iron right up to incinerate, and then you know what happens. You will end up scorching your fabric. Anyway, there we are. We are at the machine cam, and take it away.
Okay. I've set my stitch length to a stitch length of 2. And I do that because when I'm sewing and subcutting as I'm piecing, I want to make sure that my seams aren't going to be coming undone at the very edge of the fabric. Now what I've done here is I've put together 2 pieces of fabric, and I call these my headers. They come in many names. And what I'm going to do is start stitching onto these 2 pieces of fabric, and that way the thread is then caught into these little fabrics, and I'm going to hang on to the top and bobbin thread and begin stitching. And I'm just going to sew until I'm 1 stitch off the edge of the fabric.
And that's an important thing to remember, and we'll go into more in depth of why Shelley does that.
Okay, now I'm going to take my strip. I'm slightly raising my presser foot, and I'm going to place my strips right up to the needle and making sure that I'm lined up right along the edge of the 1/4 inch foot. And then I'm going to stitch. Now, as I'm stitching, I'm going to be hanging onto the fabric in the front here, not on the side, not pulling, just allowing the sewing machine to feed the fabrics, feeding from the front. This is how I chain piece. I'm going to stitch a couple strip sets here. I sew till I get to the end and the needle is just off the edge of the fabric. I raise the presser foot, snug the fabric up to the needle, lining up along the edge of the 1/4 inch foot, and sew. Now you can hear the sound of my motor. I'm not going really fast. I'm not in any races. I'm watching. I'm looking here. I'm not looking at the needle. I'm just making sure that my fabrics are being fed from exactly a 1/4 inch from the top through the middle. And to make sure I'm right at the edge here, I'm going to place my index finger along the edge of the foot because I've run out of fabric, applying a little bit of pressure on the left side, making sure that the fabric is still feeding right along the edge of the foot on the right side. When I get to the end of that seam, I then take another 2 pieces of fabric, raise the presser foot, snug up to the foot, up to the needle, and sew.
So when you're done all your chain piecing, you just put a footer in there and away you go. Huh?
That's right.
Now, may I explain, Shelley, other reasons why what you're doing there are a good idea?
Yes.
Okay, are you looking for scissors?
I am.
You must have.
I've got my Karen K. Buckley's here.
Yes.
I'm just going to snip the thread between the footer and the last strip that I stitched. And then I'm going to snip the threads between my strips and the header. Okay.
Okay, there's a couple of reasons why this is good policy to do this, where you're stitching 1 stitch off the fabric and then you bring your fabric right up. When you're piecing, really any kind of sewing, the where your, let's say your seam allowance for piecing is going to go awry is at the beginning and at the very end of the piece. So by moving her fabric right, here, let me grab a piece and show you, right to here, she knows that her very first stitch is accurate. It's giving her the right seam allowance, okay? When she gets to the end, by holding her finger there, she keeps it, some machines, not this one so much, want to maybe spit your fabric out to the left a little bit when you get to the end and you have nothing to hold on to. So putting your finger there prevents an issue. But let's say you're a prolific chain piecer and you, well, she's going to get really mad at me when I do this, right?
Don't do that.
Don't do it? Okay, I won't.
No.
So let's say you just insert your fabric at the front of this.
It's okay.
Leaders, yep, you could see that. You could say that, I should say. I've heard them called bunnies, all kinds of names for this. Shelley calls them headers and footers. So when you do this, when you just insert your fabric here and you end up with a big chain of thread in between your feet, there's something else that can happen. And I'm going to move the camera slightly and I'm going to grab a pointer and I'm going to show you the underside of a 1/4 inch presser foot. All right. Now, can you see all the damage that's been done to this? Okay, that's a little out of focus, so let me just there. Can you see all the damage that's been done here? Look along here, for example, here, all along here. The metal of your feed dogs is harder than the metal of the underside of your presser foot. And nobody ever looks at the underside of their presser foot. So what starts to happen when this happens is your feeding of your fabric starts to change. You may notice your machine even crossing small seams. The stitch length will start to vary. The fabric maybe floats a little bit. It doesn't want to feed as straight as it used to. Now, I don't know how many people are on this, but of those of you that are sort of prolific chain piecers and you have machines that you've had for a while, well, let me put it to you this way. When we're doing a class and we have 15 people in that class that have been prolific chain piecers, I'm going to say that 4 or 5 of them will already have damage on the underside of your presser foot. So have a look when you get into your sewing room, check the underside of your presser feet and see if they're damaged or not. And I know a great place where you can replace those. I think it's called Sewing Parts Online or something like that. Mm-hmm. Anyway, that's one of the reasons you would do that. I am going to switch you back now to the Shelley cam. Give me 1 second here. Yep, there we go.
Excellent. Thank you, Bernie. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is set my seams. And I'm just going to take the iron and do just what it sounds like. Just set the iron on the seams. And this way the thread will settle into the fabric and it gives me a better press. And I have tried it with setting the seams and without to give it a test. And for sure, I get a much nicer press when I set my seams. The next thing I'm going to do is press the seams to one side. I do not press my seams open, but I will show you in a moment how you can press the seams open if you like to, even if you have used seam-align to hold your fabrics together. So the next thing I'm going to do is finger press, and I'm just feeling to make sure that my fabric is snug against that line of stitching. And as I'm pressing, I'm guiding the iron along and making sure that the fabric is pressed right along the stitching. And I'll do that one more time. I'm finger pressing. What I want to make sure of is that I don't have any gaps between the fabric and the seam I just stitched. So you can see by using 1-inch strips, they really show how that fabric, once I've pressed, isn't nice and flat. And this can affect the way that it can affect my cutting, my accuracy.
So when you're subcutting, that makes it a little more difficult, doesn't it?
That's right. So before I show you the next step, I do want to show you that you can easily open a seam just by putting something in between, inserting an awl or something between the seam, and you can easily release those seams. I'll even show you as I'm doing this. that you can make these little pressed open seams nice and flat.
And I can tell you, this is a total game changer for accuracy, whether it's garment construction or piecing.
So what I like to do, I'm just going to take, this is my Easy Press pen, and I have the same product that I use to press my fabrics after I washed and dried them inside this pen. And I have, when I push on this nib, it feeds the product to the nib and then allows me to apply it directly to my seams. So now I'm just going to highlight that seam with a light film, and you can see that the fabric's already laying down, and then I'm going to press. Again, I use my fingers along the seam to make sure everything's laying nice and flat. And now when we look at that, it's nice and flat. Here's what it was like before, and here's what it's like now.
So now when you
So
go
I'm
to
going to show you one more time.
When you go to subcut those, it's going to be a lot easier. And then when you go to start constructing in your nesting seams, it makes a big difference.
I am so sorry to interject. I wanted to ask a really quick question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
All right. Blue Harrington is asking, can you use this on other fabrics?
Oh, yes. I actually pressed my shirt today, and it's polyester.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Actually, we've had people use this on wool and on silk, and we had one lady that was watching one of our presentations who said she was working with a knit that she was having all kinds of trouble keeping it together when she was doing sleeves and stuff, and she used the glue on that. I don't see any reason why. I just don't know what fabric you couldn't use it on, really.
I've used it on everything.
Yeah. So I think
that's wonderful.
Yeah, the answer there should be yes. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, knits was the one I was looking at, and when I saw Blue's question, I'm like, I'm going to ask that.
Yeah, for sure. You can use it. I've used it on everything. I even use it not just for piecing, but I have a couple little applique pieces up there on the wall. I use it to hold my applique pieces in position. Use it for a lot of different. I use it all the time.
I use the fabric treatment for my collars, not this one, obviously, but on the days where I care about a crisp collar, I use it on there. All right, you're back, Shell.
Okay, so I want to show you what I'm not doing. I do highlight the seam with a light film. And when I'm highlighting as if I'm highlighting text, like this. Just a very light touch. What I'm not doing is this. If you're doing this, if you're going back and forth over top of the fabric, you're going to end up stretching the fabric out of shape, and things aren't going to be as nice and straight.
You don't need that much. You just don't need that much product.
Just
a
light,
very
just
light
a light touch, just like that. Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate that one more time.
Shelley uses this particular one is a Continental electric dry iron. For the lady that asked that is Carla. Yeah.
So I'm going to show you one more time here. I'm just going to take, if my nib has dried up, all I have to do is give it a little press and the product will flow. And now I'm just going to apply a light film. And then I'm going to press with the iron. And it just takes about 5 seconds and it's dry. And then you can see once more, it's nice and flat. Love that. And now let's see this. You can see where that seam is not laying flat. I can even make my little narrow 1/4 inch seams lay flat.
This will not mess up your sewing machine at all. I promise you.
Nor your iron.
This is really important to me because I'm the guy that gets to clean them and fix them. And this is a clean process.
Yeah, and this is the iron I use every day. And ta-da, look at those nice flat seams. There we go. So now what I want to show you is cutting, some sub-cutting, and then I want to show you how great the glue is and the Easy Press pen when you're going to sew some pieces together. So here I have, these are 3 little 1-inch strips, 1-inch wide strips that are stitched together, and you can see how nice and flat that is.
And look how straight those lines are. And one of the reasons is that Shelley's not using steam. She's not standing on her iron because she doesn't really need to. The heat and the product makes that nice, clean, straight line.
Just the weight of the iron and gravity. That's all you need working with you. Now, I'm not going to cut two pieces at once. I cut one at a time. And so what I want to do, I'm going to use 2 rulers. And this is a method that I'm very creative with the names of things. I'm calling this the 2 ruler method. And
that's profound.
It is.
Wow.
I really love these creative grid rulers. Of course, you don't have to use creative grid. You can use any rulers you like, but these happen to be my go-to rulers. And they are the itty bitty 8s. And so what I'm going to do, I need to get rid of this wonky edge. So I'm going to take this one ruler and lay it along my seam lines. And I'm just making sure that the lines are nice and straight. And then I'm going to take this other ruler and butt it up to the first. I'm going to take this first ruler and just slide it a little bit away so I have enough room to do some cutting. But I want to keep this ruler on top of the strips because that applies some weight and allows me to get more accurate cutting. I also make sure I have a nice sharp blade. And sometimes when you're cutting, if you just cut from down here and roll up to the top, what can happen is this top edge can pull. I don't know if you can see that on camera, but it can push and pull out of the way and snap back. And you end up with a piece that's kind of shaped with a little triangular shape, and that can get things out of accurate. So what I do is instead of starting down here and going all the way to the top, I make one cut at the very top first. I just push the cutter down at the top. And what I've done is I've created just a little snip in the fabric. I'm just going to move this one more over a little bit, start that over, a little snip at the top. And then I'm going to roll up to the top. And now I have a nice cut edge. Now I'm going to keep this ruler on top and I'm going to line up the edge of the cut edge underneath the ruler under the line of measure. Now what I want to talk about here is the line of measure is this 1-inch line. And what I want to do, if you ever have the problem where your blocks are coming out too small, what you need to account for is what we call the turn of the cloth. And the turn of the cloth is that little bit of fabric that's rolled over top of the thread when you press your seam.
It's the edge of that fold there.
Yes. And so I make sure that the full line of measure is resting on top of the cut edge, right along that cut edge. And that accounts for the turn of the cloth. So now I'm just going to press down at the top and then roll from the bottom. And I get a really nice cut. So I'm going to do that in real time now. I'm just preparing another piece so I can sew them together. I take one ruler, line up along the center seam, move the ruler to the side, trim at the top, and roll up. Scoot that ruler down, place the full line of measure on the cut edge, press at the top to get that little cut, and nothing moves, and I have some really nice 1-inch subcuts. I'm going to sew these together now. So the next thing I want to do is I'm going to use my seam-align glue, and I'm going to place a little drop of glue right here in the low side of the seam. I also like to place one on the high side and in the corners. And well, let's face it, I am a little bit of an accuracy nut, so I do place them all along the edge. And now I'm just making sure that I've lined up my seams, and I'm feeling to make sure that I'm lined up not only at the top of edge, but also a 1/4 inch below. Once I have everything lined up the way I want, then I'm going to just press with the iron. Again, it's just the gravity, the weight of the iron, and the heat
For
that
Sharon,
sets the glue.
sorry, for Sharon, it's not a permanent bond. It washes out really, really easily. As a matter of fact, with time, it'll probably just disappear anyway.
It does, it just disappears.
Hopefully that answers your question. And for Keith and Tariff, laying the measuring line on top of the raw edge, Shelley does use her regular 1/4 inch seam allowance. There's this, how do I explain this? I probably can't explain this in the time we have. To call something a scant 1/4 inch is going to be different for every single machine. That when we go into a classroom where we're teaching piecing, yes, maybe I'll switch cameras. Thank you. Where we're teaching piecing, the very first thing we do is set up everybody's. Oops, I'm on the wrong one. Just give me this again here. Okay. The very first thing we do in a class is set up everybody's machine and run a test where we sew 3 1.25, is it 1.25 inch pieces?
1.5.
1.5 inch pieces together and measure the center portion, and they have to come out exactly 1 inch. And then whatever it took to get there in terms of setting the machine, that's what we use. Excuse me. And that way, different. You know the old story about you can't do a block on 2 different machines. That way you actually can. And what we're concerned about isn't so much, we don't even call it a 1/4 inch seam allowance anymore. We just basically call it our patchwork seam allowance, because it's whatever gives us that perfect 1 inch measurement. I hope that's making sense to you. Machines are different. Two same model of machines can be slightly different. There's so many factors in this. And like I said, that's the first thing we'll look at. So like I said, we stopped calling it the 1/4 inch seam allowance or the scant 1/4 inch seam allowance, and we just call it the patchwork seam allowance. And how each person achieves that in our class might be slightly different, but they all achieve it and everything measures out properly. So that little turn of the cloth that Shelley was showing you, that multiplies. If you can imagine all the seam allowances in here and how many times that little fold has multiplied and how much that will take away from the finished size that Shelley was after, not just in a block, but also in the overall picture. I hope I did try to, I hope I did explain that in a way that was understandable. Are you ready for the sewing machine?
I
Shelley?
am.
Okay, let me switch cameras again so you can see what's happening here. All right, there you go.
Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, just like when I was sewing my strips together, I'm going to raise the presser foot. I have my header here. I raise the presser foot, snug the patchwork, the units up to the needle, and make sure I'm lined up right along the edge of the 1/4 inch foot, and I'm going to stitch.
So what's happening here is, in a place where the fabric would normally, those joins would want to separate, they're not separating because those little dots of glue that Shelley put in there where those fabrics were nesting is keeping them from separating. And the difference that makes in your end result is phenomenal.
Okay, now
Ready
I'm going to
switch
take
back?
this back to the pressing cam and press.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so once again, I'm going to set the seam. And I like to place the fabric so that the fabric I'm pressing toward is towards me. And I'm just going to fold that back and finger press, just like I did my strips. And I do like to show with these little pieces because they really show the accuracy. And they also show that. That's what happens after you've been piecing and you're starting to sew your blocks together. Things don't lay down the way you want them to. So what I'm going to do next is take my pressing pen and apply it directly along the seam, right where I want the easy press to go, just right along there. And then I'm going to press with the iron. Again, it takes just a few seconds for the product to dry, and you can see it's nice and flat.
Let's have a look at the corners. Beautiful. They meet really nicely.
Nothing slips and slides out of the way. I have a block here that I can show you.
One of the things that helps with the seams coming undone, I know what you're getting at, is using a shorter stitch length. Okay.
Oops.
The first 2 or 3 stitches, whenever you start something, they're not as solid as the rest of them because there's nothing anchoring that thread at the beginning. So using a header takes care of that, and having a little shorter stitch length also takes care of that. And so even if that first stitch is a little loose, it gets sewn into a seam allowance anyway, so it's never going to be a problem. But look at the accuracy on that block.
And by starting at the very top and stitching down, it ends up so that when you're sewing your blocks together, because of getting in the habit of that my edges are all even along the outside edge of the block.
She doesn't have to trim.
And you can see that everything's just nice and
look how nice and flat that is in the
flat,
back.
and it's not fraying.
And so the bulk, so when you take this to a long armor, or maybe you quilt this yourself, they really like this because there's not, the bulk just isn't there that you might normally have. Nancy, yes. If you use the glue, for example, every ½ inch on the where the bias is, Shelley's actually going to do a little half square triangle right now where you know there's going to be some bias in the fabric. So she'll show you that. So it minimizes fabric stretching a little bit as you're sewing it. It still may stretch, but it's not going to overstretch the top layer. It is really what I mean, because the glue will stop it from doing that. Let me just switch cameras really quickly so you can see what I'm trying to say here. Hopefully I can do this. So when you're sewing, oops, let me just turn this off. I'll be with you in just a sec there, Shell. So when you're sewing, you have 2 layers of fabric. The top layer is pressed between the bottom layer and the underside of the presser foot where there's friction. The bottom layer is moved positively by the feed dogs, right? The top layer, though, is a passenger. So you always, having that glue in there stops that fabric from growing longer than the bottom fabric. I hope I'm making sense when I tell you this. That and adjusting presser foot pressure can help with that too. All right, Shell, I'll go back to you here.
Okay.
1 second.
I'm going to introduce you to.
You're there.
Oh, okay. I'm going to introduce you to some more of my favorite products, and these are when I'm making my half square triangles. I love to use these Quilter's Magic Wands, and they come in all different colors. And of course, I'm a quilter, and I bought myself a bouquet. I think I'm still missing one more color.
I have to switch cameras for 1 second, Shell. Oops.
Okay.
I cannot resist. I have to do this. I apologize. I'm not throwing you under the bus.
Oh, I think you are. I think you are. I feel
question.
it coming on.
All right. I'm just wondering if any of you suffer from the same thing Shelley suffers from, and it's called FSS, and it stands for full set syndrome. Shelley suffers from it in so many ways, whether it be scissors or rulers or that kind of thing. Which
I'm
is really,
innocent.
really
I'm a
great
quilter.
for
This is part of being a quilter.
It's great for the quilt shops, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It is a true affliction. I know it is.
It's like FOMO. We don't want to.
Full
set syndrome.
Full set syndrome.
That FOMO, fear of missing out.
Fear of missing out.
We don't want to miss out.
That's another one for sure. All right. Anyway, enough of that. I'll get you back to the camera there.
Okay, so I love my Quilter's Magic Wand because what I like to do is, as a quilter, I like to sew on the lines rather than trying to measure 1/4 inch from the line. And I like to start with my half square triangles bigger and trim them down. So one thing about a brand new magic wand is it tends to be slippery when you're placing it on the fabric. So I have a product that I love to use on the back of my iron. And this
on the back of your what?
Not on the back of my iron, sorry, on the back of my Quilter's Magic Wand here. And this is called C&T Maker's Tape. And what this does is it's a tape that has these little bumps. It's sticky on one side and bumpy on the other. and I can lay it along a line on my mat and cut it the width I need and apply it to the center of my magic wand. And this way, my magic wand will not slip when I'm going to be marking. I love that. I'm going to show you some other uses for this too. Okay, so what I want to do is take my 2 squares and I place them right sides together. I get my magic wand and you can see that there's a line etched right down the center of that ruler. And then I'm going to take a pencil and just lightly mark right along the edge of the ruler. And these are now my stitching lines. Now this is going to be bias that I'm going to be sewing on. And so what I want to do then is get my seam align, and I just raise the top piece of fabric and I place tiny dots, tiny little controlled dots of glue right along the center, drop that down, and I press. Again, it's just the weight of the iron and the heat of the iron that dries that glue. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch on those lines, and it's going to look like that. Okay. Now I'm going to take my ruler and place it from corner to corner on the block and trim. Easy as that. We'll work with one of those, and I'm going to I want to use the same techniques I've been using all along, where I'm going to set my seam. Now we're working with bias. We want to take some care here. I'm not ever stretching. I'm just rolling the seam, sort of like opening the pages of a book. Using that
like a
seam
hinge
as a
there,
hinge.
eh?
Yeah. And then I'm going to press first. What I'm doing here in the corners is just making sure that I don't have a space between the line of stitching and the fabric. And again, I'm just going to apply a light film of Easy Press along the high side of the seam, and I'm going to press. I'm going to show you how I quickly and efficiently cut half square triangles. So I mentioned that I was going to show you another use for that maker's tape. I have another one of these little itty bitty 8s rulers here. And what I've done with the maker's tape is I've taken the tape and I've placed it along the 45-degree angle of my ruler. Right there like that. Because I press my seams to one side, what happens is by placing the tape on the ruler, not only does it keep my ruler from slipping, but it also allows me to snug the ruler right up along that line, the fold of the seam. Okay, but when I go to cut, this is
Maker's
still
tape, Nancy. Yes, Makers. M-A-K-E-R-S. Maker's tape.
So what can happen, and I'm sure this has happened to you, when you go and you get everything all lined up and you're ready to make a cut, and sometimes you're holding your breath, and then the ruler slips or the pieces slip, and that can be like super annoying.
You're welcome.
So what I do is I take some double-sided tape. I did have a package sitting here.
Right there. This one?
Yeah, that one. Thank you. I take some double-sided tape and I place it onto my cutting mat. There's a protective covering that you just have to peel off. And of course, you know, the hurrier I go, the behinder I get. Okay, so I peel that off, and now I have a little tacky surface here, and I can just place my triangle right on top of that. So I'm placing this triangle here, the bigger one that looks bigger, on top of the tape and pressing it to my mat. Now I'm going to snug my ruler up to that fabric, and you can see nothing is going to move. And now I'm going to take my cutter and do the same technique that I did with when I was subcutting my strip sets. I'm just going to score the very top of the fabric and then come back down and roll forward. And then I'm going to score the top of the fabric and roll. Now here's where, if you have one of these rulers, it comes in really handy, or not rulers, mats. Now I'm going to lift that and turn, and then turn my ruler, and I place that. If I'm, let's say I'm cutting a 2-inch half square triangle, I'm going to make sure that, like I was mentioning before, I place the full line of stitching or full line of cutting measure on top of the edge of the fabric. Hopefully you can see that. The tape is snug against the seam. And now I'm going to just make sure I score the very top of the fabric right there. And then I roll towards there. And then I roll across the top. And then I have a beautifully trimmed half square triangle. It didn't slip on me. I didn't have to hold my breath. I can cut with confidence because everything is going to stay in place. And there we go.
All right. So I think that gives us just enough time maybe to answer some questions if there are any questions. Let me just find the right camera here. Oh, that might also give us time to shamelessly promote our book.
Yes, absolutely.
Shelley's book, Easy Precision Piecing. All the things you've just seen are there. Oops, let me get the light off of that a little bit. And these are my books, You and Your Sewing Machine. These are troubleshooting guides for your machine. And you'll find what problem you're having in the back, what the probable cause is, what page to find it on. And there's a smaller version that you can take to retreats, a lay flat version. Everything that's in the smaller version, everything that's in the smaller version is in the big book, but not everything that's in the big book is in the smaller version. All right. Any questions that we can answer for you? Was there anything, Tricia, that you saw that?
One question that I do have is, when you were cutting and you scored it at the top and then went back and cut, what's the benefit of scoring it at the top?
What can happen when if you're doing cutting and you're rolling the cutter along the ruler, the fabric can be pushed like a little bow wave in front of the cutter, and then it can snap back and you end up with it not being cut really nice at the very edge where you really need that to be accurate. So by just cutting the very edge first, then rolling towards that, then you're going to get a really nice, straight, crisp cut. Makes a big difference.
What's your sewing machine preference is a question. Our preference is the one that works best for you.
That's a good answer.
Very diplomatic, right?
Yeah, I am working on a Bernina 735.
Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention, I know this isn't a question, but Shelley and Bernie donated a beautiful basket for our actual SewCreative Live Christmas. So I wanted to show everybody today, kind of let you see what they donated, and just to make sure that you're tuned in next time around. So as we had mentioned, Bernie and Shelley are in Canada, right? And if you look at our giveaway, all of the stipulations on that, it is USA only. However, we're going to make a little exception at Christmas, and we're going to do a giveaway and do a special word that we'll be collecting and be able to pick the winner from either US or Canada. So look at that beautiful basket. It's a $230 value with some of these amazing products and their books included. It's just a whole lot of fun. So we thank you for that, and we're excited to give that away next week.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome. And did you want to go ahead and show your book? I kind of cut you off there.
This is Shelley's, the light's kind of shining on it. Easy Precision Piecing. It's from C&T Publishing. And the sewing machine book, it covers every brand, every type of sewing system, and it can be quite valuable. So that's our shameless self-promotion.
Well, I'm going to add to that just because with your book, Bernie, I used it the other day because I was having tension issues, and I'm like, you know what? I know somebody that can help me with that.
It's based on...
Thank you, Bernie.
Oh yeah, it's based on stuff we see every day in repairing machines, and it's things that you can do to help yourself that don't require recognition.
I'd like to jump in and say that whenever somebody has a machine and they need a manual and it's no longer available, we always, in customer service, when Tricia and I were in customer service, we always plugged your books. So thank you for writing those, because it gave people a solution when they didn't have one. So
appreciate that.
All right. Well, thank you again, guys. We appreciate you joining us, and we can't wait for next week for you to join us again. And I'll let you to it and hope you guys have a fantastic afternoon.
Thank you for having us.
You too. Thank you so much. It was lots of fun.
Thank you to all for
We
watching.
appreciate you. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye. Well, that was an awesome segment. I don't know about you guys, but I learned a lot. Plus, Shelly is so meticulous. I'm admiring her meticulousness and metric gob. I'm a big fan of a metric gob. I'm going to use that from now on. All right. Well, as I had mentioned about Christmas, so you've probably heard me say that a few times now. So obviously we're doing SewCreative Live Cyber Monday, but we are going to do SewCreative Live Christmas, and that's going to be on December 7th through the 9th. We're going to begin streaming at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time as we did today, and we're going to do a full day of day one, day two, and then day three. We're ending just a smidge early at 2 o'clock. So we are very excited about that. And SewCreative Live Cyber Monday has been primarily about the deals that our awesome suppliers have for us that we can then share with you. But for SewCreative Live Christmas, we're really excited to have our sewing community come together, provide some inspiration and more education, just to make you feel more confident as a sewist. So I particularly am looking very forward to a couple of our TikTok friends that we have now met. We've got some cool Christmas gift ideas, including some wristlets and some sponges and a really cool raglan tee. We've also got a jelly roll tree skirt project. Yeah, so we are super excited. Oh, and a boxy bag. Talk about a great overall gift, right, guys? I mean, it can hold your sewing notions. It can hold your makeup. What else can it be? Presser feet, a whole assortment of things. So we're very, very excited about that. But we do have our last guest for today. We have Melinda Romero and also Laurel. They are coming to us from the Grace Company. So Brian, do you want to go ahead and bring them up?
Sure.
Awesome. Hi, guys. How are you?
We're good. How are you today, Tricia?
Doing fantastic. I'm so glad to see you again. We've gotten the opportunity to do this a couple of times now.
Yes, yes. All becoming pros at it, right? Oh, yeah.
Hopefully. Yeah, we all matched today. We're sporting the black.
Look at that. I just noticed it. Planned it.
All right. Well, we are very excited for this segment. I know you guys are going to be showcasing the new 16X series, so I will let you take it away and show us some awesome, unique machines.
All right. Great. Thanks so much, again, Sewing Parts Online, for hosting this wonderful event and for inviting the Grace Company to come be a part of it. We have an awesome segment to talk about. We have our brand new 16X series machines. We unveiled these machines, the end or beginning of October?
That's a really question. I want to say end of October.
End of October.
I think it was end of October. It was kind of, hey, getting into November. Yeah, because the first time we had really done it was when we went to the Houston Festival. And so that was end of October-ish, kind of beginning of November as well. So it kind of was in between both of those.
Yes. So we have wonderful machines here at Grace Company. The 16 series, again, not exempt. Fantastic machines, especially if you're a beginner quilter, wanting to make that jump from your domestic machine up to a mid-arm, and then, ultimately into a long arm machine. So we have 3 wonderful machines in the 16 series. So let's start with our 16X manual machine. So the 16X manual, again, it's nothing, too special about the machine itself in terms of features. So it's not a regulated machine, but it's a fast machine. It's a manual machine. So I would say compare it very much to just your domestic machine, but of course with a much larger throat. What else would you add to that, Laurel?
Yeah, really, it's a wonderful machine, just like Melinda was saying, that allows you to get into quilting because it really is just a simple step up from a domestic machine where it's going to feel the same, but gives you the full 16-inch of throat space. And then you can see here, it also gives you some other features that are really nice that can be found on the other machines in this line that we'll kind of go over here in just a little bit. But you can see it does have those adjustable handles, both height-wise and then angle-wise. So I'll show you here. So this one, simple loosen it. Again, you can fully adjust the angle. You can even bring it in to, again, sit wherever is going to fit comfortable. Some people find that they like to have it down here. Some people want it straight up, right? So this is wonderful feature to have in this because, it is kind of still a step up from a domestic machine. So it does feel the same and run the same in a sense. That it is just manual, but again, we are still saying, hey, if you're stepping up, why not get some of those pro features or those really nice, helpful features in this type of machine? And so that's kind of, again, you get the wonderful 16 inches and then you have those wonderful adjustable handles as well with it.
Yes. Now, I know Carla, our head educator here at Grace Company, she does a lot of her quilts even on our 21 series in manual mode. Again, Laura, how would you explain just the manual mode aside from comparing it to your domestic machine?
Yeah, so it's really nice, and this is where you're right. Carla does often use it because it's, people typically say when using it, it's something you have to try and match the speed you're moving the machine to at stitching. So yes, you do. However, I find that I really like that, because I sort of like to be able to have that freedom in controlling the machine. So I do still adjust the speed that it's stitching. So if I want it to stitch faster, great, I can still adjust it. But it's just really nice because, again, I feel like I have a bit more control over it because I'm fully choosing the speed it's stitching. And then I also like it because sometimes I may be doing kind of a design and then maybe I do want to fill in an area. So I do like that it'll kind of still keep stitching at a faster speed, even though I'm moving it slower to fill in an area. And so I know that's oftentimes why Carla likes to use it as well, because she is doing, one thing where, hey, I'm doing my own design, but then I want to come fill in an area or do a bit more detailed work. And so it's nice to have it still be stitching that faster speed for me.
I know starting with the Grace Company and being, pretty much your brand new quilter, I was always afraid of having a non-regulated machine. I was that person. I needed the regulation. I needed something to help control my stitching. And it wouldn't matter how fast or how slow I was moving the machine. I wanted my stitches perfect each and every stitch. As I've been using our manual machines or manual mode on some of our other machines, I'll tell you, I still have a ways to go, to keep my stitches uniform and the same length. But it's not, it's not an unachievable goal. So again, if you are coming in from a domestic machine and maybe budget is kind of your key factor for getting into a mid or a long arm, the 16X manual is the perfect option.
Absolutely.
Again, it's a manual mode. Give yourself time, practice and patience, and you'll get those stitches looking beautiful in no time, even with that manual mode.
Yes, and then just kind of talking about how it is still even a little bit different than a domestic machine is there's still, again, those top end features brought into this because, again, if you are stepping up in your machine, why not get those features with it, right? So even with this, it's a little bit harder to tell because we are in our studio, so there's a lot of wonderful lights for us to be able to see these products. But with this, there is actually a light that sits here over the needle itself. And then there are actually, this is a new addition, lights that sit in the throat space. You can kind of see as I put my hand here, you can see that there is lights in the throat space, and these lights are really neat. And this was kind of the first time that they were introducing the machine and showing it to us. They actually have like a honeycomb look. And the reason for that is it helps not create any shadowing. So that with it, as you do it, again, there's not going to be any shadow on your quilt top, so that, again, because who doesn't need more light? And so again, there's no shadowing that's going to happen. You can see even as I move my hand across, there's no shadows or anything that happens from it. So a wonderful feature to be able to have with this, again, lower end budget, but still has those top end features, that 16X manual machine.
Yes, and we talked about speed, and I know it's going to be hard to see on camera, but as you're moving the machine, there's a light around the queue that will brighten and darken, so you can kind of see the light as I shadow it. As the faster you go, these lights will kind of build and go around that queue. So it's, again, it's helping you judge the speed in which you're moving the machine. Helpful feature, especially, you know, if you're doing, whether it's micro stippling or just any pattern in general, just to know how fast you're going. Just like our cars, in a sense. It's the speedometer for your machine.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's wonderful machine. Again, great way to be able to get into quilting, and then kind of if you're ready to step up maybe to a slightly different level where it does have that stitch regulation. Next to Melinda here, we have what we call, it's a Unique 16X. So this is wonderful. Again, you'll see it is that same look on the machine, a little bit different though. Right off the bat, one thing you'll notice is a little bit different is the screen here. So this one does actually have a touch screen built into it for you.
Yes, yes. So the 16X, it's a fully regulated machine. So you still have your manual mode as an option, but you also have cruise, precise, and based mode options. So again, it's the step into the long arm machine to again have that regulation. And then of course all the machine controls and functionality literally at your fingertips in the touch screen display. So again, we can set our stitches per inch, which will equate to basically what our stitch speed is. So again, phenomenal machine. The handlebars very similar to the X manual machine, completely ergonomical. They can be adjusted, tilted, rotated. There's easy start stop, needle up down, and then of course on the left side you'll be able to select your stitches per inch, either going up in the inches or down in the inches. So again, phenomenal machines, great entry-level machines for, again, whether you're a brand new quilter and you're taking the next step, advancing from your domestic machine into a mid or a long arm.
Yes, you know, and then this really is sort of a next step up because it's super nice to have that regulation. You know, we talked about how it's not necessarily a feature that you need. However, I think quilters find that once they have it, and of course it depends on maybe the type of quilting you're doing, but it's sort of hard to go back and not have that. And that's why this is wonderful, and that's why, you know, even Carla, our educational instructor, likes to have this type of machine because it still has that manual mode, but then has that ability to have the stitch regulation, you know, and then the cruise and even the basting stitch there as well. And then with this one, again, with it being a touchscreen, it does allow it to have a few more features in it. So with it, you actually have the ability to come and turn off the light that sits in this needle area, as well as the lights that sit in the throat space of the machine. So again, some nice additional features that you get with this 16X machine. Just because, again, with that touchscreen, it helps kind of open the door a little bit more for some more of those possibilities.
Yes, yes. And, you know, with these machines, phenomenal pricing for the month of November and Cyber Monday as well. With all of our machines, we are offering a free hoop frame or a Q-zone frame. So that would be anything from our cutie to the Q-zone hoop to the Q-zone queen frame. So again, phenomenal options to go with these fantastic machines. Again, anywhere from the $34.99, and we'll talk a little bit more about our 16X Elite here in a few minutes, but of course that's going to be our top of the line machine as well. So Laurel, we've been to quite a few shows. We, again, unveiled all of our 16 series while we were at the International Quilt Festival in Houston. I can't think of, going back and thinking about the other machine launches we've done this year. I don't think we've had a more successful launch in a series than we've had with the 16 series.
Yes, absolutely. And part of that is just because of what the machine itself is. So when it was first coming out and I was first learning about it, I had the opportunity to talk with a couple different people, some of our engineers that I didn't, and they helped show me or give me some different insight into the machine that I didn't have otherwise. And it was really unique because they talked a little bit about even just the design of the machine. So you can see it looks a little bit different. And I don't know how many of you know, but we used to have a 15-inch line of machines. And kind of what we did is we said, hey, you know what, that's great, but let's do a step up, right? What kind of improvements can we make? Because you should be able to get that at an entry-level machine. And so that's what we brought into this. So this, it does have some plastic pieces, but just like our other machines, it actually does have a full cast iron body within the machine itself. And this is actually a really fun feature because you can pull this out and you can see some of the inner workings of the machine itself. And that's where, again, you can kind of see that it has that cast iron body on the inside of the machine. So yes, it does have a little bit more of that plastic pieces, but that's to help in the look of the machine because it does look and feel a little bit more like a domestic machine does. But again, allows you to be able to still have the integrity that comes with a more, top-end mid-arm machine. And this one is absolutely unique because you, in the industry, will not find another machine like this. Literally, not with the features, not with the stitches that it's able to do. Literally, there is no other machine in the industry like the 16-inch line, whether it's the manual, the 16X, or the 16X Elite that we'll go over to here in just a moment. But again, these are wonderful machines that we took feedback. We said, hey, quilters, what is it that you're wanting in a machine? What can we help improve? And they said, great. And then we came out with our 16-inch line and really helped make those improvements so that you can truly enjoy and love your quilting journey.
And ultimately grow with it.
Absolutely.
So, all right, so Laurel, I think we should go on to our 16X Elite.
Yes.
By far, this is my favorite machine that we have right now. It's not, a huge machine that it's going to take up a ton of space. It has all of the features, the bells and whistles. It's the top of the line. It's phenomenal. So I'm going to step around on this side. So as you can see, one of the biggest differences that people will notice is the screen display.
Yes.
Compared to the 16X, it has that small built-in screen display. It's maybe a 2 by 1.5 inch, maybe. It's a small screen. On the X Elite series, we have a full 7-inch touchscreen display. It's phenomenal. I've mentioned this a few times before. I'm getting into the age where I can't see things that are up close as well as I used to. I'm still managing. I don't think I'm, quite to the point of needing readers yet, but I know eventually it's going to be inevitable. But with this 7-inch display, I can see everything. I can go into, again, just the help features, preparing my quilt, quilting, maintenance of the machine, troubleshooting. I can read this with full ease on this 7-inch display. So it serves a purpose. I don't always, want to say bigger is always better, but in this instance, it truly, truly is. So we talked about, again, a handful of the features on the other machines. On the X Elite series, we have a measure tool, we have a calculator, we have a bobbin estimator, we have an edge warning, we have a project mode where essentially you can time, how much your project is taking, whether it's one project in specific, or the lifetime of the machine, you know, counting how many stitches and, you know, just kind of, again, back to the car reference, in a sense, it's the odometer for your car. So awesome features. Laurel, what do you think your favorite feature is with our Elite series?
You know, there's really, unfortunately, there's not just one, which I guess is a good thing. Really, there's a couple different things I think that really stand out to me because, you know, kind of just a minute ago, I was talking about how this really is different than anything in the industry. And part of that is because, again, we're bringing some of those top-end features back down to a much more affordable price and allows you to get into a mid-arm quilting machine at a much, much better price.
Yes.
And with that, it's just super nice because, you know, one thing that you talked about is the help menus on there. I love those because for me, I'm a very visual learner. And so just the process of being able to someone, you know, in a sense, show me or walk me through, hey, how do I kind of adjust my tension? How, you know, if it's pulling a little bit on the top, how can I fix that? Or, hey, you know what?
How do I
thread
oil my machine, thread my machine?
Exactly. Yeah, and so anything, just kind of coming back to the basics of even, hey, you know, what does it look like when I am ready to start quilting? You know, choosing the right needle, choosing the right thread and all that. And I think that that's something that sometimes people just assume everybody knows. But as someone who didn't know anything about quilting, they're like, oh, well, do you know what size needle and weight? I'm like, no, I don't know. Like, I don't know. You know, I mean, I know that they play into it, what size needle and, you know, what type thread. But even then, I couldn't tell you the exact, you know.
Right.
And so that's why it's super nice to have this because it gives you that help guide of, hey, you know, I'm using double batting, right? So maybe with the double batting, I maybe want a little bit of a thicker needle so it can go through a bit more cleanly, right? Or maybe a bit smaller. It just kind of varies depending on what you're doing. So I love those help features. And then with it, I personally love the edge warning feature that's built in on here. It first came out on our little stitch relayer that can be added to domestic machines. But it was super neat to be able to see it because I experienced it. It was the first time I was really quilting. And I was trying pantograph, so I was not in any way looking at my quilt top like I probably should have been. But I was at the back machine. I'm sitting here, I'm just trying to follow the pattern, right? I'm trying to get it as straight and make it look as nice as possible. But little did I know I was like this far off the quilt. And so someone came up, they're like, you're not quilting anymore, you know? So someone had to come stop me. So I love that edge warning feature because you can set whatever space you want. And it'll tell you, you know, like with a light and a sound, so visual and audio, and you can adjust it whether you want just the visual or just the audio, but it'll tell you can set it off an inch or a half inch to say, hey, I'm coming up on my edge, you know, tell me to stop so I can make sure to stay within my area. So I love that with it. And then again, those help features are wonderful built into it. And then really even the whole experience of our 16-inch line and pulling it out of the box it's a very unique experience.
Game-changing, out-of-the-box experience.
It is.
Again, you know, we've both emphasized being new quilters.
We are.
Setting up a machine. I had no idea what I was doing the first time I set up a machine. And Mark's in the background, what are you doing? Not like that, but he's like, no, let me help. And it probably took a few machines to get comfortable with the setup. So I can only imagine, you know, what somebody at home is going through, but they don't have somebody, you know, right there to help walk them through it. But the out-of-the-box experience with our 16 series, well, with all of our new machines, again, the out-of-box experience, it's designed to help you set up the machine right out of the box, prepare the machine to get it up and onto your frame. So again, we've completely revamped everything. The 16 series, I think, you know, really is going to help the newer quilters, even experienced quilters as well, with the features. But again, just game-changing technology.
It is.
And, you know, Grace Company, we're fortunate enough that if we have suggestions or hear suggestions or ideas, you know, there's no hushing of anybody. We're all encouraged, you know, to bring those ideas forward, and we do. And it's I feel it's very evident with all of our new products, especially within the last year. Because my first 6 months here, it's like I don't know what I don't know, and I don't know a lot. You know, so coming into it, you know, being here, our quilters, you know, our customers, we're here because of you, and we're going to continue, to bring forth the best technology and be, budget conscious as well.
Yes, and then we kind of mentioned it with the other 16-inch machines, but with this one as well, you do get the opportunity to get a free cutie frame or a free Q-zone frame as well. So that's either the Q-zone hoop, which actually this one is on right now, or that Q-zone queen frame, so a little bit larger, sits at an 8-foot frame. So wonderful specials as well.
And then if somebody even wanted to upgrade the frame to a continuum, we have that option as well. So Tricia, I didn't have a chance to catch all of the questions in the comments. Did you see any questions we may have not explained or possibly missed?
Would you mind just explaining the difference between a mid-arm and a long arm?
Okay, so really the key difference is going to be the length of the throat. So your mid-arm machines, I would say, probably anywhere between maybe a 14-inch up to an 18-inch. Then you're getting into your long arms from a 19-inch or 21-inch, and then going, farther than that as well.
Great answer. The other thing I want to know is, of the three, if you were looking budget friendly and everything, which one do you suppose you'd want to start with? I know that's kind of a broad question, but do you think, hey, let's just go right to the middle and just be safe, or maybe we should just go all the way to the elite? How would you differentiate which one's best?
That's a really tough question because it really is going to change depending on who is buying. Because part of it is just going to come down to budget, and then another part of it is sort of features. So like Melinda was saying, is it kind of comes back to a car type thing, right? Like certain cars fall within a different price range, and sometimes, maybe for example, I love leather in my cars, right? I always want a car with leather seats, versus somebody else that says, you know what, no, I'm okay with the cloth. So for them, they're okay to kind of change that price range because they don't necessarily need leather. So really, it's a really hard question to say which one exactly is going to be best. However, I would say if you're getting started and looking at getting into a mid-arm, one that is fantastic is going to be the 16X because that's where the stitch regulation is built into it. And again, part of it is going to come down, I said it is the price because sometimes, hey, if that's just out of your budget, then great, do the slightly larger, get the manual machine. But again, you have that wonderful larger throat space and have those adjustable handles and different features like that. But again, really that 16X is a great kind of starting point to get into it because you have the stitch regulation, but then still have the ability for the manual mode in there as well.
Yes,
so.
And I would completely agree. And again, going back to that car analogy, I'm with Laurel. I prefer leather seats. We're in Utah where it's cold, so my seat, I want it to be a heated seat. I want my steering wheel to also be heated. I want remote start so I can warm my car up in the mornings before coming out to work. So again, these are features that I don't think are going to appeal to everybody. But again, it's things that I would want. So again, if I were to pick a machine, I personally would pick the 16X Elite. Again, because it is giving me all the bells and whistles, and especially kind of jumping into quilting. You don't know what you don't know, and you don't know, for quite some time. So again, having that awesome 7-inch display, the bobbin estimator, the edge warning, all of that are the help features. They're phenomenal features. Again, not just beneficial for beginner quilters, but for a quilter of any, at any point in their journey and their experience. So.
Yeah, so tough question, but there you go.
You did a great job answering it. I loved it.
Oh, good. Good.
Wow.
Any other questions we may have missed?
I believe that's good. So we are just going to go over some of the special pricing and everything and wrap that up. So we appreciate you coming today, and we will see you guys next week. And see your other demonstrations.
All right, awesome. We're excited. Thank you so much, Tricia, for having us again, and we'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Bye-bye. All right, well, let's talk about some of the pricing on these machines. It is a wonderful time to get one of these models just because right now you can do the free quilt or QD or Q-zone hoop frame. So when you're considering your price point, just keep that in mind where you're not going to have to purchase a frame. That's a really big deal. So let's go over the first one. Let's do the 16X manual machine. That one, normal price is $3,999. Got a sale price of $3,499, but give us a call. We have special event pricing. We are ending a little earlier than the last time, so you guys have time to give us a call now that this was done at the end of the day. So you still will want to give us a call just as soon as you can. Our number is up there, 888-824-1192. Our customer service is more than happy to help you. Our sale pricing does end at 11:59 p.m. That's Central Standard Time. So just a reminder that you will want to go ahead and get that placed today. And if you would like assistance, it'll be 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. The next one is the 16X long arm machine. That normal pricing is $4,999, sale price of $4,499. But for our Cyber Monday event, again, we do have the special event pricing. And again, with the purchase of the 16X machine, you get that free QD or Q-zone frame. You're gonna see a pattern here as I go through these. 16X Elite, we've got normal price of $5,999, sale price of $4,999. Call for special event pricing because you know, free QD frame or Q-zone hoop frame. So there are also other ones available too. I couldn't fit it all on the overlay. Brian, would you mind pulling up the 16X Elite machine and just seeing what the other is? I believe you can do a continuum frame as well for just a small amount more. He's just gonna double check for me really quick. Couldn't squeeze it all on the overlay. Here we go. Do you mind reading that off for me?
Yeah, so here, let me turn my mic on so everybody can hear me.
He's going to turn his mic on. It'll just be a second.
The QD tabletop frame, the Q-zone hoop frame, the Q-zone queen frame, the 8-foot continuum quilting frame, the 10-foot, and the 12-foot continuum frames.
Awesome. And the continuum frames, I believe down in the red in the description, it just says there's a little additional price to add on that. If you go with the QD or the Q-zone frame, those would be free with your purchase of the 16 manual, the 16X, and the 16X Elite. So all great. And unfortunately, we don't have time to mention everything, but I do want to again show you the QD frame. The QD frame is absolutely amazing. The pricing on this is like unheard of. We are all very excited about this.
I've never seen it.
I know I haven't for sure. I mean, it's normally $1,199 and it's on sale for $489. That is insane.
The funny thing is when they usually do sales on the QD, it's usually around $800,
yep.
$700, $800. So the fact that this is like half of what their normal sale price is,
yes,
it's wild.
For sure, yeah. Because normally if it goes on a really good sale, like we get excited, it's like $689, I think, is what that price is. And it's like, yes, this is such a good deal. When they said $489, I was like, oh my goodness. So I am hoping that there's a lot of people out there that have been contemplating getting into free arm sewing, that they want to switch it out and get maybe a Juki machine, that Juki TL2010Q machine with that little cutie frame. And remember that frame can sit directly on a table. So
or an Allegro.
Or an Allegro, yes, the Allegro will work. And then also that the Juki machine that was mentioned had a little bit larger throat. I believe it was 10 inches though. That was the HZL. So you could do that one as well, but that larger throat space is definitely going to be a benefit when you're pairing it with a cutie. So if you want to do the Allegro or the TL2010Q. One thing to consider, the 2010Q, that's a straight stitch machine, where the Allegro, that is not a straight stitch machine. So you would be able to remove it from your frame, use it in other areas as well. So let's back up quickly and talk a little bit about the precision piecing products, because I neglected to mention some pricing on that. So let's back up to the starter kit, the 3-piece set. This one is perfect for getting into the Acorn precision piecing products. You get the solution, you get the glue, and you've got the refill there. And that's on sale for $26.99. Amazing, amazing products. I know she had mentioned that she used it for applique as well, but it does really work well with applique. It holds down your fabric just enough for you to go around the edges of the fabric. It's pretty cool stuff. The other one that I wanted to show you was Shelly's book. This one is in unison with the techniques that she was talking about, the Easy Precision Piecing. That book is normally $32.99 and it is on sale for $29.95. Bernie's book, which, like I said, saved me from my tension issues the other day. This is a fabulous, fabulous book to have on hand. He goes through so many different things, just cleaning your machine and different ways to use it, fixing tension, explaining hooks, explaining presser feet. Yeah, it's an amazing resource. It really is. That normal price for that book is $27.99, but it's on sale for $24.95. So that was just a few things. Was there anything else that I wanted to mention, Brian, before we start moving
Patty
on?
Adams did ask if the Altair would fit with the cutie frame, and it will not. The Altair is too big.
The Altair is too big for the cutie frame. Okay. And you're mic'd up. That's right. You can answer the questions. Look at that. I'm sitting here repeating everything. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Any other questions that we need to address? Let's take a peek. I'm going to scroll through here, see if I can find any. Looks like everybody's excited. Their financing is great. Yes, the financing is awesome. So make sure that you...
Rebecca Newell wants to know how long
Look at
it takes to hear back from financing. It's an immediate decision, correct?
I believe so. Yep. Once you go through the checkout process, you'll go into a firm and put in your information, and it'll say whether or not you're approved. So you would be good. Yepers. And let's see, any other questions? Oh, this is just a comment. I think I want a stitch regulator. Game changer for me. Agreed. A stitch regulator is going to regulate the length of your stitches. So that is pretty nice if you go too fast. Your stitches are going to be too long. If you go too slow, they're going to be really, really short. So as you use a stitch regulator, if you vary in speed, it's going to still have a consistent stitch length, which is really nice. But it's also cool to practice without the stitch regulator, just to get used to those movements and consistently sew and get those nice even stitches as well. But that definitely takes practice, and one that I have not perfected yet for any stretch of the imagination. I'm excited to get my frame set up and we can practice that some more. Let's see here. I know everybody's getting excited to see who the winner of this wonderful fabric and the Triumph is. I'm just going through the questions just to make sure. Are we looking pretty good over there, Brian?
We're looking pretty good.
All right. Well, we did it a little bit different today. As I had mentioned, you had until 3 o'clock to get signed up for the giveaway. So we have selected the winner. We're going to share who that is. So Brian is going to share the screen, and we're going to do a little drum roll.
Yeah, forgive us for our cheesy.
He literally wanted a drum roll. So
and the winner is...
Let's see. Drum roll, please. All right, Dorothy and then Bleschner, congratulations. Yay. That is awesome. We've got fireworks and drum rolls and clapping. We've got it all. So congratulations. You are the winner of this fabulous basket of fabric. This values over $1,000. It comes with a gift card. And then also the fabric from ineedfabric.com. So thank you again, ineedfabric.com, for this beautiful basket. And then we are also going to be giving away that Baby Lock Triumph. So I am very excited to see what you make with it. And as Brian had mentioned earlier, we would love to see pictures of what you make with all this beautiful fabric and practicing with your Triumph.
And don't be discouraged that you didn't win a Triumph today. Because
Yes.
why?
Because we are going to give away another one. We had mentioned SewCreative Live Christmas, and that's going to be December 7th through the 9th. We are going to be giving that Triumph away again. So we are super excited about this machine. Can you tell? We love it. Very, very excited. In addition to the Triumph, we are also going to have some other giveaways as well. So throughout the event, we will be doing some giveaways. So I hope that you guys enjoyed the giveaway section. We are going to do a recap on some of our great deals because, again, it's Cyber Monday. I know it's a little past the time that we are going to go through, but I'm sure you're totally fine hearing some sale prices, right? So we're just going to recap from this morning and see what we have available, just in case you didn't catch the sales earlier. Before I do that, I do want to mention for the winner to claim your prize, let's go ahead and put that overlay up here. Do you have that overlay available, Brian? I think it's right at the end.
Let's see.
The quick. There we go. There it is. All right. If you want to screenshot that or pause it when you're done, visit Linktree/sewing parts online and then click claim your prize and fill out your information and submit that form, and we will contact you regarding your giveaway. Since this one is a little bit bigger, we'll have some verification process to just make sure it's going to you. All right, guys. Well, let's go through from the start. This morning, we had the Janome MB4S. Sam had this awesome machine. It's a 4-needle embroidery machine. He had showed us that it was compatible with quite a few different hoops, 3 that come with it. We also have the Tajima option too, if you want to get some optional hoops. But as we had mentioned before, this is an ideal machine for both a hobby and for a small business. Loving that. The normal price on this is $7,999, and that has a sale price of $5,499. But make sure to give our customer service a call. We have some great special pricing on this particular machine. And if I am correct, if I remember correctly, I should say, this one also has a free bonus bundle that's available that values around $500. So in addition to the wonderful pricing, you can also get a bonus bundle. So that is something that's super cool.
Can I jump in really quickly?
You sure can.
So we've gotten a couple of questions about what we're giving away today. I guess there was a little confusion about what prize or prizes there were.
Oh.
Dorothy won the entire prize. So the prize was the fabric and the Triumph.
Yep.
So we're just giving that away to Dorothy.
Yep. We wanted to do a grand prize this time around. So we had a surprise giveaway with the Sew Steady segment. But our original plan was just to do the grand prize. And then at Christmas, we'll be doing some prizes throughout. And again, we will be giving away a Triumph on Christmas as well. So any other questions?
Nope, I think that's it.
Okay, perfect. All right. And then actually, while I'm back up, I do want to mention that the Sew Black 22, you get the 20% off discount or the coupon code that's on our website. That's eligible with like 34,000 different SKUs. So there's some extra savings to be had for, you know, products other than what was listed today. So if for some reason it doesn't apply, that just means the item isn't eligible. But again, it is going to be eligible with over 34,000 SKUs. So lots and lots of savings. Let's go back to recapping. We've got the Elna, the 720 Pro sewing machine. That one, the MSRP is $3,799. We've got a sale price of $2,999, but we've got a Cyber Monday sale, so you will get extra off. You just have to give us a call. With the 720 Pro, a couple of things that I really loved about that machine was the 91 needle positions, the 10-inch throat space, so you still get a large throat space, and its ability to sew through multiple layers. He did that 6 layers of denim, which is really cool. So if you're going to be getting into like handbags or really thick quilts, anything like that, this is going to be a really awesome machine for you. And I love the 1-button needle plate conversion. If you look on that picture over to the left, down at the bottom of the machine, you just click that button and your needle plate pops up, and you can easily swap it out for the straight stitch plate or the high performance plate. So I don't know about you, but I absolutely love when you don't have to mess with the screws on the needle plate and you simply pop it off and put on your next plate and you're good to go. All right. The next one we want to talk about is the Gidget. And the Gidget 2 was a really, really cool little table, right? I mean, if you have an entry table, you are maybe just getting into sewing or you don't have much space, you can use that table. I don't have the exact measurements on it, but if you scan that QR code, you can go to the detail page and see all of the details regarding this particular table. But really, really good for that. The other one that was a great smaller cabinet, we went with the Bandicoot. This was a great deal. I mean, that normally is $13.99 and the sale price on that is $5.99. That is an awesome, awesome deal. Great savings. This particular one was very narrow. I think they said like 2 feet, so it can easily go through a door if you're moving it from one room to another, which is what I'm planning on doing. But great space. Another great place that you could use this is a small apartment or maybe assistant living where, you know, somebody still wants to sew, but they don't have a lot of room. This would be ideal for that situation. This is the one that I want. I want the Krista cabinet. It is normally $16.99. It is under $1,000, you guys. It's $9.99 right now. And with all of these pieces of furniture or anything over $149, really, there's financing available. So if this is something that you have been looking at getting, now's the time to do it. So that is a really, really cool cabinet. And don't forget that you can get optional inserts, the acrylic inserts, to make it a flat surface. So you have all of that space and you're able to sew a flat surface and be able to move your fabric really nicely. The other one that we have to mention is that adorable Millie cutting and ironing table. That was so neat. You can really open that thing up to give yourself a lot of space where you have a cutting station and an ironing station. That is on an incredible sale as well. It's normally $6.99 and it is on sale for $3.99. Not really sure which one is my favorite, but I'm thinking I'm going with the Krista. Do you have a preference, Brian? I know you had mentioned the Bandicoot before.
I really like the Bandicoot, especially because I have a small space.
Mhm.
But if I had enough space for it, I would go with the Millie. And I would put my sewing machine on it.
The Millie. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you like to stand or?
I do. I like to stand.
Awesome. Okay, that's an interesting way to do it, but that would totally work. Cool. The other thing that we had is the hydraulic sewing chair. There are 10 different color options. You can scan that QR code. It will bring you to our website and you can use the drop-down box to see the different pictures, but they did a great job demonstrating those particular chairs. But they hold up to, I believe, 250 pounds. They open up for extra storage. You can obviously hydraulic, it's going to go up or down. You've got those heavy duty casters and it's just a really, really comfortable chair. The lumbar support is excellent as well. So I am a big fan of that. Next, we have our Sew Steady. There's 2 different packages. The first one is the Holiday Large package. If you purchase the 18 by 24 inch acrylic table, that is going to come with the Elevate bag and the polish kit. That normally is $191 and it has a sale price of $149. So that's a steal. So pretty pumped about that one. Personally, I'm a really big fan of the Wish table. So I would, maybe nudge your husband or nudge your wife and just be like, hey, I'm looking for this for Christmas. This is the perfect table. Has the little caddy in there, the little drawer where you can store all of your necessities that you use all the time, including maybe like a seam gauge or your tweezers or little scissors, everything at your fingertips. With the purchase of that particular table, it will come with the Create bag and the polish kit. So that's normally $309 and it has a sale price of $249. And again, financing available. The last one I want to mention from So Steady is the Starry Nights Ruler Work and Embroidery Club. Stacy did such an awesome job showing what that includes. That was crazy how much you do get with that, including like all of the education and the templates and the extra deals and, you know, the monthly classes. It really is a fabulous deal. Normally it's $5.99, but it is on sale for Cyber Monday for $4.99. So we got cut off, unfortunately, with Tim, but with the Juki NX7, he was showing us how awesome that particular machine is. Now, I do not want to overlook the fabulous deal that's going on for this particular machine. That normally is $4,599. The sale price on that is $2,499. It is a huge savings. So we do want to take a look at that particular machine. That's a really, really good one. It has 1,050 stitches per minute, has a 12-inch throat space. Your extension table is included. One thing that I love about this particular machine is your straight stitch plate comes with it. Not only is it nice to have it come with the machine, but not every machine can get a straight stitch plate. So that's one thing that I really loved about that. And just a reminder again that the financing is available for that. And pair that machine with the, let's see, I was actually going to show you the Juki again. So the Juki is on sale for $8.99, and then we've got the sale price for the Grace Cutie frame for that $4.89. So you're getting a crazy, crazy good deal for $13.88 for that setup if that is something that you're looking to do. So great, great deal. I cannot stress that enough on the Cutie. And that Juki is an additional $100 off a sale price. So $8.99 for the TL 2010Q is really, really good. I have that machine and I actually used it last night and it sews like a dream. It really is a great model. We want to recap a little bit on the Oropfil thread. Kate had shown us the gorgeous thread options that they have, but we specifically wanted to showcase this beautiful Best Selection 50 weight cotton thread. This is, I believe, did it say 46 spools of thread? Is that what she had said?
I think so, yeah.
And that's going to be that 50 weight, 220 yard spools. Those are beautiful. And that normally is the $318 on sale for $272. She also showed us the full selection kit. That particular one shows every color that Oropfil offers. These are 270 spools and they're 164 yards apiece. You get an awesome assortment of all of Oropfil's thread. Again, you can scan that QR code to get more details on any product that we have listed here. Let's bump down to the Quilter Select Design and Quilt. Ashley did such an awesome job showing how this cool software works. To be able to create your quilt and see what it looks like and what it's going to look like before even purchasing fabric is huge. My husband and I just went to a quilting store a couple of days ago, and you know, things have gone up in price, as a lot of things have, you know, and I was looking at some fabric that was $17.99 a yard, and it's like, you don't want to cut into that until you know what you're going to do with it. So this is really, really cool software. In addition to being able to preview it, it's also just a whole lot of fun, where she was showing what you could do by simply flipping a block. You know, imagination, you know, could run wild with this. So that normally runs $799.99, and there is an awesome sale price of $599.99. We're getting a little further. We're almost done here, guys. I just want to recap on the Baby Lock Altair. That was awesome. Now, I thought I was going to just love the multi-directional sewing or the laser. I mean, come on, a laser. But my favorite part was when he wrote his name directly on the touch screen and was able to embroider that out. I mean, that is such a cool feature. You'd be able to do recipes or fun little messages, put them on a pillow. And with it being a both sewing and embroidery machine, you've got so many options. And as Richard had mentioned too, you know, he's a quilter. So you've got some region fills where you would be able to do awesome embroidery with, you know, quilting in the hoop, and also you could remove the hoop altogether and just do some regular quilting, you've got a nice throat space on that machine as well. So the other thing that I wanted to mention about that one that kind of got overlooked, but not really, there's 20 different fonts in it. So it's always nice to be able to choose some cool fonts. Most machines will have, you know, a lower selection in that area. So that's one that I love. And that machine comes with a bonus bundle too. So
And a $500 gift card.
and a $500. So you've got the amazing price of the $8,999, and you get a $500 gift card with the purchase of that machine. So great time to get the Altair. We went through the precision piecing products, and just a quick one, we do have the 3-piece set that's on sale for $26.99. And again, with the books, I love the books. They're great authors, but I'm a very, very big fan of the You and Your Sewing Machine. It's a great resource for just that $24.95. And then coming to the end, again, just a reminder with the 16X series, you've got the 16X series. The first one, the 16X manual, is on sale for $3,499. With the purchase of that machine, you get a free cutie or a free Q zone. And then same thing for the 16X long arm quilting machine. That is on sale for $4,499. Financing is available on these machines, so keep that in mind as well. But with that awesome sale price, you can get the free cutie or the free Q zone. And last but not least, we've got the 16X Elite long arm quilting machine, and that one's on sale for $4,999. Again, you can get the free cutie or Q zone hoop frame. And I know I've mentioned it how many times, but I'm mentioning it again because it's amazing. The Grace Cutie frame, the tabletop frame, is available right now for $489. I'm repeating it one more time, $489. All right. Well, I think that just about wraps it up for us. Brian, do you want to pop up and say goodbye as well? It'd be nice to see you. Let me get rid of this. We had a really lovely time today. I hope you guys all enjoyed these wonderful sales. Again, just a reminder, it is ending at 11:59 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you need any assistance, our customer service is open for another half an hour. Otherwise, you can place that order online. Also, reminder of the Sew Black 22. Let me just make sure that I did write that down correctly. It is Sew Black 22, correct? Oh,
Yes,
where my
Sew
little,
Black 22.
yeah.
20% off of
20% off.
items on the
Yeah,
website.
34,000 SKUs that it's eligible for. But we all are excited to have you back on SewCreative Live Christmas. Again, that's December 7th through the 9th. Anything that you want to add, Brian?
No, just thank you for sticking around and joining us, and I can't wait to see you guys next week.
All right, sounds good. Well, thank you guys, and we'll see you for SewCreative Live Christmas.